Chapter 171. Klein turned to the captain's office and saw that the door was wide open. Dunn Smith was leaning back in his chair and sniffing his pipe. With a sweep of his grey eyes, Dunn changed his sitting posture. "You're in good condition. You don't look like you've just consumed a magic potion. Perhaps this is the benefit of leveling up after completely digesting it." Klein closed the door, pulled out a chair and sat down. Both he and Dunn knew about the acting method, which allowed them to communicate normally without being bound by the oath. But at that moment, the two of them tacitly didn't mention it. After the question and answer, they fell into silence. Klein thought for a moment and asked, "Lord Sesamere left?" Yes, as a high-ranking deacon, he had other matters to attend to. Dunn pondered for a few seconds. Yes, he took the pair of red eyeballs left behind by old Neil. Klein asked in surprise and confusion, "What's wrong?" "Why?" Dunn picked up his coffee and took a sip. After a long silence, he said, "We can't lie to ourselves. A member who has lost control has actually become a monster. And as I told you before, after a monster dies, it will leave behind items that are rich in beyonder powers. If these items are uncontrollable and have all sorts of problems, then they have to be sealed. Yes, this is one of the sources of sealed artifacts. And the internal rule of the Nighthawks is that the items left behind by a member who has lost control are to be stored elsewhere to prevent them from agitating their companions. It's an understandable rule." Klein nodded solemnly. Suddenly, he keenly sensed that the captain had missed a possibility, so he asked in puzzlement, "What if the items that contain supernatural powers after the monster's death are controllable?" Dunn looked at him, his grey eyes as deep as the quietest night. He sighed and said, "You don't want to know the answer." Klein was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood a certain possibility. Normal monsters would leave behind beyonder ingredients that were used to concoct the corresponding potion. What about the monsters that the rampagers turned into? If the things they left behind were controllable, would they also be treated as beyonder ingredients? Thinking of this, Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of nausea. He couldn't help but turn his head and retch a few times. His vision became blurry because of this. This was really a conjecture that sent chills down one's spine, but it was very likely to be close to the truth. In that instant, he had a deeper understanding of the words "in order to resist the abyss, one must endure the corruption of the abyss. Even though they are guardians, they are also a bunch of pitiful wretches who are constantly fighting against danger and madness." Could this be one of the reasons why the church concealed the acting method? A certain degree of recycling? But this will also cause the higher-ups to turn their backs on the church. Klein's heart clearly reflected his own changing expression. Seeing his reaction, Dunn suddenly smiled. His smile was so bright that his grey eyes flickered. "You can look on the bright side. Our companions are accompanying us in a different way. They will always be with us." As soon as he finished speaking, Dunn lowered his head and brought the cup of coffee to his lips. After another 10 seconds of silence, he leaned back slightly and raised his head. "And you don't have to worry. As long as we can find beyonder ingredients from normal sources, we won't do what you're thinking. All right, according to the rules, you can have a day of rest after your advancement. It's up to you whether you want to practice combat in the afternoon, but you have to find someone to inform Gawain." Klein nodded gently, took a deep breath, and straightened his back. He straightened his back and said, "Captain, I've already finished my mysticism lessons. I wish to use the rest of the morning to learn techniques related to tracking and surveillance." He paused and added with a serious expression, "Captain, I've already finished my mysticism lessons. I wish to fulfill my responsibilities as a Nighthawk as soon as possible." Dunn looked at him deeply and sighed. "You're more determined than I imagined. Then do as you wish." "Yes, Captain." Klein suddenly stood up and drew a crimson moon on his chest. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein didn't go home to rest. Instead, he took the opportunity to take a trackless carriage to Instructor Aztec's house. Ding dong, ding dong. Amidst the crisp sound of the bell, Aztec, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, opened the door. There was a golden watch chain hanging diagonally from the button of his vest, connected to his pocket watch. "Don't you need to work?" Aztec looked at the sky and realized that the sun hadn't climbed to the top yet. Due to some special circumstances, I've been arranged to take turns to rest, Klein explained. Aztec glanced at him and seemed to have noticed something. He nodded and made way. After entering the hall, Klein put down his cane, took off his hat, and followed Aztec to his activity room. The activity room was decorated with a fireplace, a rocking chair, a sofa, and a coffee table. Klein sat in his usual seat. Sitting opposite him, Aztec smiled and pointed at the cigar on the coffee table. "Do you want one?" "No." Klein shook his head resolutely. Aztec didn't try to persuade him any further. He focused on lighting a match and picked up a cigar to preheat it while casually asking at the same time, he asked in passing, "Has the matter in Morstown been settled?" "I have to thank you for that," Klein said sincerely. At the same time, he lampooned inwardly. "Mr. Aztec, before you lost your memories, you must have left behind a sizable amount of wealth. Otherwise, how can a faculty member who isn't even an associate professor enjoy cigars so often?" While Aztec was focused on fiddling with the cigar, he took the initiative to say, "Mr. Aztec, there's something I'd like to ask you." "What is it?" Aztec asked without looking up. Klein paused for a moment and organized his words. "A colleague of mine lost control and became a monster. I want to know if his soul was also corrupted." He wasn't sure if Mr. Aztec understood the meaning of losing control, so he prepared the corresponding explanation and description and waited for Aztec to ask. Aztec stopped what he was doing, looked up at Klein, and nodded solemnly. "There's no doubt about that. If you encounter a similar situation, you have to be careful. If the direct cause of his loss of control is the temptation of an evil god or devil, then try your best to avoid mediumship. It might bring you fatal danger." "I understand." Klein exhaled in disappointment. Back at old Neil's house, his emotions weren't stable enough and he forgot to mediumship. Furthermore, Dunn Smith didn't remind him either, so he missed the opportunity. Now that I think about it, the captain didn't forget, but deliberately didn't mention it. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. He didn't harp on the matter and instead mentioned his previous encounter. "Mr. Aztec, I tried to divine the source of the haunting in Morstown, and I saw an inverted pyramid mausoleum that extended underground. My companion told me that it's a symbol of death, a glory that only his descendants can obtain." Aztec had just put down the match and picked up the cigar cutter when he suddenly froze. He didn't move for a long time. He sat back and leaned against the back of the sofa, his expression abnormally solemn. After a while, he said in a low voice, "This gave me a familiar feeling, but it didn't make me recall anything else." "It's a pity." Klein sighed with sincerity. He thought that he could use the revelation from the divination to further awaken Mr. Aztec's memories. Aztec cut the cigar cap and shook his head with a bitter smile. "If it was so easy to recall the past, I think I would have long found a way to escape my fate. Of course, I have to be grateful for your kindness. I'm grateful that you still remember me." He thought for a moment and said, "Why?" Klein asked in surprise. "Didn't we agree to find the mastermind who affected my fate and stole your child's skull?" Aztec held the cigar and explained with a sigh, "Didn't we agree to find the mastermind who affected my fate and stole your child's skull?" Aztec held the cigar and explained with a sigh, "The target might have sensed my attention and pursuit. He hasn't made any moves recently, leaving me with no clues. Therefore, I plan to temporarily leave Tingen and head to Beekland. On the one hand, I can take the opportunity to search for the traces I left behind before I lost my memories. On the other hand, I can make the target lower his guard." "That's right. Mr. Aztec's most recent memory loss happened near Beekland University. Unfortunately, you can't help me investigate the house with the red chimney." Klein nodded solemnly. "I will pay close attention to this matter. Once the target makes a move or is exposed, I will inform you immediately." "Okay, Mr. Aztec, how should I inform you in time?" In Klein's opinion, if Aztec was a descendant of death or had some connection with death, then his power type should be close to the corpse collector sequence. He would definitely have a way to create something similar to Daly's messenger. In other words, this could indirectly prove whether Aztec was related to death and whether he was a descendant of him. Aztec took a puff of his cigar and thought for more than 10 seconds. He took out an accessory from his left sleeve. It was an exquisite, ancient copper whistle. There were many strange patterns on it that gave it a mysterious charm. This is an item I brought with me when I woke up in Beekland. All you need to do is blow into it and you will be able to summon a messenger that belongs to me, Aztec explained in detail as he pinched the copper whistle. So many years have passed. This copper whistle can still be used. Isn't this a mystical item? Klein was both surprised and delighted that he had indirectly proved that Mr. Aztec was related to death. Glancing at Klein, Aztec brought the copper whistle to his mouth and demonstrated. He puffed up his cheeks and blew hard. There was no sound in the room, but Klein instantly felt a cold and gloomy feeling. He quickly tapped his left molar and saw blurry white bones being tossed out from the floor one after another, forming a strange fountain. A few seconds later, an illusory monster appeared in the activity room. Its entire body was made of white bones, and its eye sockets flickered with pitch-black flames. It was nearly 4 meters tall, and it was looking down at Klein, who wasn't even 1.75 meters tall. Seeing that the other party was almost piercing through the ceiling, a thought flashed through Klein's mind. Mr. Aztec, isn't your messenger a little too exaggerated? Aztec didn't notice his thoughts at all as he smiled and said, after giving it the letter, blow the copper whistle. After giving it the letter, blow the copper whistle. That will end the summoning, and it will quickly deliver the letter to me in a stealthy manner. With that said, Aztec flicked his wrist and threw the ancient copper whistle opposite him. Klein reached out with his right hand and accurately caught it. He felt a cold but gentle touch. Thanks to the clown potion. He silently heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the whistle clean, and blew it hard. Without a sound, the huge messenger disintegrated into hazy white bones and drilled into the floor. The Tussock River ran through Beekland, leaving behind many docks. Alger Wilson, wearing the priest robe of the Church of the Storm, slowly walked off the liner. He saw people coming and going at the dock. Countless porters were sweating, and the scene was lively and noisy. Chapter 172. After leaving Aztec's house, Klein took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Catcher. He took out his key to open the door and suddenly saw a figure sitting in the dining room. Klein subconsciously tightened his grip on his cane, but he immediately realized that it wasn't a thief, but his maid, Bella. Bella was engrossed in reading the newspaper that was spread out on the table. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she was also startled. She quickly stood up and explained with a stutter. She stood up and stammered, I just finished my work in the morning. I was waiting for the water to boil and the bread to eat. I really haven't gotten used to the sudden addition of a maid in the house. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh, took off his hat, and nodded slightly. Reading is a good habit. To be able to persist in reading while busy with work is encouraged by the goddess. He was afraid that she would think that he was mocking her, so he used the name of the Evernite goddess. But in fact, only the god of knowledge and wisdom would place reading in such a high position. Of course, all churches promote learning. Yes, to believe in the Evernite goddess at the age of 17 or 18, it means that she was influenced by her parents. And such parents would definitely let their daughter receive an education as long as they had a choice. Even if she couldn't afford a public elementary school, the church's free schools wouldn't be a problem. At most, it would take some time. Therefore, Bella isn't illiterate. She knows words and can read newspapers. Klein thought as he put down his cane and walked into the living room. He had a rather good impression of Bella. Although this young lady was clearly not used to the kitchen and was clumsy, she showed that she was willing to learn and was diligent in her studies. Bella lowered her hands and said in slight embarrassment, I didn't really read newspapers in the past. I haven't really read newspapers before. Mr. Landlord doesn't allow us to buy old newspapers to paste on the walls. I picked it up just now. When I was wiping the coffee table, I accidentally glanced at it. I thought it was very interesting. What a pitiful lady. When I transmigrated over, the newspapers were ranked at the bottom of the interesting rankings. Klein lampooned silently and smiled. He took out his pocket watch along the silver chain and snapped it open to take a look. As long as you finish your work and do it well, You can do whatever you want with the rest of your time. Don't be nervous. Of course, if I'm chatting with Barnson and Melissa, you'd better stay in your room. I'll allow you to use the gas lamp inside and bring in a few old newspapers. Well, come and knock on my bedroom door at 1 in the afternoon. After that, prepare a cup of Psy black tea, 2 pieces of soft white bread, a piece of oatmeal toast, and a small plate of butter for me. In order to celebrate his advancement to Sequence 8, Klein decided to be extravagant and eat the white bread that Barnson had planned on enjoying on the weekend ahead of time. I'll buy another £8, and from now on, I'll switch from oatmeal bread to white bread. A Sequence 8 Beyondus weekly salary will definitely increase. Captain didn't mention this before. I forgot again. Klein was stunned for a moment and decided to ask about it the next day. Okay, Bella replied, pleasantly surprised. Then, she asked uncertainly, Mr. Klein, is it the Psy black tea for guests? Then, she asked with uncertainty, Mr. Klein, is it the Psy black tea for guests? Since the whole family was Moretti, she addressed them by their first names. Yes, it'll be the tea we usually drink in the future. Klein waved his hand and walked to the staircase. After becoming a clown, he suddenly realized that his financial situation had become very good. Firstly, there were no additional and large expenses for the time being. The only expenses were the fixed daily rental fee of 2 soldi for inspecting the houses with red chimneys, and the occasional replenishment of materials. The latter could often be reimbursed. Secondly, there were 300 gold pounds sitting quietly in Klein's anonymous account. After all, a hectare in the countryside only cost 5 to 6. 5 soldi per hectare. In other words, he could buy 920 to 1,200 hectare of countryside farmland or pasture, which was equivalent to 137 to 179 hectare on Earth, or 23 to 30 hectare. In addition, this sum of money could also allow him to buy a house on Daffodil Street for 15 years. If all of it were exchanged for land, the income from land rent would be about £23 to £31 a year. Not bad, but there's no need for that now. I have to keep the £300 for emergencies. Phew, I have to find a chance to tell Barnson and Melissa about my real weekly salary, Klein thought as he entered his bedroom. After locking the door, Klein sat on his bed and began cogitation again. In this way, he slowly controlled the small amount of power that leaked from the potion. He was very careful and very cautious. To him, losing control was originally just a term that existed in the mouth until he met the mandated Punisher. However, he did not know the mandated Punisher, nor did he know what had happened to him before that. He only subconsciously thought that it was a special case, a situation that rarely repeated itself. It was like watching a murder in another city on the news. A normal person would at most sigh and forget about it when they turned around. However, what happened to old Neil was a huge shock to Klein. It made him realize that losing control was always around him, and it could happen in an unexpected way at any time. What a bloody lesson. Klein ended his cogitation, opened his eyes, and muttered to himself silently. During this period of time, he often dreamed of the scene of that day. He would often wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat. He was mourning over old Neil's death, but he was also worried about his future. If not for cogitation that could help him sleep, he believed that he would not be able to fall asleep recently. Other than digesting the potion, I have to try my best to control my emotions and desires. I have to keep them within a reasonable range so that I won't be corrupted by them. Klein exhaled, lay down, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. On the day of old Neil's death, Dunn's performance and words had greatly touched him. It made him seriously examine his responsibilities as a Nighthawk for the first time. He wanted to take on the responsibilities that belonged to him as soon as possible so that he could help his captain and teammates. Therefore, he did not plan on wasting his afternoon. He would still participate in combat training as usual. 3:00 in the afternoon, in the simple training field. Garwin, with his short, mottled blonde hair, frowned as he watched Klein's movements slowly turn from jerky to familiar. From familiarity to familiarity, he looked like a trainee knight who had undergone more than half a year of training. And all of this happened in a short span of 40 minutes. He called a halt to the practice and sized up his opponent. He couldn't help but ask, what happened? Klein had already thought of a set of excuses. He was prepared to push his performance to scientific research, but as soon as Gawain finished speaking, he immediately added in a low voice, if it's inconvenient for you to answer, then you don't have to. From the looks of it, the corresponding personnel from the police department have already communicated with teacher Gawain. That's right, he would occasionally train beyond us, so how could he not warn me in advance? Klein heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Teacher, how long do you think it will be before I can participate in actual combat? Gawain crossed his arms and looked at him seriously. He replied in a slightly hoarse voice, 2 or 3 days. But this is not enough. As if he was thinking, he explained, being able to participate in actual combat is not equivalent to being proficient in combat. The latter will probably take another 2 to 3 weeks. In addition, you must master cold weapons that are easy to carry, such as a cane, a whip, a dagger, and a trident. There are so many projects. Klein was stunned. Gawain's gaze swept across him. You have to remember, every drop of sweat you shed here can save your life in the future. Yes, teacher, Klein replied energetically. On Saturday morning, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the captain's office door again. Dunn Smith seemed to be prepared. He only looked up and said, I forgot to inform you yesterday. After advancing to Sequence 8, your position in the police department will naturally be changed from probationary inspector to inspector. I will get them to change your identification and uniform epaulets as soon as possible. Your weekly salary will be increased from £6 to £10. The church and the police department will each bear half of it. This has reached the level of a senior Nighthawk. Of course, I'm talking about the Sequence 9 level. Captain, did you make a draft? Klein was stunned when he heard that. His eyebrows relaxed, and he replied with a smile, this is more than I expected. He thought that his weekly salary would only increase to £8. Dunn picked up his coffee and took a sip. The increase of a Nighthawk's salary is based on the number of years of service, contributions made, and one's rank. The third point is often closely related to contributions. That's right. Without contributions, even if I digest the potion and reach the standard of advancement, I won't be able to apply for the formula and ingredients. Klein nodded thoughtfully. With a weekly salary of £10, including bonuses, it would be about £540 a year. Without paying taxes, such an income would be considered pretty good among the middle class. It was second only to the professions of lawyers, famous architects, senior surgeons, and high-ranking government employees. The deputy director of the finance department of the Kingdom of Ruins Ministry of Finance only earns £700 a year, and that's before taxes. After taxes, it's at most £640. Not much. According to the newspaper, a good house in Beekland West and Hillston Borough costs about £2,500. If Barnson, Melissa, and I can maintain our current expenses, we can buy it in 7 or 8 years. Just by relying on ourselves, we can buy a house in the center of the imperial capital and Shanghai in 7 or 8 years. This salary really makes me happy. Klein got up and bade farewell. He walked briskly into the underground and took his turn on Channy's gate. Before 10, he suddenly heard someone approaching the duty room. Very soon, Dunn appeared at the door. His grey eyes were gloomy. His grey eyes were dark as he said, there's a case that requires your help. A case involving a Beyonder? Klein asked subconsciously. Chapter 173. How long has it been since the counselor died? Klein asked as he got to the point. If it was more than 15 minutes, the amount of information he could obtain would decrease drastically. If it was more than an hour, he would only be able to obtain superficial information. If it was more than a month, there was a high chance that the spirit channeling would fail. Regrettably, the preliminary report shows that Councillor Maynard died between 9 and 11 last night. Dunn shook his head. You only need to provide help. You don't have to consider if you will gain anything. All right. Klein took off his coat, hat, and cane, and walked out of the guardroom. Dunn Smith took over his shift at Channy's gate. In theory, as a Beyonder, as long as their spirituality was enhanced, they could learn things like spirit vision, divination, and ritualistic magic, especially since the sleepless sequence was known for its high spiritual perception. But in reality, the differences between the jobs of different sequences were still very obvious. For example, Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell had spirit vision, but they could only see light white or light blue auras. They were unable to accurately distinguish different parts of the human body. Of course, with spirit vision, they could definitely see things like ghosts and spirits, but it wasn't as simple and effective as their own spiritual perception. This was also the reason why Sleepless, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare didn't like to activate their spirit vision. Similarly, if they were willing, they could learn spirit pendulums, dowsing rods, and dream divination, but the success rate wasn't worth looking forward to. It was the same for ritualistic magic. As the two passed each other, Dunn suddenly said, "I forgot to mention that Inspector Tolley is also in charge of this matter. He's waiting for you in the reception hall of the security company. Remember to change into your new uniform and get your new identification." Klein wasn't surprised at all. He asked with a smile, "New uniform, new identification? The Tingen Police Department is very efficient. He just advanced to Sequence 8 yesterday, because this case is very important, so." Dunn spread his hands and sat in Klein's previous seat. Klein walked all the way back upstairs, but he wasn't in a hurry to go to the reception hall. Instead, he entered the Nighthawk's break room and went to the attached bathroom to relieve himself. The duty room only provided a toilet bowl, water bottle, and basin. Then, he changed into the special police uniform that had been upgraded to 2 silver stars and the soft hat that had 2 crossed swords and a crown on it. After transferring the flaring sun charm, Aztec copper whistle, and ritual materials, Klein straightened his clothes and walked out of the lounge with his cane. As soon as he passed through the partition, he saw Inspector Tolley sitting on the sofa. After not seeing him for some time, the tall police officer had become rounder, and his belly was even more prominent. Coupled with his thick beard and hair, he looked like a brown bear that had just escaped from the circus. "I'm glad to be working with you again." Tolley heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was a Nighthawk he knew. He leaned forward and stretched out his paw. "No, palm." Klein corrected himself in silence and shook hands with the man out of courtesy. "Me too." At this moment, Tolley glanced at Klein's 2 silver stars on his epaulette and said enviously, "We're on the same level now." It hasn't even been a month." Klein wanted to say in a serious tone, "The danger we faced might be 10 times greater than yours," but just as he was about to say it, he recalled his current identity as Sequence 8 clown. "Maybe I can give it a try." Using his mind to reflect his facial expressions, the corners of his mouth curled up as he replied with an obvious smile. "Perhaps in another 2 or 3 months, you'll have to call me officer." "You sure are humorous." Tolley laughed and pointed outside the door. "Shall we set off?" "All right." Klein didn't give up on his cane. To him, it was only after he became a clown that this weapon truly lived up to its name. After exiting the Blackthorn Security Company's main entrance, Klein and Tolley walked down the stairs side by side. With one thin and one fat, it was a stark contrast. "I think we can even go to the circus and make the audience laugh," Klein suddenly said with a smile. Tolley nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think the contrast between us is very comedic. Do you know? Some circuses are experimenting with clowns that are fat, thin, tall, and short." "No, actually, I mean the Beast Tamer and the Brown Bear." Of course, Klein wouldn't say something so rude. He echoed, "That's right." He echoed, "Unfortunately, we don't have a fixed circus in Tingen." "Yes, but we still have an opera house, a theater, and a concert hall," Inspector Tolley replied with a hint of regret. The two chatted as they boarded the police carriage. Only then did Klein change the topic to the case. "Is Senator Maynard sure that he was murdered?" "I'm not sure, but his wife and his 2 sons don't want to believe in the possibility of a sudden illness." "Yes, there is indeed something wrong with the crime scene. When Maynard was found, he wasn't wearing any clothes. He was just lying on the bed in the guest room," Tolley said after some deliberation. "He and his wife slept in separate rooms." Klein leaned back against the carriage wall, mimicking the main characters in various detective movies he had watched in his previous life. Tolley shook his head. No, his wife hasn't been in Tingen for the past few days. She went to Beekland to attend an important ball. You might not know, but she's the daughter of a new party member of parliament. She's still on the steam locomotive on her way back to Tingen. She just sent a telegram to express her stance. Maynard is also a member of the new party. He has been a Tingen City Member of Parliament for more than 10 years. He plans to aim for the position of mayor in next year's election. In other words, his death might have something to do with this. Klein asked casually. He then broke into laughter. I'm only helping with the autopsy. I don't care about anything else. You don't have to answer me. Tolley sighed, not minding it. Autopsy. You're very cautious. As for your guess, I can only say that it's possible. Last night, Senator Maynard held a gathering at his house. There were too many guests, so we can't identify the main suspect for the time being. Furthermore, these guests all have respectable statuses. We have to be careful and not make any mistakes. Understood. Klein nodded slightly. He then asked about the details of the scene with interest. Maynard's house was located in the Golden Indus Borough. It was a single-family house surrounded by gardens and lawns. There was a stable, a fountain, and a wide cement road. Klein wore a soft hat with the police emblem on it and followed Inspector Tolley. They passed through the cordon that seemed to be there in name only. Under the watchful eyes of the police officers, they entered the main entrance of the two-story building. In the living room, there were 4 probationary inspectors, 2 men and 2 women, talking to people and collecting statements. Klein looked over and saw many gentlemen in tuxedos, as well as a few ladies in regal dresses and black veils that covered their faces. They're all guests who stayed over last night, Tolley explained as he led Klein up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Along the way, perhaps due to the inspector's epaulets, the police officers who were searching the house all looked at them with respect. They didn't stop them at all. This is the guest room where Senator Maynard's corpse was found. The tall and burly Tolley stopped in front of a dark red wooden door. Klein asked thoughtfully, "That's right. Who did this room belong to last night?" "It doesn't belong to anyone. There are too many guest bedrooms in this house, so it's useless." Tolley put on his white gloves and opened the dark red wooden door. He asked the police officer in charge of guarding inside to leave for the time being. He nodded at Klein and said, "Inspector Moretti, I'll leave the rest to you. May the goddess bless you and me. I hope we'll find something." Klein also put on white gloves and locked the door. He walked to the bedside and saw that the dark red bedsheets were unusually messy, and there was a corpse covered with a white cloth lying on it. Klein was someone who had seen the world. He pulled the white cloth away fearlessly and looked at MP Maynard. The gentleman was in his 40s. His blonde hair was cut very short, and his face had an expression of pain and pleasure mixed together. Klein took 2 steps back, took out the corresponding materials, and quickly prepared for the summoning ritual. After a series of incantations, he silently recited the divination statement that he had thought of long ago amidst the tranquil fragrance and the cold wind that surrounded him. The cause of MP Maynard's death. The cause of MP Maynard's death. As he recited, Klein retreated to the high-back chair and slowly sat down. His eyes turned black as he leaned back and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the illusory, blurry, and hazy world, he suddenly saw the gentleman from before. Maynard's blue eyes were wide open, and he was lying on top of a fair-skinned lady who had an outstanding figure. He first revealed an extremely satisfied and joyful expression, then he suddenly retracted his right hand and pressed it against his chest. His expression then twisted into a hideous one. "Pa." As Maynard fell, the scene quickly shattered. Klein opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. "I never thought that I would be able to watch a dirty film in such a way. So, MP Maynard died in bed while having an affair, or from overworking himself?" Klein chuckled and rubbed his temples. He took out a pen and paper, and once again used the ritual to depict the lady he saw in his dream. Of course, he omitted the part below the neck. It was a lady whose exact age was difficult to tell. She had the mature charm of someone in her 30s, but she also had the innocence of youth. Her eyes were moist and lustrous, giving off a pitiful vibe. Looking at his work, Klein packed up the ritual materials and removed the wall of spirituality. He turned his body sideways and reached for the silver-inlaid black staff that was leaning against the side. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound that lingered in his throat. It was a hissing sound that made goosebumps appear on the surface of his skin. Klein suddenly looked at the bed and saw that MP Maynard's hands were tightly gripping the dark red bedsheets, causing the backs of his palms to bulge. With a swoosh, the MP, who had died between 9 and 11 the previous night, sat up. Saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were empty as they opened. Chapter 174. Before Klein could come up with a new idea, he saw the stiff Maynard push himself up with both hands, and with a heavy gust of wind, he pounced straight at him, pouncing towards his left. In the past, he would have been slow to react in such a situation, and it would have been difficult for him to dodge. Even if he had sensed it in advance, he would have had to roll to escape from the pouncing range. But now, Klein reacted almost instinctively. With a kick of his shiny buttonless leather boots, he leaped diagonally and landed on the high-back chair. As he had only advanced for a day, he wasn't particularly used to his strength, agility, and speed. In his panic, he jumped too high and landed on the top of the high-back chair. There was only a narrow gap. Klein's heart tightened. He quickly controlled his body and adjusted his center of gravity. He swayed a few times and managed to stand steadily, like a black cat showing off its balance. As he swayed, he swung his left arm and struck the side of Zombie Maynard's ribs with his cane, causing it to lose its balance and fall onto the carpet. Klein stood on the top of the high-back chair and quickly raised his right hand to his armpit. He tried to pull out his revolver from his holster and fire a silver demon hunting bullet at the zombie in front of him. But at that moment, he suddenly thought of how to deal with the loose ends. If he were to blast a hole through Maynard's corpse, how was he going to explain the cause of death to his family and the new party senators who were concerned about this matter? I just put a bullet in his corpse. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein reached his right hand into the same pocket of his police uniform and felt a triangular piece of paper. Requiem charm. He quickly made a judgment and took out the silver charm without any hesitation. He then shouted a word in ancient Hermes, Requiem charm. He then shouted a word in ancient Hermes, Crimson. As the activation incantation echoed, the charm emitted a sense of tranquility. Klein quickly injected his spirituality into it and threw it at Zombie Maynard, who was struggling to get up. An icy blue flame appeared and engulfed the triangular piece. A tranquil and gentle black color quickly spread out, dispelling the nervousness and uneasiness of the soul. Zombie Maynard stopped there, his empty eyes staring blankly at the ground as the mucus at the corner of his mouth dripped onto the carpet. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to take out some materials and set up a ritual to purify the unclean creature before him. But suddenly, Maynard's throat made a gurgling sound again, and his empty eyes looked at the left pocket of Klein's police uniform. Damn! Klein leaped from the top of the high-back chair to the sill of the oriel window. At the same time, he heard the sound of a high-back chair falling and breaking. Klein's scalp went numb, so he had no choice but to take out another rectangular piece of silver. It was a slumber charm. The living were not the only ones who needed to sleep. The dead themselves were in a state of eternal slumber. They would only wake up when something abnormal happened, and they would linger on the ground. In some mysticism books, there were even descriptions of certain zombies. They sleep during the day and wake up at night. Crimson. Klein softly chanted the ancient Hermes incantation again. He planned on disregarding the consequences if he failed again. He pulled out his revolver and fired randomly. Only by being alive could he worry about the consequences. Feeling the silver piece in his palm turn cold, Klein injected his spirituality into it and threw it out. The dark red flames illuminated his eyes, and the faint sound of an explosion echoed in the guest room. A tranquil and gentle power spread out, bringing with it an exhaustion that no living creature could resist. Just as Zombie Maynard got up from the broken high-back chair, he immediately swayed a few times, closed his empty eyes, and plopped to the ground. With his previous experience, Klein didn't dare to relax. He immediately took out the amatha extract extracted from night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile, as well as the full moon essence oil made from dragon-patterned tree bark and moonflower. He quickly set up an altar. Right on the heels of that, he used the holy night powder to seal off the surrounding area with a wall of spirituality, enclosing the altar and the slumbering zombie Maynard. He silently chanted the incantation and lit the corresponding 3 candles. He then dripped a few drops of essence oil into the candles and sprinkled some herbal powder over them. Klein took a step back and looked warily at zombie Maynard as he chanted in Hermes, the Evernite goddess, loftier than the starry sky, more eternal than eternity. I pray for your blessings, I pray for your blessings on your loyal guardian. I pray for the power of crimson, I pray for the power of slumber and silence, I pray for you to purify this unclean creature near me, the Mr. John Maynard. Moonflower, a herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your powers to my incantation. Slumber flower, a herb belonging to the crimson moon, please transmit your powers to my incantation. Silently, a cold breeze that seemed to blow from the middle of the night reverberated within the wall of spirituality. Wisps of thin black fog rose from zombie Maynard's body. When everything calmed down, Klein used his spirit vision and divination to repeatedly confirm that Maynard wouldn't wake up again. Upon seeing the outcome, he felt completely at ease. He ended the ritual and removed the wall of spirituality. Why did he suddenly come back to life? Klein stood in front of Maynard, who was lying on the carpet, and looked down with a frown. To a beyonder with decent spiritual perception, there were obvious signs that the dead would come back to life, not to mention that Klein was a seer. He would always have a premonition for such things, but the change just now was completely out of his expectations. Unless there's a more mysterious factor affecting it. Just like the time when the suited clown. Klein carefully recalled the scene from before and vaguely sensed the problem. Zombie Maynard had been trying to attack the left pocket of his police uniform. Left pocket? Klein placed the silver-inlaid black staff in his right palm and reached into his pocket with his left hand. He took out an ancient copper whistle. It was a copper whistle covered in mysterious patterns. It was the copper whistle that Aztec had lent him to summon a messenger. This copper whistle caused Maynard to turn into a zombie. It's possible that Mr. Aztec isn't a descendant of death, but he has a certain connection with death. It's logical that the mystical item he's been carrying has a similar effect. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He took out a copper penny and made a quick divination based on his previous judgment. Because he was at the scene, and because he was holding the corresponding item, and because he had sufficient information, he quickly came to a conclusion. He saw the copper penny tumble down and land in his palm with the portrait facing up. This means that it's certain. Mr. Aztec actually didn't remind me of such a problem. He's a patient with amnesia, so it's normal that he doesn't remember. Besides, the copper whistle might not have any negative effects on him. It's very likely that it's been suppressed. In the future, I can't bring this copper whistle when I go to cemeteries, castles, or other places that are easily haunted. Otherwise, I'll be making things more difficult for myself and courting death. Klein silently noted down the newly concluded precautions and effortlessly placed the naked Maynard back on the bed. Looking at the clear marks on Maynard's ribs, Klein sighed and covered it with a white cloth, pretending that he hadn't noticed anything. I'll leave this problem to the police. The 2 charms from before are considered mission consumables, so they can be reimbursed. As he thought about it, he put away the items, walked to the door with the portrait, and unlocked it. With a creak, the door opened. Klein saw Inspector Tolley standing guard outside, not allowing anyone to approach. "What happened just now?" Tolley asked, puzzled and worried. He could vaguely hear some commotion inside. Klein smiled and deliberately replied in an exaggerated manner, "Maynard came back to life and tried to give me a warm hug. Don't joke around." Tolley looked into the room helplessly. "Don't joke around." Tolley looked into the room helplessly. "Why are you so serious?" Klein spread his hands and said, "Due to an unconfirmed problem, Maynard became a zombie." Like in all kinds of ghost stories. Fortunately, I didn't leave and used ritualistic magic to remove the impurity in time, allowing him to return to a peaceful slumber. Does this have anything to do with his death? Tolley asked with a serious expression. I can't give you an answer. I don't even know what the problem is. You should know that in our field, unexplainable things are quite common. Klein replied perfunctorily. He then shook the portrait in his hand and said, "When I was channeling the spirit, I saw the scene before Maynard's death. He was sharing the joy that only a married couple should have with this lady, and at the happiest moment, he covered his heart." "You mean, he's the cause of death?" Tolly had a you-know look on his face. "Theoretically, yes. We'll have to wait for the subsequent autopsy." Klein handed the portrait to Inspector Tolly. Tolly only took a glance before he exclaimed in surprise, "Madam Sharon." Klein looked at him with a confused expression. "Is she famous?" Judging from her looks and figure, she should be quite famous." He ridiculed in his heart. Tolly looked around and excitedly introduced, "That's right. Madam Sharon is the most famous and beautiful widow in Tingen City. She's also the most sought-after lady in social settings. She was Baron Huoyi's second wife, but unfortunately, she became a widow. She's very popular among the nobles and the newly rich merchants. She's a socialite who can receive banquet invitations from both the Conservative Party and the New Party. It's said that she and her stepson, the current Baron Huoyi, have an ambiguous relationship with some nobles in Beekland, as well as a few high-ranking government employees. She's a very powerful lady. I didn't expect her to have such a relationship with Maynard. To put it simply, she's an outstanding socialite." Klein concluded in his heart. He turned to the side and pointed into the room. "The next segment isn't part of my mission. It's up to you how to interrogate Madam Sharon. Yes, before the purification, I gave Maynard a good beating. You guys deal with it and think of an explanation." Chapter 175. What? The bear-like Tolly was shocked. He looked at Klein, then at the guest room. He rushed in with an agility he shouldn't have. He pulled the white cloth covering the corpse and examined it carefully. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's better than I thought." "Better than I thought. That's not too much of a problem. Maybe I should pull out my revolver and shoot Maynard 5 demon-hunting bullets to see if the problem is serious." Klein lampooned and pointed outside the door. "There's nothing else for me to do after that, right?" "No." Tolly suddenly shouted. "Wait a little longer." Klein was puzzled. "Why?" Tolly explained in a very serious manner, "We have to prevent any accidents. I'll send you back to Zootland Street after we question Madam Sharon and make a statement. If Maynard, who had been dead for more than 10 hours, could come back to life, what else couldn't happen? What will happen to me if you leave?" Tolly added silently in his heart. "All right." Klein rubbed his temples and said, "Find a quiet room for me to rest." He had only advanced for a day, so his condition wasn't stable. He had just performed a few rituals, used 2 charms, and suffered quite a shock. Therefore, he had to meditate as soon as possible to eliminate any problems. The current Klein was extremely wary of losing control. Tolly pulled the white cloth over him and was visibly more relaxed. "No problem." He led Klein into the guest room near the sunroof and pointed inside. He pointed inside and said, "Inspector Moretti, don't worry. No one will disturb you. I'll go look for Madam Sharon first." Klein nodded slightly and watched him leave. He then closed the door and the curtains. In the dark and quiet bedroom, he slowly walked to the rocking chair and lay down comfortably, allowing his body to sway rhythmically. Countless illusions of light balls stacked in his mind. The buzzing in Klein's ears and the throbbing pain in his head gradually disappeared. When his condition stabilized, he opened his eyes and looked at the bed, cabinet, and other furniture in the dark. He calmly summarized his previous attempts. "I haven't received any feedback for the few exaggerated jokes I made. Perhaps it's because I haven't truly controlled the power of the clown potion, and there are still some negative effects. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that this kind of acting isn't very effective. I personally don't wish to play the role of clown, but since I've chosen this sequence pathway, I can only bite the bullet and continue down it. Actually, everyone would more or less become a clown in life. You don't have to be too averse to it. I have to figure out what the core element of a clown is as soon as possible." As all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein suddenly took out a brass penny with a denomination of half. Out of habit, he wanted to divine if Maynard's death was due to beyonder factors. "Perhaps this is an occupational disease." Klein shook his head and laughed. His eyes darkened as he repeatedly chanted, John Maynard's death was influenced by extraordinary factors. Dang! Lying in the rocking chair, he flicked out the halfpenny and watched its brassy body twirl and flash in the darkness. Pa. The coin landed in Klein's palm with the number half facing up. Negative. This means that John Maynard's death wasn't due to beyonder factors. This guy really did die from extreme joy. The dead should be respected, so I won't use the Chinese proverb to mock him. Klein put away the coin and emptied his mind in the dark room. He almost fell asleep. Thump, thump, thump. Amidst the slow and rhythmic knocking, Klein adjusted his clothes, put on the soft hat with the police emblem, left the reclining chair, and slowly walked to the door. Just as his right palm touched the armrest, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. The brown bear-like Inspector Tolley stood outside the door, tugging at his collar. His expression was filled with obvious frustration and helplessness. Turning the doorknob, Klein unhurriedly opened the door. Inspector Tolley appeared in front of him and tugged at his collar. I'm very sorry to have made you wait for so long. We've already looked for Madame Sharon and recorded her statement. You can return to Zoutland Street now. I'm really sorry to have wasted your precious time. Klein didn't ask the reason for the man's current emotions. Instead, he smiled. And said, Madame Sharon admitted to being with Member of Parliament Maynard last night? Yes. She said that under the influence of a large amount of alcohol, she and Member of Parliament Maynard couldn't control themselves for a moment. When she realized that Maynard had died, she was very afraid. She quickly cleaned up the room and hid in her own guest room. We don't have enough reason to charge her with a crime for now, so we can only ask her to leave and restrict her freedom to a certain extent while we wait for the autopsy results, Inspector Tolley described in detail. Klein tilted his head slightly and smiled sharply. Who are you explaining to? Tolley was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly and said, Yes, I don't need to explain anything to you. I was so annoyed by Madame Maynard that I said so much subconsciously. Member of Parliament Maynard's wife is back? Klein asked in realization. Yes. Unfortunately, there was something wrong with the steam locomotive today. It wasn't delayed, Tolley answered in a joking manner. Klein didn't ask further. After checking that he had all his belongings with him, he followed Inspector Tolley to the staircase and went all the way back to the ground floor. Why didn't you arrest her? She's a murderer. I want to sue her. I want to sue you for negligence. I want to hire the best lawyer to sue you. Harsh words entered Klein's ears. He looked over subconsciously and saw a plump and fair middle-aged woman in the living room being supported by two young men. She was glaring angrily at them and scolding them incessantly. The regal long dress that's trending in Beekland this year. Klein, who often flipped through the magazine Women's Aesthetics, first had this untimely thought. Then, he saw a woman being protected by a few gentlemen. This lady was wearing a long black dress. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her brown hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her brown eyes were as innocent and pitiful as a deer in the forest. It made people want to protect her. Madame Sharon. Klein suddenly thought of the dirty movies she had starred in. He quickly raised his right hand to his mouth and coughed dryly. Professionally, he tapped his left molar twice and used his spirit vision to observe everyone present. Madame Maynard's body has some minor problems. The color of her aura is rather thin. From the color of her emotions, I can directly feel her anger and hatred. This is very consistent with her external appearance. Madame Sharon's emotional color is blue, which represents rational thinking and calmness. This is the complete opposite of her panicked, nervous, and pitiful appearance. Indeed, someone who can become a social butterfly is definitely not a bunny. Her body is very healthy. After finishing his observation, Klein was about to retract his gaze when he saw Madame Sharon quickly raise her head and glance in his direction. Then, she lowered her head again, looking like she was trembling in fear. If not for the fact that I can directly see the color of your emotions, I might have been fooled by your performance. You should consider developing in the direction of an actress. After cursing inwardly, Klein didn't stay any longer. He left Maynard's house with Inspector Tolley and took the carriage arranged by the police station back to Zoutland Street. After replacing the captain, He continued to be on duty at Channy's Gate and took the opportunity to write a reimbursement request. After an uneventful night, Klein returned to the surface in the morning and received the breakfast he had entrusted Roshan to buy for him. "I like this pie," he praised. He had already paid for the breakfast in advance. "Is that so? Then I can try it tomorrow," Roshan replied happily. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he focused on the milk and pie. At 8:25, he yawned and fought back his drowsiness as he went to the nearby shooting club. A few days ago, he had arranged to meet Dr. Daxter Guderian at this time. Bang! 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 In a small shooting range, Klein and Daxter aimed at their respective targets and finished a round of bullets. Ding ding dang dang dang. Daxter shook out the shells and looked at Klein with interest. "You're more confident than before." "Of course, I've already advanced to Sequence 8 and have actual combat abilities." Klein reflected his facial expressions and body movements in his mind and pretended to be arrogant. "That's because I only used a month to completely grasp the power of the potion." Daxter curled his lips indiscernibly and said, "Although it's something to be proud of, there's no need to keep mentioning it. As a spectator, you actually didn't see through my act. From the looks of it, a clown has the ability to restrain a spectator." Klein smiled as if he understood something. He then asked, "How's Hood Eugen recently?" "He's really crazy." Daxter was silent for a second before saying, "I've used various methods to test him. He's indeed crazy. I'm considering giving him the right medicine to see if he can be treated." As a Sequence 7 psychiatrist, he actually pretended to be a mental patient. Even if there's a certain degree of treatment, it doesn't match the core elements of the potion's name. This is a vague and incorrect use of the acting method. "It's not strange that he's crazy." Klein thought for a moment. "Did you find out who came into contact with him before he went crazy?" "Other than the doctors, patients, nurses, and workers in the asylum, no one else came into contact with him," Daxter answered with certainty. Klein tersely acknowledged. "What about before? Did anyone come to visit him? Or would he leave the asylum regularly for a period of time?" In order to keep his promise, Klein didn't ask about Hood Eugen in detail the previous few times. Daxter fell into deep thought for a long time. After a long while, he said, "Other than the members of the psychological alchemy, no more than 5 people came to visit him. One of them came 3 times. His name is L." Without waiting for Klein to ask, he continued, "But I heard Hood Eugen mention that L is a fake name. His real name is Lenivus." Chapter 176. Lenivus? That criminal who cheats money and sex. He's actually related to Hood Eugen from psychological alchemy. Klein was stunned when he heard that, but he immediately recalled the meaning of the name Lenivus. He's a swindler who stole more than £10,000. He's a moving treasure trove that earns £10 for providing clues, and £100 for helping to catch him. He's a scum who cheated the bodies and feelings of innocent women, and he actually knows Hood Eugen, and even visited him 3 times in the mental asylum. Does this mean that he's in contact with the Beyonder Circle, or is he a Beyonder himself? At this thought, Klein suddenly remembered the name of a potion. Sequence 8 of the Marauder Pathway, Swindler. Such Beyonders usually take pleasure in cheating others. It's very possible. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He controlled his facial expression and body language and pretended to be nonchalant. When was the last time that Mr. Lenivus visited Hood Eugen? Early July. As for the exact date, I'll have to go back to the mental asylum and look through the corresponding registration form to know, Daxter Guderian replied after a few seconds of silence. Early July. Lenivus's scam hadn't failed back then, and he hadn't escaped Tingen. Klein changed the subject. Did Hood Eugen mention anything about this gentleman? No. You should know that a Sequence 7 psychiatrist wouldn't leak anything out of carelessness. Every word they say is carefully thought out. Unless they have other motives, it's very difficult to pry secrets from them. I only managed to obtain the telepathist formula when Hood Eugen went crazy. By the way, did you guys verify the authenticity of the formula? Daxter hid his pride in his sequence very well. Klein smiled. It's real. When you need to advance, Feel free to concoct the potion according to it. If psychological alchemy isn't able to provide you with the ingredients, we can help. Oh, how have you been recently? Not bad. Other than being a little worried about Hood Eugen, you're completely relaxed. There aren't any signs of dissociative identity disorder. You've really helped me a lot on this matter, Daxter said with a sincere sigh. Klein put on a humble expression and said, "This is what I should do. Let's go back to our previous topic. Since you said that a psychiatrist would carefully consider every word he said and wouldn't easily reveal secrets, why did Hood Eugen tell you that L was Lenivus? Was he hinting at something or reminding you of something?" Daxter was stunned. After a long while, he furrowed his brows and said, "This is indeed very strange. I actually didn't notice it at all. But other than that, Hood Eugen didn't mention anything else. Could it be that his goal was for me to relay Lenivus's name to the higher-ups in the society if anything were to happen to him? There are some problems with the current situation. After I reported Hood Eugen's insanity, there was indeed a contact person who came over. After I explained every detail in detail, including Lenivus's name, the higher-ups didn't respond. It was like throwing a stone into the ocean. Does this mean that they've guessed something? It's a very reasonable deduction." Klein took out the demon-hunting bullets and inserted them into the cylinder one by one. He then aimed at the target. Based on this deduction, Hood Eugen might have already predicted that he would really go crazy or die. And this has something to do with Lenivus. But if he had already predicted it, why didn't he seek help from the higher-ups? Daxter's gaze was unfocused as he thought hard. It's a pity that he's insane now. There's no way to communicate with him effectively. Perhaps a certain temptation made him choose to take the risk. Klein made a conjecture. At the same time, he was also regretting that Hood Eugen had really become a mental patient. This caused many clues to disappear. Sigh, even a dead person is better than a lunatic. I can use mediumship to make a dead person speak, but what about a lunatic? Ah, right. Madame Daly once tried to use mediumship to awaken my lost memories. The theory she used was from psychological alchemy. This means that I can use the mediumship ritual on a living person and create a scene of direct communication with the spirit. I wonder if Hood Eugen would still be insane under such a state. It's a pity that I'm not professional enough in this field, so I probably won't be able to do it. I'll first summon a messenger and write to Madame Daly to see what techniques she can provide. If she thinks that she's the only one who can do it, then I'll tell the captain and get him to send a telegram to the Beekland diocese to request for assistance. I'm definitely not taking a detour just to learn some techniques and try out the ritual to summon a messenger. Various thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, and he gradually came up with a solution to the problem. Daxter agreed with his conjecture. Greed always makes people foolish. Even if you know that there's an abyss ahead, you still want to approach the boundary and take a peek. This is called testing the waters crazily at the edge of death. Klein lampooned. After some thought, he said, "After you return to the mental asylum, try your best to treat Hood Eugen. Try to keep him awake for a period of time and give him some hints. Also, don't hide your worries and anxiety. Contact the people from psychological alchemy more often and urge them to solve Hood Eugen's problem. That's the most normal and logical reaction." Daxter nodded solemnly. "I'll do my best." Klein didn't say anything else as he deliberated and asked again, "What's the matter?" He deliberated for a moment before asking, "Has Hood Eugen's body shown any abnormalities recently? For example, dense scales growing on certain parts of his body. Half crazy, true crazy, and losing control were the different descriptions for when a beyonder experienced a problem. The milder ones would be a change in their worldview, as if they had become a different person, but they would still be able to think rationally and act normally. This was considered half-crazy. The more serious ones would lose their logic, become chaotic, crazy, and difficult to communicate with. This was called true crazy. The irredeemable ones would have their body and mind turn into a monster, completely losing control. At certain times, if the problem wasn't resolved in time, the madness might lead to the point of losing control. Previously, in order to not expose the informant lurking in psychological alchemy, Dunn had instructed the Nighthawks not to immediately control Hood Eugen. They switched to monitoring and investigating to prevent any accidents. However, if Hood Eugen showed signs of losing control, they had to deal with him decisively. Daxter shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, you don't have to worry about that. I'm also afraid that Hood Eugen will lose control, so I won't miss a single detail. After all, I'm in the mental asylum 6 days a week. The two of them chatted for a while, more than 10 minutes before leaving the shooting range. Klein resisted the strong urge to sleep as he took the public carriage back to Daffodil Street. He opened the door and saw his sister sitting on the sofa in the living room. She wasn't reading, nor was she fiddling with the mechanical parts or machinery. She was just staring blankly ahead, as if she had lost her soul. He tapped his molars lightly and activated his spirit vision. Klein asked curiously, "Melissa, did something happen? From the color of her aura, she seems healthy." "She's not as malnourished as before." Melissa retracted her gaze and pursed her lips. She glanced at the kitchen, where the sound had come from. She said blankly, "Bella has been recommending her family's unique breakfast recipe. She said it's delicious, so I agreed to let her try it this morning." "What recipe?" Klein had a bad feeling. "Cook the leftovers from last night, then add water and bread," Melissa repeated in a low and ethereal voice. "This is the standard dark cuisine." Klein pinched his forehead. "So, we can't waste food." Melissa bit her lip and nodded seriously. "Sis, I feel like you're doubting life." Klein cleared his throat and suppressed his laughter. He asked, "Where's Barnson?" "He's in the washroom." Melissa finally shook off her daze, and her eyes lit up again. At that moment, there was the sound of flushing in the washroom on the first floor. Barnson came out with a newspaper in hand. "Dear Klein, do you want breakfast?" "No, I've already eaten." Klein shook his head firmly. He was glad that he had arranged to meet Daxter this morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten Roshan to bring breakfast in advance. "What a pity. Otherwise, you would have changed your opinion of my culinary skills and become more confident," Barnson said in a self-deprecating manner. At that moment, Melissa noticed something. She turned her eyes to look at Klein. "You came back late today. Sis, be more naive and lively. Don't worry all the time. You were in a good state just now." Klein smiled. "I have good news. You passed the police department's assessment and can get an extra salary?" Melissa asked without much thought. Barnson smiled and nodded in agreement. Klein held his hat and stood at the edge of the living room. He said in amusement, "How am I supposed to surprise you?" Then, he coughed dryly and added, Yes, my weekly salary has doubled." He hid the £4 increment and planned to save up for the future. After all, he couldn't just rely on the money in his anonymous account. Besides, the doubling was enough to scare his brother and sister. £6. Melissa blurted out, shocked. "I really need to change my job." Barnson touched his hairline. With the information provided by Klein, he had been studying hard on his own during this period of time. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Melissa said happily, "This way, after deducting the normal expenses, you'll be able to save enough money in 2 to 3 years to meet the minimum requirements for a gentleman to get married." "Yes, the requirements were told to me by Elizabeth." Klein couldn't help but laugh. "That's something for a long time to come. Shouldn't we celebrate now? I hereby announce that from today onwards, our staple food will be white bread. After I'm done with my work, we'll go to different restaurants to taste good food." Melissa glanced at him and said as if she didn't hear anything, "Barnson and I are going to St. Selena Cathedral to attend Mass. Do you want to come? I praise the goddess every day." Klein laughed. "I have to catch up on my sleep." He slept until 12:30. After having lunch with Barnson and Melissa, he continued his mission of investigating the house with the red chimney. In the dead of night, he sealed his bedroom with his spirituality and prepared to try the messenger summoning ritual provided by the spirit guide daily. Chapter 177. For the current Klein, simple ritualistic magic was as proficient as eating and drinking. It didn't take long before he finished preparing the ingredients and lit the candle that symbolized himself. Looking at the flickering dim yellow flame on the desk, Klein suddenly had an amusing thought. Does this count as me lighting the candle for myself? Holy **t, what the hell am I thinking? He reined in his thoughts, picked up the black rotten flower powder that belonged to the domain of death, and sprinkled it on the candle, exchanging it for a taste similar to formalin from his previous life. Following that, he dripped the Evernights dependent, full moon essence oil, on it. Amidst the sizzling sound, the surroundings suddenly turned silent. There was an invisible, subtle feeling surging. Klein took a step back and chanted softly in ancient Hermes, "That's right. Then, he switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name, a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a creature from the upper realm that is under the control of others, a messenger that belongs solely to Daily Simone." Woo! The sound of a sob was stirred by the wind, and the dim yellow candle flame was instantly dyed with a ghostly blue luster. Under its illumination, the wall behind the desk rippled with nearly transparent ripples. A strange face without eyebrows, eyes, or nose, only a mouth appeared. It opened its lips and spat out a long, bright red tongue that was embedded with irregular fangs. In addition, there were 5 thin fingers at the tip of the tongue. They constantly extended and closed, as if waiting to be delivered. This is Daily's messenger. Compared to Mr. Aztec, he's like a child. No, this still can't accurately describe the difference between the two. Yes, one is an adult giant, and the other is a human baby. I wonder if it's because of that mystical item, or if Mr. Aztec himself is very powerful. I have to adjust my understanding of him. Perhaps he's a high-sequence beyonder. I forgot. I should have asked Maram Daly in the letter and asked her what the sequence 4 and 3 of the Sleepless Pathway are. Mr. Aztec is very likely to belong to this sequence. Of course, he might not have advanced because of potions. Yes, perhaps it's because of his ancestral chromosomes. I'll ask next time. The messenger is waiting. Klein stared at it seriously for a few moments before placing the folded piece of paper into the messenger's hand and watching it grip it tightly. Shua. The messenger retracted his tongue and swallowed the letter. The transparent, strange, and squirming face shrunk into the wall and disappeared. I have to say that the means of magic are quite cool and convenient. It's just that it can't be popularized. Klein looked at the candle flame that had returned to normal, shook his head, and ended the ritual. Monday morning, Beekland, Empress Borough. In a hidden corner of the municipal garden donated by the Duke of Negan, Zio de Richa, whose blonde hair was messy and coarse, and Force Wall, who had a languid demeanor, looked at the person in front of them in a daze. They were momentarily at a loss for words. The short and exquisite Zio, who was just over 1.5 meters tall, stared at the golden retriever who was wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. She adjusted her trainee night attire and deliberated before saying, "You're the messenger sent by Miss Audrey?" "Oh, my goddess, why am I asking a dog so seriously?" Force used her fingers to hold a thin cigarette and chuckled. "Maybe it's a magical creature." "I've never seen a magical creature that looks like a dog," Zio replied in a rather serious manner. Susie sat up straight, shut her mouth, and pointed at her abdomen with her paw. Tied to her long and thick golden fur was a small leather bag. Zio looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention. She hurriedly approached and bent down to untie the bag. Force looked at it curiously, and her expression suddenly turned odd. "It's made of crocodile skin, and it has the style of the fashion designer, Mr. Sades. She actually used such a bag for a transaction. In other words, it's very expensive." Zio raised the leather bag. Force pursed her lips and nodded seriously. Zio's actions slowed down dramatically. She carefully pulled open the zipper and took out the letter inside, as though she was holding an antique vase in her hand. After reading it, she handed the letter to Force. Force read it seriously and lit the letter with a cigarette. She watched as it turned to ashes and fell to the ground. "There's no additional information to provide." Zio unconsciously pouted and took out a stack of folded paper from the pocket of her trainee night uniform. She looked at Susie with a dignified expression and subconsciously exhorted, "This is the investigation report from the past few days. This is the investigation report from the past few days. You must hand it directly to Miss Audrey Hall." Susie trembled and quickly sat up straight, her tail wagging rapidly. Zio nodded in satisfaction and stuffed the folded paper into the leather bag. Then, she tied the bag back to Susie. Susie howled and ran away without a trace. Inside the Hall family's luxurious villa, Audrey was sitting on the sofa in her activity room, holding a letter cutter and trying to open the letter in front of her. It was sent by her second brother from the southern continent's Balaam Empire. Along with the letter, there was a package. At that moment, she saw Susie push open the half-closed door and rush in with small steps. Susie sat upright on the carpet in front of Audrey and patted the leather bag with her paw. "You really are an excellent messenger." Audrey wasn't stingy with her praise. Susie looked back at the door and whispered, "Your friend is very serious. Your friend is very serious." Looking at her reminds me of the past. Back then, there were professional hunters who came to train us. It was a gift from Earl Hall when he bought the hound. Susie, your ruin is getting more and more fluent. It's just that there's still a problem with the logic of the language. Audrey watched as the golden retriever untied the leather bag and skillfully unzipped it. She signaled to Susie with her eyes, and the golden retriever immediately understood. She stood up abruptly, ran to the exit, and locked the door from the inside. There's no result yet, but there's a phenomenon of a homeless person disappearing in the Beekland Bridge area. There's no way to confirm it. Perhaps the homeless person suddenly changed his original trajectory. Audrey flipped through the investigation report and seriously considered how she should reply to Zio and Force. Tell Zio that as long as she can discover Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's whereabouts, I'll directly buy the sheriff potion formula for her. No, that's not friendly enough. It'll make her feel inferior. Yes, I have to say this. Zio, I've already prepared your reward. As long as you can complete the mission, £450 in cash will be yours. Sigh, I've only found the Farsman rabbit's spinal fluid as the main ingredient for telepathist. I'm still short of the pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander. Glaint, Zio, and Force haven't found anything for the time being. Audrey, cheer up. At the very least, you've completely digested the spectator potion. Once you gather the ingredients, you'll become a Sequence 8 Beyonder. Audrey reined in her thoughts, picked up a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a reply. She stuffed it back into her leather bag and entrusted Susie to make another trip. After watching the golden retriever's back disappear through the door, she tore open the letter from her brother and began reading it with a smile on her lips. "Dear sister, I think you should also come to the southern continent, to the colonial zone of the Balaam Empire. There's plenty of sunlight, fresh air, a clean environment, freshly fished seafood, all sorts of unique customs, docile and obedient Balaam natives who are very suitable to be servants, and the taste of freedom. As for Beekland, it's cold, humid, and the air is terrible. There's often fog, and you often can't see the sun. Furthermore, the population is so huge that it creates all sorts of problems. Yes, there's also the endless balls, banquets, and salons. Those social occasions are so stiff that I don't want to stay a moment longer. Dear sister, I believe you feel the same way. I'm not trying to escape from my family. I'm just pursuing my own life. However, our brother definitely doesn't think so. He's always been a selfish person. Of course, he's not stingy with you, because you can only receive so little wealth. As for me, I'm his greatest enemy in inheriting the title. After all, our father is an earl with a long-term vision. He definitely won't be bound by the primogeniture system. As long as he feels that it's necessary, he can do anything. Just like how he ignored the strong opposition and sold half of his farmland and pastures to enter the banking industry. I occasionally miss Beekland, but I mainly miss father, mother, and you. I miss those few years when your smile made me feel better. You must have become the most dazzling jewel in Beekland, but unfortunately, I might only be able to return in 2 years. A career is a man's pride, and the outstanding youths of the Ruined Kingdom have the world as their stage. You can tell our dear aunt that the coastal areas of the Balaam Empire are very suitable for vacations. It's very suitable for her aching and swollen joints every winter. I sincerely invite her to be a guest, and it would be even better if you could come with her. I didn't send you too many gifts. They're mainly things that have a rich Balaam style, such as unique yellow silk or accessories that are filled with the worship of death. I remember that you've always liked mysticism. I'll help you keep an eye out. There are too many mysteries to the folklore here. After reading the letter, Audrey picked up a pad and a pen and paper. Leaning back on the sofa, she pursed her lips and wrote seriously, "My dearest Alfred," he said. "Although less than a year has passed, the little girl in your memories has already grown up. She no longer likes mysticism. You don't need to search for such things. Because it's very dangerous." Audrey puffed up her cheeks and added inwardly, during this period of time, she had heard too many tragedies due to mysticism from Zio and forced narration at Beyonder gatherings. She thought for a moment and announced excitedly, "I'm not going to give up." Chapter 178. After sharing some interesting things and scandals among the nobles, Audrey stopped writing and put on a serious look as if she was thinking hard. Relying on her excellent memory as a spectator, she sorted out fragments of her father, Earl of Hall's words and occasional teachings, as well as some of the news she heard at banquets, balls, and salons, and organized them into paragraphs. After writing a draft in her mind, Audrey finally put pen to paper. As for the political situation in Beekland that you asked about, it's not within the scope of my interest. I can only describe to you the details that I happened to know based on my impression. Just some time ago, my father told me that after the Grain Act was abolished, the price of food plummeted, and the rent standard for fields and pastures also dropped like a cliff. I'm not sure about the specific extent, but I can give you an example to let you understand. As you know, the Duke of Negan is the noble with the most land outside of the royal family. It is said that he has more than £12 million worth of fields, pastures, and forests. Last year, his land rent income reached the highest level in history, £1.3 million. This year, it is foreseeable that the total land rent income will be £850,000, which is a reduction of £450,000. This is more than all the assets that I can share. There is no need for me to explain further. My dear brother, you must understand the characteristics of most of the old-school nobles. They are proud of owning land, and their main source of income is land rent. Dignity is more important than anything else. Even if they are in debt, they have to maintain a lifestyle that matches their status. Every year, they have to pay tens of thousands of pounds for castle repairs, thousands of pounds for clothing and jewelry, as well as persistent hunting activities, social banquets, occasional grand weddings, extravagant funerals, and so on. Due to the severe decline in the income from land rent, as far as I know, some of the nobles are facing financial difficulties. For this reason, Count Wolf sold 840,000 acres of land in the countryside for 290,000 gold pounds, while Viscount Conrad sold his collection worth 55,000 gold pounds to the National Gallery. Apart from a small number of ambitious nobles who have long shifted their focus to industries such as steel, coal, railways, banks, rubber, and other industries, everyone else has suffered serious damage from the Grain Act. Let us praise our dear Earl of Hall here. My father told me that the lack of financial resources will cause the nobles to lose control over party politics and the seats in the House of Commons. It's not hard to imagine that the number of members of Parliament born into the landed nobility will be greatly reduced next year. In order to raise funds, the Conservative Party and the New Party have promised that no matter who it is, as long as they have no criminal record and donate enough money, they will seek a title for the other party. Of course, the premise is that the person has the minimum land area to match the title. One example is the wealthy Mr. Cindras, who bought the minimum land required for a baron's title, which is 600,000 hectares. He then donated £100,000 to the Carlton Club, £400,000 to the Conservative Party, and £300,000 to charity activities. In the end, he successfully received His Majesty's edict and became an honourable baron. In this regard, I heard that there's a price list. A baron is £300,000, and a hereditary baron is £700,000 to £1 million. There's no clear answer for viscounts and earls, but I think it's definitely exaggerated enough. In this year, many nobles who had financial problems began to seriously consider the possibility of socializing with wealthy merchants. In just 2 months, there were 3 such marriages. The dowry of the bride was very coveted. In addition, the workers who protested the Grain Act did indeed receive a reduction in the price of food, but their quality of life didn't improve. In fact, It was even worse. This was because the bankrupt farmers entered the cities and used low wages to snatch jobs. Hence, the wages of the working class plummeted rapidly. I remember that day, after talking about these matters, my father once asked me who I think the winner of the Grain Act incident was. My dear Alfred, you definitely know the answer. You will definitely be able to obtain a hereditary title through your own hard work. After receiving Audrey's reply, Zio de Richa and Force Wall were riding a carriage back to the Beekland Bridge area. Zio, with her disheveled blonde hair, looked out the window. Her eyes were so bright that it seemed like two flames were burning. She kept muttering the words £450 to herself as though she was chanting an incantation. Every time she repeated it, she gained more courage and strength. Darkholm hasn't come to us today. Let's go to his place directly. Suddenly, Zio turned to look at Force. Darkholm was the leader of a gang in the East Borough of Beekland. He controlled many beggars and thieves. Although he always looked kind and had a friendly smile on his round face, Zio knew that he was a cruel and vicious scoundrel. He had once broken the hand of a 13 or 14-year-old thief just because the thief hid his loot. If it wasn't necessary, Zio wouldn't even wish to see Darkholm. However, he was one of the people who understood the vagrants in the city the best. Force tucked her slightly curly brown hair behind her ear. As long as it doesn't delay my lunch. No problem. Perhaps after this week, I'll treat you to an Inti's feast. Zio promised, feeling good about herself. Should I thank God for that? Force asked in amusement. She was different from Zio. She was a shallow believer of the god of steam and machinery. As they conversed, the two ladies switched to another public carriage and arrived at the East Borough of Beekland to find Darkholm's house. It was a townhouse located in a narrow alley. Green plants grew on the walls, and the environment outside was rather messy. Zio walked to the door, raised her right hand, and knocked on the door in a unique rhythm. With a creak, the door, which wasn't closed, swung open with her knock. Zio's slightly dazed expression instantly turned solemn, like an angry lion. She took out the trident she carried with her, carefully pushed open the door, and slowly walked in. Force also changed her nonchalant attitude and took out a dagger from somewhere. They didn't smell anything strange, but their rich experience made them acutely aware that something was amiss. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zio and Force entered Darkholm's house. Then, they saw the pale, severed arm hanging from the gas lamp. They saw the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys on the coffee table. They saw strips of flesh splattered on the floor and hanging on the coat rack. The white bones had been shaved clean and were messily piled up in front of the door. And amidst the white bones, there was a head with empty eyes. It was none other than Darkholm. His round face maintained a friendly smile as though everything was normal. The interior of the house wasn't filled with the smell of blood at all. As a former clinic doctor, later a best-selling author, and a Sequence 9 Beyonder, Force had seen death scenes more disgusting than this. As she patted Zio, who was tense and on the verge of vomiting, she looked around and said in a deep voice, "Zillings? Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings?" He discovered that Darkholm was investigating the missing tramp, so he followed him in reverse and came straight to the door. Or could it be that Darkholm discovered his whereabouts but was discovered by him? Zio held back her nauseous palpitations and nodded with a solemn expression. As expected of a pirate admiral known for his ruthlessness and cunning. And the strangeness of this place matches the performance of his mystical item. Cunning. Force was suddenly alarmed as she blurted out, could he be waiting nearby in an attempt to ambush the mastermind behind the investigation? Zio was taken aback for a moment before she replied in a flustered manner. It's very possible. That was a Sequence 6 Windblessed, a great pirate who wielded a mystical item. As for the two of them, they were only Sequence 9. This was a very simple and easy comparison. In the house opposite Darkholm's house, a man in his 30s with a unique wide chin and dark green eyes stood by the window. He coldly watched Zio and Force push open the door and slowly enter. He was none other than Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. The black glove on his left hand suddenly squirmed as though it had a life of its own. A layer of dark golden scales appeared on its surface. Zillings revealed a cruel and joyful expression as his dark green eyes turned pale gold and merciless vertical pupils. With a thought, Force hurriedly pulled Zio to the other side, avoiding the area directly facing the door. Right on the heels of that, she gritted her white teeth and took off a bracelet that was concealed by her sleeves. The silver bracelet had 3 dark green coarse stones on it. The surface of the stones were filled with burn marks and were uneven. Force plucked off a stone and shouted in ancient Hermes, "I'm going to kill you." Door. She grabbed Zio de Richa tightly as she watched the stone emit an illusory light blue glow. The figures of the 2 ladies turned blurry, almost incorporeal. They saw indescribable bodies, even objects that were so transparent that they didn't seem to exist. They saw streaks of different colors that contained limitless knowledge. They had entered the mysterious spirit world. In the strange world that was higher than reality, Force pulled Zio in a particular direction. 3 seconds later, they left the transparent and illusory state and returned to reality, back in Beekland. However, they were no longer in Darkholm's house, but in an uninhabited cemetery. Zillings, who was wearing a fine-scaled glove, silently appeared at Darkholm's door and swept his cold gaze inside. He was taken aback as he frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Traveler? Traveler? In the cemetery. In the cemetery. What do we do next?" Force panted with a pained and fearful expression. The bracelet was a mystical item she had obtained from the fortuitous encounter where she obtained the apprentice formula and ingredients. Apart from making her hear strange, indistinct ravings every full moon, there weren't any other dangers. The bracelet originally had 5 stones that allowed her to traverse through the spirit world, allowing her to do something similar to teleportation. But now, there were only 2 left. Zio composed herself and nodded solemnly. Chapter 179. Call the police. Force Wall repeated in surprise. To be honest, taking the initiative to call the police seemed to be a matter of another world. Zio paced back and forth a few times, grabbing her coarse blonde hair. The scene of Darkholm's death was so horrifying and strange. As long as the police have eyes, they'll definitely pass it on to the mandated punishers, the Nighthawks, the machinery hive mind, or the special department belonging to the military. When the time comes, we just need to leak some information and let them know that the murderer is Zillings. Then, we can create the scene of a citywide manhunt. Our goal is only to find Zillings, not to capture him. With the help of so many beyond us, things will be much simpler and safer. Once Zillings becomes flustered and makes a mistake, it'll be our chance to obtain the bounty. Heh, I'm talking about discovering his tracks. Zio laughed dryly and looked at the stunned Force. Could it be that in your heart, I'm someone who will charge into any obstacle I see? The difference between us and Zillings is as great as Desi Bay. Force nodded slowly and said, "Your understanding of yourself is very correct. You've done too many similar things, and the losses you've suffered as a result are enough to raise you to Sequence 8. Fortunately, you're still rational enough on this matter." Zio looked down at the trident in her hand and muttered, "I have to be honest. I clearly sensed death approaching. Without a doubt, Zillings is nearby. It's an aura that's evil enough to break the rules. It made me instinctively react." Force wore the silver bracelet with 2 stones left and thought seriously for nearly a minute. "I agree with your idea. Let's inform Miss Audrey first before calling the police. Yes, be it Darkholm who discovered Zillings's tracks or his subordinates, we can investigate from this direction and figure out Zillings's previous range of activity and residence." Zio frowned her golden brows. But Zillings definitely won't stay in the same place. Even if he was one of the 7 pirate admirals and had the help of a mystical item, Zillings had to be extremely careful in Beekland. Even the king of the 5 seas, Nast, had once encountered misfortune here and was nearly captured. No, I mean, from these clues, we can deduce or confirm the purpose of Zillings coming to Beekland. As long as we know what he really wants to do, no matter how he disguises himself or what tricks he plays, he will eventually reveal himself to us. Then, our mission will be accomplished. Force explained in detail, "My experience in writing novels over the past 2 years has taught me that once I grasp the key, things will become simple." Zio looked at her friend in surprise, as though she couldn't believe that she could say something so reasonable. I'm different from you. I'm just too lazy to think, but you rely on your muscles to think. Force pursed her lips and tilted her head with a smile. Mocking me won't make you smarter. Zio tried her best to make the few strands of blonde hair that were sticking up smooth. All right, let's go to Empress Borough and tell Miss Audrey about this. Force nodded slightly. So, what's our emergency contact method with Miss Audrey? Zio was momentarily at a loss as she looked at the distant tombstone. She told me that her pet dog, the golden retriever we saw previously, will go out for a walk every day at least 5 times. Yes, the most recent time will be after lunch. In other words, we have to secretly wait outside Earl Hall's luxurious residence. The corners of Force's mouth twitched. Zio suddenly turned her head and revealed a fawning smile. Force, or do you want to sneak in directly? I don't think that's a problem for you. It's your specialty. A hereditary earl for centuries, one of the most influential member of parliament in the House of Lords, the largest shareholder of Varvat Bank, the 4th largest shareholder of Beekland Bank, a special consultant of Royal Bank of Ruin, the 3rd largest shareholder of Suchet Bank in the Kingdom of Intis, the 2nd largest shareholder of Constant Coal and Steel Conglomerate, and so on. This is the illustrious identity of Miss Audrey's father. Zio, use your brain. How can such an important figure's family not employ Beyondus? How can they not have any private stashes? This is different from those destitute viscounts and barons. Force snapped. I swear in the name of God that if I dare to sneak in, I'll be discovered and caught in less than 5 minutes. Zio nodded repeatedly in agreement. Let's wait for that golden retriever. With that said, she led the way. After taking a few steps, she said with her back facing Force, Yes, I'll try my best to make up for your losses in the future. Yes, I will try my best to make up for your loss in the future. Yes, I mean that stone. Upon hearing this, the corners of Force's mouth curled up slightly. I'm saving myself. Also, Zio, you're walking in the wrong direction. God, if you were an apprentice and became a traveler in the future, that would be a disaster. Outside Earl Hall's luxurious villa, Zio and Force hid behind the Intis parasol tree as they secretly watched the target building and the people passing by. After an unknown period of time, they saw the golden retriever sneak out from a hidden hole at the bottom of the wall. It pricked up its ears and looked around very carefully. Just as Susie was happily taking a stroll, a black male dog suddenly jumped out, fawning over her and circling around. This is the first time I've seen a dog show such a human expression. How much does it hate that black dog? Zio sighed softly. She could see the obvious disgust in Susie's eyes and facial expression. Force smiled and said, It's like meeting a rash, disgusting, and persistent pervert. Seeing that Susie was trying to speed up and escape the black dog, Zio stood forward to uphold justice. My verdict is to leave it, Zio shouted with a serious expression. The black dog was taken aback for a moment before it ran away with its tail between its legs. Susie heaved a sigh of relief and slowed down. She whimpered politely and wagged her tail. That was close. That was close. I nearly said thank you to them. The golden retriever thought in relief. That would have been very awkward. The melodious melody slowly came to a stop. Sitting on the piano stool, Audrey frowned as she held the latest information that Zio and Force had sent her. She closed the lid of the piano and stood up gracefully. She paced back and forth in the piano room, thinking about what she should do next. Zillings is a very dangerous fellow. If I continue investigating, it's very likely that Zio and Force will encounter something terrible. It might even expose me. Yes, I'll do as they say. Right, there's still 2 hours before the tarot. I wonder what Mr. Fool's suggestion is. If he's still not interested, I'll discuss it carefully with the hanging man. Audrey gradually calmed down. This was the first time she had encountered, or rather, personally participated in, such a dangerous matter. 1 life had already been lost. 3 in the afternoon. Audrey, who had recovered from her crimson and hazy state, once again saw the boundless grey fog that didn't seem to belong to reality. She saw a palace that looked like a giant's residence, an ancient and mottled bronze table, the fool who was forever shrouded in a thick layer of fog, the Hanging Man, and Sunday. In the blink of an eye, Audrey's slightly tense and worried emotions were soothed. She felt very calm and confident. I'm participating in the tarot that doesn't exist in the material world. I'm facing Mr. Fool, who's almost a god. I'm not on the same level as Zillings at all. Audrey proudly straightened her back, raised her chin slightly, and greeted cheerfully. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein saw that Miss Justice indicated that she had something to say, so he nodded gently in agreement. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wonder if your adorer has received the £300 as compensation? Audrey resisted the urge to immediately tell him about Zillings and instead showed concern for her leader's adorer. Klein chuckled softly. I didn't pay attention to this matter, but since my adorer didn't request for additional help, it means that he has already received it. Yes, I've repeatedly confirmed that I have £300 in my anonymous account. Klein added silently in a happy mood. That's great. Audrey felt relieved and turned to look across. Mr. the Hanging Man, there's been progress on Zillings. Alger sat up straight and couldn't hide his joy. Where is he? Unfortunately, as soon as we discovered his tracks, he noticed our investigation and killed the relevant personnel. Audrey recounted the main points of Zio and Force encounter and explained their subsequent train of thought in detail. Alger nodded slightly. I'll pay close attention. With that said, he turned to look at the end of the long bronze table, and under the confused gaze of the confused Derek, he said, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Honorable Mr. Fool, if you figure out Zillings's true motives and the extremely important and mystical item he is trying to obtain, please allow me to recite your name and inform you through a ritual. He did not repeat his request for help from the adorer. Since he had already spoken and the fool had given an answer, there was no need to be long-winded. Otherwise, it would anger the gods. Therefore, Alger only expressed his wish to report. If the final temptation was sufficient, he believed that Mr. Fool's adorer would definitely appear. Is that even possible? Audrey widened her eyes. If I had known, I would have applied for the right to report as well. That way, I might be able to occasionally receive Mr. Fool's guidance, she thought in frustration. Under everyone's gaze, Klein leaned back in his chair in the thick grey fog and nodded gently. Chapter 180. Upon hearing the fool's answer, the Hanging Man, Alger, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and said humbly, Please allow me to praise you in advance for listening. Because I'm also very curious. I'm very curious about the mystical item that a Sequence 6 Windblessed believes can give one the strength of a Sequence 4. I'm very curious about what a pirate admiral wants to do in Beekland. Klein smiled and maintained his profound and silent posture. Anyway, I didn't promise to help since I'm listening, he emphasized in his heart. However, compared to before, he now had more confidence. This was because his ally in reality, the mysterious Mr. Aztec, was in Beekland. If there was a need, Klein was willing to use the copper whistle to request Aztec's help. Of course, he definitely wouldn't mention tarot. He could only vaguely indicate that it came from a particular source of information. There were still two problems regarding this matter. First, Klein and Aztec were currently limited to a cooperative relationship. It wasn't certain that Aztec would provide help unless what Zillings wanted to do, or the mystical item involved, piqued his interest. Second, Klein didn't know how strong Aztec was at present. Even if he had adjusted his guess and believed that he was a high sequence beyonder, he still had to carefully consider the weakening brought about by amnesia. After all, knowledge often equated to power, and incomplete knowledge would definitely greatly reduce one's strength. This way, whether Aztec could deal with Zillings with creeping hunger was something Klein couldn't guarantee. He was also worried that it would put someone he knew in danger. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't wish to trouble Aztec. Thinking about the terrifying messenger summoned by Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. No, that fellow doesn't look like a messenger at all. He's enough to act as a boss. Yes, even if Mr. Aztec can't defeat Zillings with the augmentation of creeping hunger, he should be able to easily protect himself. He should also have the strength to save the Hanging Man and Miss Justice's beyond a companion. In thought, Klein adjusted his sitting posture. He remained leaning back in his chair as he leisurely crossed his right leg over his left. The hanging man Alger glanced at the fool and spoke again. I'm about to obtain a batch of Roselle the Great's diary. I'm about to obtain a batch of Emperor Roselle's diaries. I believe I'll be able to present them to you at the next gathering. According to the division of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Pritz Harbor was under the jurisdiction of the Beekland Diocese. Therefore, Alger could use the excuse of reporting on his previous voyage to enter the kingdom's capital and wait for Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings to expose himself. And in history, Beekland was once the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. It was only at the end of the previous epoch, when the Kingdom of Ruin was established, that they moved the altar to Pazu Island. Therefore, in every aspect, the Lord of Storms' Beekland Diocese was second only to the headquarters of the 7 major churches. It was imaginable how rich the information was. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to decipher. The semi-public Roselle's diary, which was studied by the churches beyond us, would definitely be easily found. Alger was very confident about this. Klein deliberately made his tone sound a little cheerful as he nodded slightly. Very good. At that moment, his true emotions were one of joy and one of worry. He was happy that he would soon be able to see many pages of Roselle's diary. There might be a lot of useful information recorded on it, but he was worried about what he could use to exchange with the hanging man. After all, no one knew if the diary's contents would interest the hanging man, or if the contents were of sufficient value. Even a seer wouldn't be able to know ahead of time. Do I really have to get my blessed to help? Klein sighed silently. Seeing that the conversation between the hanging man and Mr. Fool had come to an end, Audrey Hall hurriedly asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, if I obtain information that is very useful and has obvious timeliness, can I also recite your name and inform you through a ritual? Timeliness. Look at how elegant Miss Justice's choice of words is. Compared to her, the hanging man, you are too crude. Klein nodded indiscernibly and said through the thick grey fog, yes. Sure. Great. Audrey quietly clenched her fists. At the same time, Klein turned his head to look at the son Derek Berg, who was listening silently by the side. He said in a relaxed tone, you too. Yes, Mr. Fool. Derek lowered his head. In the towering palace above the grey fog, there was silence for a few seconds. Then, Audrey took the initiative to speak. I need the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. One of the main ingredients of the telepathist potion? The hanging man Alger nodded indiscernibly as though he was in thought. I don't have one. To be honest, I've only seen such a creature in textbooks. Sun heard the automatic translation of Phantom Wyvern. What kind of textbook would introduce Beyonder creatures? How enviable. The information I obtained at Beyonder gatherings was either directly dictated or crumpled paper. It wasn't systematic or organized enough. I'll have a chance to exchange for his textbooks from Sun in the future. He's interested in the formula of the Bard sequence. Audrey thought enviously. At that moment, Alger glanced at the fool before retracting his gaze and looking opposite him. He pondered and said, I might be able to obtain the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. Without waiting for Audrey to rejoice, he added, but the premise is that I have to find Zillings. But the premise is that I have to find Chilangos. When the time comes, together with the compensation I have to give you, it will be equivalent to the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. Miss Justice, you might not know this, but this type of wyvern is close to extinction. At present, only a few primitive islands in the Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, and Sonia Sea still have traces of them. And the coordinates of these islands are only known by a very small number of people. Herr, if you are interested in the future, we can make an exchange in this aspect because I am one of those few people. I'm also interested in those primitive islands. Klein listened to the duo's exchange in silence. At the thought of the rainbow salamander, a dragon subspecies that was close to extinction, he suddenly recalled the joke he had made with old Neil, the Dragons and Giants Protection Association. His mood suddenly turned gloomy. Audrey was very excited when she heard that. She held back her emotions and said, I once dreamed of sailing the sea in search of those primitive islands and experiencing the ancient customs on them. Goddess, the Tarot Club is really too powerful and magical. He actually has a member who knows the coordinates of some primitive island. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey lost her spectator state as she pursed her lips into a beautiful arc primitive islands. Klein was first taken aback before he recalled a certain page of Roselle's diary that he had previously read. It was the page where the Emperor was cosplaying as One Piece. He and his 4 horsemen of the apocalypse had discovered a nameless island in the fog sea that wasn't a safe sea route. There were many beyonder creatures on it. Could this be the so-called primitive island? Unfortunately, the Emperor didn't leave the coordinates on that diary page. Perhaps there are subsequent diaries, but up to now, I haven't obtained any subsequent diaries. Klein thought regretfully and expectantly. As for Sun, he was already dumbfounded by the terms Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, Sonya Sea, and Primitive Islands. He increasingly felt that he wasn't in the same world as Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man. After a few seconds, Audrey asked in puzzlement, "The rainbow salamander is close to extinction." The rainbow salamander is close to extinction. Does that mean that the spectator pathway will soon be severed? No, there must be substitutes, the Hanging Man Alger answered with great certainty. What substitutes are there? Audrey's eyes lit up as she asked in return. Alger shook his head and replied with a deeper meaning, "I don't know. I do not know. Perhaps the people from the psychology alchemists know. Then why are you so sure that there are substitutes?" Audrey was confused and puzzled. Alger smiled. "You'll know in the future, or do you want to pay me in exchange for this information? Then, I'll wait." Audrey puffed her cheeks and silently exhaled. She also dismissed the idea of asking Mr. Fool. Even if I know, it's temporarily useless. The Hanging Man will definitely request for matters related to Rear Admiral Hurricane. I can't be too deeply implicated. She suddenly wanted to praise her intelligence. But what she didn't expect was for Mr. Fool to be very disappointed at that moment. Klein was rather curious about the secret hidden in Alger's words. Unfortunately, Miss Justice, who had always been in the best position to assist, didn't choose to make the transaction. No matter what method the two used to make the transaction, as long as they were above the grey fog, the contents couldn't be hidden from him, the master. Yes, the rainbow salamander is close to extinction, but psychological alchemy still provides a formula that includes it. It doesn't provide the names of the substitutes. Does this mean that psychological alchemy has the coordinates of some primitive island? Or is it cooperating with a faction that has the coordinates of some primitive island? Klein thought in enlightenment. After the transaction ended, he surveyed the area and looked at Sunday. He asked in a relaxed tone, "Does the City of Silver still believe in deities?" Klein was only an official member of the Nighthawks at the moment, so he didn't have access to more in-depth mysticism knowledge, which included sacrificial rituals. Therefore, in order to verify if his sacrificial and bestowal ideas could allow the strange space above the grey fog to have an additional function of exchanging materials, he, who was already a Sequence 8, planned on learning something similar from other places as soon as possible. After repeated consideration, he came up with 3 methods. First, he could consult Spirit Guide daily, who was also skilled in ritualistic magic and had the rank of deacon. However, this would easily arouse her suspicion, so all he could do was wait patiently for an opportunity. Second, he could ask Mr. Aztec, but Klein couldn't guarantee that he had already remembered this part of the knowledge. Third, he could use a roundabout method to inquire from the City of Silver's Sunday. As for the roundabout method, Klein already had an idea. Furthermore, it could effectively maintain his image. Anything he asked would involve a deity. Derek replied in a respectful tone, "That's right." Chapter 181. The moment she heard the fool's question, Audrey pricked up her ears and entered her spectator state, waiting for Sun to answer. She had always been curious about where the City of Silver was and what was so special about it, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After all, it involved his privacy. At this moment, Mr. Fool's personal inquiry made her feel like she finally had the chance to buy the next volume after finishing the first volume of an excellent detective novel. And Sun's answer didn't disappoint her. They didn't believe in the 7 mainstream Orthodox deities, nor did they believe in the Southern Continent's death, much less the hidden existences and evil gods and devils that the Hanging Man had told her about, such as the primordial Demonis, the hidden sage, the dark side of the universe, the chained god, and the true creator. The City of Silver is indeed very special. They actually directly believe in the creator himself. This is the primitive worship described by Mr. the Hanging Man, right? The description of omniscience and omnipotence is a little strange. Audrey subconsciously turned her head to look at the hanging man and realized that he was indeed nodding slightly. Klein wasn't surprised at all as he deliberately chuckled and asked, even though he abandoned you. Abandoned? The creator abandoned the City of Silver. The hanging man Alger was shocked as he instantly thought of a proper term, the forsaken land of the gods. In the internal information of the Church of the Lord of Storms, in the secrets that a bishop-level captain like Alger could come into contact with, the forsaken land of the gods was always just a name without any specific description. However, it clearly pointed to the end of the Sonia Sea. According to what he knew, even the cardinals who were at the core of the church didn't know what the forsaken land of the gods represented. Only the leader of the church, the proxy of the Lord of Storms, knew a little about the situation. Furthermore, he seemed to be secretly presiding over a secret operation to find the forsaken land of the gods. Alger had once made a bold guess, equating the true creator's holy residence that the Aurora Order promoted with the forsaken land of the gods. Unfortunately, the fool didn't give him an answer, making him unable to confirm it. And now, he was shocked and stunned to discover that the tarot member codenamed Sun was very likely from the forsaken land of the god. Mr. Fool always knew where the forsaken land of the gods was, and he was able to recruit members from there. This was a secret place that the Church of the Lord of Storms had always wanted to find. The hanging man Alger looked at the fool, who was sitting at the end of the long ancient table, in horror. He saw the fool leaning back in his chair, shrouded in a thick fog, as though he didn't say a word. Audrey didn't have any thoughts on this matter. The only time she had heard of the forsaken land of the gods was because of the problem with the hanging man. However, she didn't take it to heart, so she couldn't make any connections from Mr. Fool's words. There's a legend that the City of Silver was abandoned by the creator. Mr. the Hanging Man's emotions are in turmoil. What is he surprised and afraid about? Audrey nodded in puzzlement and memorized the details of this moment. Yes, we all believe that we will eventually be able to obtain the Lord's favor again. Perhaps it will be the day the sun rises again, Derek Berg replied with a firm tone. We were once ruled by the giant king's court, and we believed in the giant king, Ormir. Later, we received the Lord's redemption, and we will never betray the Lord again. Ruled by the giant king's court. It's indeed ancient, but it doesn't seem to match. With a guess, the hanging man Alger immediately thought of the description of the Second Epoch in the Book of Storms' hidden chapter. And the Second Epoch was also known as the Dark Epoch of humanity. At that time, the main characters of the sky, sea, and land were dragons, giants, elves, mutants, devils, phoenixes, demonic wolves, and undead spirits. But in the end, the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humanity to defeat these beyonder creatures one by one, ushering in the glorious era at the beginning of the Third Epoch, followed by the so-called cataclysm. The giant king, Ormir. Klein silently repeated this name. In many myths and legends, this was a powerful existence comparable to a god. Even to this day, there were still remnants of his worship in certain places. For example, the most famous and expensive wine in the Republic of Intis was named Ormir. It was said that this giant king loved blood-like wine. Considering that the complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat grasped, which was the warrior sequence, once belonged to the giant king's court, could it be considered that Ormir was the ancient god of combat? Klein made a guess. He deliberately nodded his head and did not delve into this matter. Instead, he slowly said in a low voice, "Are you still sacrificing to that omnipotent and omniscient God?" "Yes, we're still here, but we haven't received a response since the day we were abandoned." The son's tone contained an unconcealable pain. Klein leaned back even more leisurely and half-closed his eyes. "Describe the process of your sacrifice in detail. Mr. Fool wants to figure out the truth behind the abandonment of the City of Silver. Or could it be that he wants to determine if the Creator still exists?" The hanging man Alger suddenly felt an electric current pass through his body as his entire body trembled. Not only was he afraid, but he was also excited because he believed that he was in contact with the secrets of the deities. This made him feel as though his level had been elevated. Didn't I work hard to pursue authority and power to obtain this feeling? Alger leaned back slightly and raised his chin slightly as he thought in an intoxicated manner. Mr. the hanging man's mental state isn't quite normal. Audrey looked at him with pity. She finally understood that the exchange between Mr. Fool and the Sun might be hiding some shocking secret that even made the hanging man lose his composure. When Zillings's request is over, I'll pay the reward and exchange it from Mr. the hanging man for what he learned today. I wonder if he's willing. Audrey thought with some anticipation and worry. However, Sun didn't find anything amiss as he answered honestly, "We built a magnificent altar with the symbol of the Lord engraved on it. We've built a grand altar with the symbol of the Lord engraved all over it. Every time the black-faced grass is harvested, we'll hold a sacrificial ceremony. We will capture monsters from the depths of the darkness as sacrifices. After we finish reciting the honorific name of the Lord and the corresponding prayers, and dance to please him, we will kill the monsters, allowing their spirituality or taint blood to stain the entire altar. If we can't capture the monsters, we will use the sinners at the bottom of the City of Silver's prison to replace them. Following that, we will make the first tuft of black-faced grass into food and offer it to the Lord. Finally, the ritual will end amidst our chorus of praises. As I plan on attempting to sacrifice myself, I'm not picky about the timing. The altar will be simple. The most important part is to use the monster's spirituality or beyonder power to open a passageway and complete the sacrifice. Of course, the premise is that I can get a response. How extravagant. Klein used his knowledge of mysticism to analyze every step of the City of Silver's sacrificial ritual. Finally, he asked, "What's the corresponding prayer? What language did you use to chant it?" Derek was also looking forward to receiving a hint from Mr. Fool on how to extricate himself from the curse as he carefully recalled. "We're using Jotun, which is also our common language. Your faithful believers pray for your attention. We pray for you to accept their offerings. We pray for you to accept their offerings. We pray for you to open the door to your kingdom." Klein listened silently and deliberately let the grey fog around him slowly swirl. He nodded thoughtfully without saying a word. As for what he could tell, he obviously wouldn't say. The hanging man Alger felt that it was normal. How could a deity's secrets be directly revealed to mortals? Sun was determined to grow quickly and strive to obtain something that Mr. Fool was interested in as soon as possible so that he could exchange pointers from him. After a short exchange, Klein ended today's gathering and watched Justice, the hanging man, and Sun disappear before his eyes. He looked down and saw the endless grey fog and crimson stars that seemed to never change. However, after advancing to Sequence 8, he realized that he could connect to even more stars, which also meant that he could recruit more members. At least 2. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He wasn't in a hurry to increase the number of members. He planned to wait and observe like before. If Justice and the hanging man had any recommendations, he would take the test first. I've seen a pure crystal ball in front of the Sun when he prays a few times in the past. However, after I pulled him above the grey fog, the crystal ball never appeared again. Could it be that the prerequisite for me to use the Crimson Star to pull someone over is that the other party has a special item by their side? Or could it be that every Crimson Star corresponds to an item in the real world, and once the connection is completed, it will return to the grey fog? I wonder if Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man are the same. Let's assume that this guess is true. Then, if someone without such a special item were to chant the Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, allowing me to hear his prayers, would I be able to pull them in? I can give it a try in the future. Klein didn't stay any longer. He enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of plummeting, leaving only the towering palace, the ancient long table, and the 22 high-back chairs standing silently above the grey fog. He had already grasped the overflowing power of the clown potion and eliminated the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, he was now attempting the ritual to summon himself. Chapter 182. Returning to his bedroom, he skillfully took out a candle mixed with sandalwood incense and placed it in the middle of his desk. He had yet to dispel the wall of spirituality that had yet to be removed. Following that, he followed the procedure and used his spirituality to ignite the candle, sprinkling the essential oils, extract, and herbal powder that symbolized good luck and mystery. He saw the flickering flame repeat the two states of dim and bright, and he smelled the tranquil and leisurely fragrance. Klein took 2 steps back, looked at the candle on the table, and shouted in Jotun, "I." After a slight pause, he switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." In an instant, the flickering dim candle flame and the tranquil fragrance intertwined and fused into an illusory vortex that crazily absorbed the spirituality. By the time Klein finished chanting the incantation, the vortex had stabilized into a palm-sized grayish-white circle. After examining it a few times, Klein, without any hesitation, took 4 steps counterclockwise and returned above the grey fog. Unsurprisingly, he saw the high-back chair that belonged to him ripple with ripples of light, accentuating the strange symbol formed by a portion of the pupilless eye and a portion of the contorted lines. He took a deep breath, used cogitation to stabilize his mind, and reached out to touch his target. Almost at the same time, he heard the summoning incantation he had just recited. He saw the surging spirituality and the ripple-like ripples of light merge to form an illusory door. Compared to the previous time, this door was completely formed, and it was covered in mysterious patterns. And in the middle of these patterns was the strange symbol behind the fool's high-back chair. It was a strange symbol formed by a portion of the pupilless eye and a portion of the contorted lines. Looking at the swaying illusory door that was about to open, Klein focused his mind and gave it a strong push. Silently, the never-changing grayish-white fog and the majestic ancient palace were like the surface of a lake with a stone thrown into it. Ripples appeared one after another as they surged in the direction of the gate of summoning. A heavy sound of friction suddenly rang out, and the illusory and weird door suddenly cracked open a little. Through it, one could vaguely see the extremely dark and deep world behind it. There were countless indescribable transparent shadows, and there were different colors and pure brilliance that contained infinite knowledge. At this moment, Klein felt an unimaginable and irresistible suction force coming from behind the door, and he was involuntarily sucked in. Holy shit! Is there no room for consideration? Just as he thought of this, his figure passed through the gap and disappeared into the darkness behind the door. The extreme dizziness in his head and the roars that bordered on madness gradually subsided. Klein finally regained his self-awareness. In front of him was a young man in an old shirt, with black hair and brown eyes, and ordinary facial features. He was of medium height and thin, but he seemed to contain a lot of strength. He had an obvious scholarly aura, but he didn't appear gloomy at all. "Isn't that me?" Klein was no stranger to such a scene. He encountered similar situations every day when he looked in the mirror and tidied up his clothes. He nodded slightly and looked around as if he had realized something. He saw his bed with a white sheet, the coat rack with a half-top hat, a tailcoat, and a thin black trench coat. He saw a shelf with many books on it. He saw a desk that was clean and tidy, with only one candle left on it. He saw a candle that gave off a pale glow. And he was now floating in front of the palm-sized grayish-white circle. So, did I really summon myself out? It's similar to the effect of my soul leaving my body, but it seems a little different. Klein looked at the body that belonged to him in front of him. He looked at his empty eyes that were in a daze and fell into deep thought. However, he was finally certain of one thing. Only one's soul could head above the grey fog, which was also a soul body in mysticism. Their external appearance was that of an astral projection. It's no wonder I can directly see Justice, the hanging man, and Sun's astral projection surface above the grey fog. From there, I can determine if they are beyond us and roughly determine their sequences. My body seems to be protected to a certain extent, protected by the power of the ritual. I can stand so stably without losing my balance and collapsing to the ground. Miss Justice and the rest should be the same. Klein slowly adapted to the present situation and began to examine the respective states of his body and soul. He retracted his gaze and attempted to drive his spirit body that had been fused with some mysterious spatial powers. Whoosh! A slightly cold wind blew and circled around the bedroom. Klein happily tasted the feeling of flying as he circled around again and again. Within the same city, I can also act as a messenger. I just don't know if I can carry objects from the real world. He controlled his emotions and stopped. He floated in midair and began to test his other abilities. He grabbed the notebook on the bookshelf, but his palm went through it and back again. He had nowhere to exert his strength. It feels a little sticky. It's different from passing through the air. When I become stronger, or when I can stir more of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, I might be able to do it. Klein tried to grab a single piece of paper, but he still couldn't grab it. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he flew to the coat rack and reached his blurry, transparent hand into the pocket of his black trench coat. He touched the slumber charm and requiem charm that had been successfully reimbursed. These were items that were infused with his own spirituality. In the realm of mysticism, they were different from ordinary objects from the real world. Therefore, Klein wanted to try and see if he could carry them. His palm passed through it again, but he could clearly sense the existence of the charm and the fusion of spirituality. However, his strength wasn't strong enough to pick up the charm. Of course, it could also be said that the spirituality of the charm wasn't strong enough, making it difficult for it to resonate strongly with his current state of existence. The spirituality isn't strong enough. Klein turned to the other pocket in thought. It contained the flaring sun charm that was made by stealing the power of the god's blood and infusing it with his own spirituality. A warm feeling quickly spread through his body, making his body more stable and his thoughts clearer. He picked up the thin gold piece and took it out of his pocket. In the newly added mirror in the room, the charm floated out by itself, just like how it was described in many ghost stories. I can carry the flaring sun charm, and I can directly use spirituality to speak. In this state, I have a certain level of strength. Klein flew to the mirror and stopped in front of it. He saw that there was only a thin gold piece in the mirror. Other than that, there was only the furniture and the darkness caused by the closed curtains. After thinking for a few seconds, he placed the flaring sun charm on the bed and returned to the mirror, trying to see if he could enter it. His vision turned black, and Klein's perspective suddenly changed. He saw all the images that were reflected in the mirror, and he saw the blurry outlines of objects in the dark environment. This made him feel like he was hiding in a hidden corner, peeping into a small part of the room. I can really enter the mirror, but this is just an ordinary item. It doesn't lead to some mysterious world. Klein nodded slightly, rushed forward, and returned to the room. The success of carrying the flaring sun charm gave him great confidence, so he tried to grab another item. It was Aztec's copper whistle. The moment he touched this ancient and exquisite item, Klein suddenly felt his spirituality swell and turn cold. With a leap, his illusory eyes turned into burning flames, dark black flames. I seem to be a little stronger. My state is closer to that of a wraith, but I don't have that intense resentment. Klein's settled mind reflected his current appearance. This was an ability belonging to a clown. Mr. Aztec's copper whistle is indeed magical. He nodded and found that he could pick up a piece of paper of a certain weight. There was no doubt that the slumber charm could do the same. It's a pity that the silver ritual dagger can be carried, but the revolver is too heavy to pick up. Klein ended his attempts in this area and turned to studying if his current state had any spellcasting abilities. After serious experiments, he confirmed that his summoned self had 2 spell-like abilities. One was to use an invisible roar to directly intimidate the target's soul, and the other was to create a freezing effect through contact. Satisfied, Klein cast his gaze out the oriel window, at the sunlight and streets that were covered by the curtains. I wonder if I can move around during the day in my current state, he mumbled as he floated to the window. Then, Klein carefully pulled the curtains open, allowing some sunlight to penetrate the wall of spirituality and shine into the bedroom. Under the bright sunlight, Klein discovered that his spirit body was evaporating into a black fog, and his strength was fading bit by bit. He hurriedly let go, allowing the curtains to cover the light again. It doesn't work. Klein pondered for a moment and looked at the flaring sun charm on the bed. If I had the augmentation of the eternal blazing sun's divine blood, would it have a different effect? He floated to the bed and tried to grab the thin piece of gold. However, just as he touched his target, the warm and pure feeling clashed with his swelling and cold spirituality. It was like how water and fire couldn't coexist. Sizzle. He threw away the gold piece in his palm as though he had been scalded. Mr. Aztec's copper whistle and the flaring sun charm can't exist in my spirit body at the same time. Enlightened, Klein put down the copper whistle and let his spirituality shrink, extinguishing the black flames in his eye sockets. In this state, both my spell-like abilities have weakened. After experimenting, Klein grabbed the flaring sun charm and once again felt the stability and warmth of his spirit body. He returned to the window and cautiously pulled back the curtain a little. Sunlight shone in and shone on his body. There was only warmth and no harm. Chapter 183. It was early September, and the weather in Tingen had already turned from cool to slightly cold. However, the afternoon sunlight still made one feel warm. Klein passed through the wall of spirituality and the oriel window. He floated in midair outside his bedroom and looked down at the pedestrians and carriages that passed by on Daffodil Street. At that moment, a man in a grayish-blue worker's uniform suddenly raised his head and looked over. Klein jumped in fright. He wanted to hide, but he couldn't find a suitable place to do so. After circling around and seeing that there was no other way, he tried to sneak back home. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the man's gaze had only swept past the window on the second floor. He kept following the movements of a sparrow and was regrettably shaken off. Birds could occasionally be seen in Tingen's city. Phew! I forgot that ordinary people can't see me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he hadn't fully adapted to his current state. With confidence in his heart, he lowered his flying altitude and approached a relatively wide street. Just like that, he floated above the heads of the pedestrians. As he got closer, Klein immediately realized that his vision was equivalent to spirit vision. He didn't need to activate it, but there was a limit to its range. In addition, other than the aura and emotional colors, he could vaguely sense the existence of every pedestrian's soul. It was hazy, illusory, and transparent. In my current state, I seem to be able to penetrate the body and attack the soul. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He circled around and prepared to test his maximum speed. Therefore, he tried his best to fly towards Iron Cross Street. Not long after, he stopped and returned to the apartment he used to live in. It should be as fast as an ordinary car from my previous life, the kind that can run at high speeds. Unfortunately, I can't freely enter and exit the spirit world. Otherwise, it would be perfect. However, if I were to get lost in the spirit world, the consequences would be severe. Just as Klein finished his self-assessment, he felt depressed, gloomy, and indescribably repressed. He surveyed his surroundings and saw that this place was shrouded in a darkness that normal people couldn't see and that sunlight couldn't dispel. The remnant emotions of numbness, despair, and pain were layered over each other as though they were corporeal. It's the same as what I experienced with my spiritual perception after I advanced to seer. Iron Cross Street's Middle Street and Lower Street have never changed. I wonder how many years it took to accumulate such repression and gloom. Klein thought of the past and sighed as he flew up to the third floor. Here, he finally felt the sunlight and got rid of his gloomy mood. Klein flew along the lower street. From time to time, he could see residents in ragged clothes, with numb expressions, and malnourished faces. He even encountered 2 cases of natural deaths, both of which were caused by prolonged starvation, poor health, and sudden illness. Who knows how many people die in pain every month, but the bankrupt farmers and former slaves from the southern continent will soon fill their places. Klein exhaled silently, changed his direction, and flew toward the south sector. That was the industrial zone of Tingen City. There were steel factories, lead factories, ceramic factories, printing factories, metal production factories, machinery manufacturing factories, and so on. As he flew, Klein saw the tall chimney-like furnaces, the pervading dust, and the thick gloominess that was only slightly better than Lower Street. This place was filled with fatigue, pain, pessimism, numbness, and other emotions. The workers in their 30s were the minority. Just as Klein was about to descend and carefully observe the area, he suddenly felt weak from the inside out. My spirituality can't sustain this state any longer. Klein was alarmed. He was in a hurry to return home, but he soon thought of a better possibility. I was summoned. Once the summoning ends, I will naturally return. He calmed his mind and carefully sensed his own condition and his surroundings. Unsurprisingly, he discovered that there was a subtle connection between him and a place that was infinitely high and infinitely close. Following this connection, Klein tightly wrapped the flaring sun charm and gave a strong will to end the summoning. A massive and terrifying suction force came over. His transparent, almost formless figure leaped up and disappeared from the material world. The endless grayish-white fog spread silently, and the illusory and still crimson stars twinkled. Klein once again appeared in the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence. He appeared at the seat of honor at the ancient and mottled bronze table. That's the entire process. Also, Klein looked at his spirit body in pleasant surprise and saw that it was wrapped with a warm and pure thin piece of gold. Flaring sun charm. I've indeed used the method of summoning myself to bring the real world above the grey fog. He couldn't hide his smile as he took out the charm and fiddled with it repeatedly to confirm that it wasn't a virtual product that had been conjured. Klein stood up and paced around smugly as he thought in anticipation, that's not a good idea. As expected, materials and items can also enter this mysterious space, as long as I can find the right method. However, this method is rather complicated. I need some time to achieve my goal. Furthermore, it will damage the fool's image if I'm constantly summoned by a member. Only I can use it myself, or after I understand more, I can design an incantation that summons the fool's adorer but also points at me. Am I born to be a coolie? Why does the incantation have to point to me? When the time comes, I can create a dependent that's similar to a messenger but even more special. It can receive and give me the materials. Klein's thoughts ran wild as he came up with ideas one after another. However, due to his limited strength and knowledge, he was temporarily unable to realize them. As his weakness worsened, Klein didn't dare to stay any longer. He enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of falling into the grey fog. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his bedroom and saw the bright sunlight shining through the gaps in the curtains. He examined himself and confirmed that the flaring sun charm hadn't been brought out and had been left above the grey fog. After I have a good rest, I'll repeat the summoning ritual at dawn and bring the flaring sun charm back to the real world. Sigh, if only I could maintain that state for a little longer. That way, I would be able to search for houses with red chimneys faster. Unfortunately, it's not possible at the moment. After flying for a while and searching a few houses, I'm afraid I'll have to return above the grey fog and rest for half a day. It's just as inefficient. Klein walked to his desk and extinguished the silently burning candle. After packing his items, he didn't immediately remove the wall of spirituality. Instead, he sat down, took out a pen and paper, and began writing. A letter to Mr. Aztec. After writing the title Dear Sir, he deliberated for a few minutes before writing, My Lord. I recently received intelligence that one of the 7 pirate admirals, Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, has infiltrated Beekland. He has a mystical item called Creeping Hunger, which can provide him with powers similar to a shepherd. And a shepherd is a sequence 5 beyonder who devours different souls to obtain a corresponding power. It's said that they can graze a limited number of souls at the same time, but they can be replaced. Zillings has many beyonder powers. I have no idea what he wants to do in Beekland. According to the intelligence, it might involve a very important and mystical item, one that can make Zillings become a high sequence beyonder, or an item that can match a high sequence beyonder. Klein roughly described the matter regarding Zillings with the help of a fabricated intelligence source. In any case, he believed that Mr. Aztec wouldn't seek confirmation from someone at the level of a Nighthawk captain. Here, he didn't directly request for help. Instead, he casually mentioned it to warn Mr. Aztec to be careful. Regardless of whether he would get Mr. Aztec's help in the future, it wouldn't be wrong to lay the groundwork first. If such a day really came, then it wouldn't be so abrupt. Klein slowly exhaled and began writing the main content of the letter. The mastermind hasn't taken any further action. I still haven't found any relevant clues. The reason why I contacted you so abruptly is mainly to ask you about the sacrificial ritual. I encountered something similar during a recent mission, with Sun's description and Mr. Aztec's answer as a comparison. I should be able to attempt the sacrificial ritual, and conversely, it would be bestowment. This would be more suitable for the exchange of materials and items than the ritual of summoning myself. Yes, I hope that Mr. Aztec has recalled this knowledge. Klein nodded slightly and put down his pen. He didn't sign his name. There was only one copper whistle, and he was certain that Mr. Aztec wouldn't make a mistake about the sender. Therefore, Klein chose to be careful and didn't leave his name. After folding the letter, he looked at the 3-meter-tall floor and hesitantly picked up the copper whistle from the bed. It's perfect. I'll let it crouch to receive the letter, Klein emphasized inwardly as he raised his right hand and placed the copper whistle to his mouth. He puffed up his cheeks and blew hard. The copper whistle didn't make a sound, but Klein acutely sensed that his surroundings had instantly turned cold. He activated his spirit vision and saw white bones glowing with a hazy luster surging out from the desk like a fountain, rising higher and higher. The white bones quickly gathered to form an illusory and massive monster. Its head burrowed into the wall of spirituality and extended to an unknown location. Looking at the skeletal thighs and body, the drooping arms, and the open right palm, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he threw the folded letter upwards. With a sweep of its skeletal palm, it firmly grasped the letter. At this moment, Klein didn't hesitate to pick up the copper whistle again and blow at it. The monster instantly disintegrated, turning into white bones that fell onto the desk before burrowing into the illusory wall and vanishing. After doing all of this, Klein dispelled the wall of spirituality. Amidst the sudden gust of wind, he staggered to the coat rack and placed the copper whistle back in its original spot. Then, he quickly ran to the bed and fell down. Chapter 184. After dinner and chatting for a while, Klein sat on the sofa in the living room. He picked up the Awar Evening News, which had just arrived, and began reading leisurely. Barnson wore a bitter expression as he sat opposite his sister. In front of him was the table that Bella had wiped clean. There were grammar books, classical literature, accounting textbooks, pens, and paper. Similar to him, Melissa also had textbooks and stationery in front of her, including but not limited to pens, paper, rulers, compasses, and other things. This reminds me of a decade ago, when I was still a student at the church's Sunday school, Barnson grumbled, but he still lowered his head and studied seriously. Not bad. This scene makes me feel a sense of accomplishment as a parent. Klein smiled. Knowledge changes fate, and hard work creates glory. I just made up the latter half of the sentence. I don't know if Roselle has said it. He silently lampooned. The room quickly turned silent, except for the sound of the pen nib scratching across the paper and the pages being flipped. Bella had already washed the cutlery and tidied up the kitchen. She returned to her bedroom on the first floor, which was originally the small guest room. Klein read the newspaper, drank black tea from time to time, and chatted with his brother and sister. He was having a very pleasant time. Suddenly, the gas lamps in the living room and dining room dimmed at the same time, as though they had lost sufficient fuel. Barnson and Melissa raised their heads at the same time and looked at the lamps, trying to find the reason. Klein also looked over. At that moment, he felt something touch his arm. Something in the living room, where there was no one alive but him, had touched his arm. His hair stood on end as Klein retracted his arm. He turned his head and saw 5 tiny pale fingers growing from the tip of a red tongue. Below them were irregular fangs. Klein first reached into his pocket, where he kept the slumber and requiem charms. He then saw the 5 baby-like fingers holding a neatly folded piece of paper. Letter, messenger. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the 5 pale fingers holding the paper touched his arm again. Klein looked at Melissa, who was about to stand up to check the gas lamps. He grabbed the letter with his left hand and quickly retracted it, hiding under the newspaper. Right on the heels of that, he saw the pale fingers, red tongue, and irregular fangs dim and vanish from the corner of his eye. With a thought, Klein tapped his left molar and secretly activated his spirit vision. He saw the 5 abnormally tiny fingers again, and the long red tongue filled with white fangs. They retracted back into the transparent face that had no eyes or nose. A second later, the face burrowed into the ground, and the gas lamps in the living room and dining room returned to normal. A second later, the face burrowed, and the lights in the living room and dining room returned to normal. Why is it that the girls in our family are in charge of such matters while the men watch from the side? Klein shook his head and laughed as he deactivated his spirit vision. When spirit-type creatures were willing to be seen by others and had the corresponding abilities, ordinary people could also discover them. What happened just now was an example. After discussing the problem of the gas lamp, the Moretti house became quiet again. Barnson and Melissa once again immersed themselves in the sea of knowledge. Under the cover of the newspaper, Klein unfolded the letter with one hand and tucked it between the pages. He began reading Spirit Guide Daily's reply. I must emphasize once more that I prefer the title of shaman. I'll give you an affirmative answer to your question. Yes, the art of mediumship can also be used on living creatures. Remember, it's not just on living humans, however, this will be quite troublesome and dangerous. The remnant souls of the deceased are pure. They don't have too many impurities or chaotic thoughts. You can communicate without any obstacles, raise questions, and obtain answers. Of course, you can also use dream divination at this step to directly see the corresponding scene. But it's not possible for living humans. There will still exist, resisting the unprotected communication between spirits. Upon reading this, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He confirmed that the person who replied was Daly herself. Unprotected communication. That's really her style of speaking. Looking up at his siblings and brother, Klein continued reading the rest of the letter. When faced with such a situation, we only have 2 solutions. The first is to rely on our own strong spirituality and profound psychic skills to defeat the opponent's will and communicate with them roughly. The second is to use some medicine to help them relax. The medicine I use the most are the Amatha extract and the Eye of the Spirit potion. I believe you definitely have an impression of them. After entering the official mediumship phase, you have to take note that unlike communicating with the remnant souls of the deceased, you are also in a spirit body state. To put it simply, your spirituality has entered the other party's spirit world. Take note that professional spirit mediums have no lack of self-protection techniques in such a state, but you can't. Even if I tell you the techniques I know, you won't be able to learn or use them. Therefore, you have to maintain sufficient lucidity and rationality. Only then will you be able to withstand the storm of the other party's chaotic thoughts and come before their spirit body to communicate with them. Yes, this is communication at the level of the body of heart and mind. At this stage, you similarly have 2 choices. One is to use techniques to forcefully read the other party's memories, but you have to be very careful. This is because you have no way of knowing if what you read is what you want to know. And if you receive a person's massive memories without distinguishing them, it might very well crush your spirit body. Furthermore, this will severely damage or even destroy the target's soul. For non-professional spirit mediums, I don't recommend using this method. The second choice is to gently communicate with the other party's body of heart and mind. Regardless of whether you use brute force or drugs, the target will definitely be in a dazed state. It's almost impossible for them to lie. No, you can't recall your encounter, even though I know you definitely can't remember it. I'm sorry, Maram Daly. I was very lucid back then. Klein laughed inwardly as he moved his gaze down to read the last part of the letter. Such communication can allow you to obtain the truth, but it might not be all the truth. You should understand what I mean. Anyone who has come into contact with journalism will have heard of Roselle the Great's famous saying. I don't remember the exact details, but the gist of it is to tell the truth, only the truth, the complete truth. In short, a spirit body might not remember everything, because many of the memories are in his subconscious, or even in the collective subconscious. Oh, I shouldn't have mentioned this. Dunn calls it the evil theory of psychological alchemy. Therefore, you have to know how to guide and be good at designing questions. Do you understand? The specific techniques are: the above are all normal situations. Towards a crazy beyonder, What should we pay attention to when performing mediumship? This is because a beyonder spirituality is very strong, and a lunatic spirit body is also filled with chaotic thoughts. Let me give you an example. A normal person's consciousness is an island, and the subconscious is the part of the island that's hidden under the sea. The collective subconscious is the surrounding sea, and the sky belongs to the spirit world. A beyonder's island has an active volcano that can be controlled, while a lunatic's island has a volcano that is erupting, shaking the bottom and polluting the sea. When you come into contact with a lunatic's spirit body without any protection, his chaos might very well infect you, just like how polluted seawater will follow the ocean currents and spread nearby. Yes, mediumship in such a situation is equivalent to you connecting your sea with the other parties. Therefore, you have to pay attention to the problem of infection. A few examples would be when certain spirit mediums were doing something similar, but due to their carelessness and lack of protection, they ended up suffering from the same mental illness as the target. Normally, mental illnesses aren't contagious, but in the field of mysticism, in the world of spirit mediumship, it can indeed be contagious. Maintaining one's lucidity and rationality and not being affected by the other party's chaotic thoughts is something you have to pay attention to. After that, you have to induce questions and obtain answers. A lunatic can still be effectively communicated with. If you wish to give it a try, I suggest that you consume the tranquility potion ahead of time. The formula can be found behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate, as well as the finished product. It can effectively help you maintain your lucidity and rationality during mediumship. Of course, you can also get done to request help from the Beekland Diocese. I'd be happy to witness the spirituality of a Sequence 7 psychiatrist after he goes mad. Clarity and rationality. These are my strong points. Even when I am being channeled, I am still able to maintain clarity and rationality. Of course, I am not an arrogant person. I will still apply for the tranquility potion, a matha extract and eye of the spirit potion. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and was a little eager to give it a try. He put down the newspaper, stood up, and went to the bathroom on the first floor. He ignited the paper with his spirituality and poured the ashes into the toilet, flushing them away. That night, Klein once again attempted the ritual to summon himself. He brought the flaring sun charm back to the material world and into his bedroom. At the same time, he didn't receive the expected reply from Mr. Aztec. Perhaps he needs some time to recall his knowledge. Perhaps he doesn't have the time to reply for the time being. Or perhaps he's afraid of disturbing my sleep. Klein dispelled the wall of spirituality, guessed a few reasons, and lay in bed. The next day, which was Tuesday morning. Chapter 185. Please come in. Dunn Smith's mellow and warm voice sounded. Klein twisted the doorknob and pushed open the door. He saw the captain enjoying his breakfast. To his right was a cup of fragrant coffee, and in front of him was a plate of white bread, toast, and bacon. Dunn placed the buttered toast into his mouth and silently pointed at the chair opposite his desk. Klein didn't disturb the captain's meal. With a smile on his face, he sat down and waited patiently. Seeing that he wasn't in a rush, Dunn relaxed his straight back, picked up the coffee, took a sip, and swallowed all the food in his mouth. He took out a soft tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth. What's the matter? Klein nodded seriously. I've met Daxter Guderian, the psychiatrist, a member of the psychological alchemy. As he spoke, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that there was an open magazine in front of the captain. What information did he provide? Dunn asked as he clasped his hands together in enlightenment. Klein briefly described, he told me that before Hood Eugen went mad, someone visited him frequently. That person's name was Lenivus. Lenivus. Dunn rubbed his temples. I think I've heard of him somewhere before, the swindler who stole at least £10,000, Klein reminded him. Dunn thought about it with a serious expression and shook his head, indicating that he had no impression of him. Captain, you're not sensitive to money at all. Klein lampooned inwardly and recounted the important matters regarding Lenivus. This swindler falsely claimed that he had discovered and purchased a high-grade iron mine. He privately raised funds to develop it in Tingen City and made off with more than £10,000. A friend of mine from the Divination Club suffered a loss. In addition, A lady was deceived into getting engaged to him and became pregnant with his child. He visited Hood Eugene several times before he went mad. Dunn muttered. A sequence 8 Beyonder, swindler? The Marauder pathway. Captain, you sure have a good memory when it comes to such matters. Klein sighed in amusement and nodded gently. That's also my guess. As the steel company set up by Enigmas is in the South Borough, the victims are of all faiths, so this matter wasn't handed over to us in the end. Even if the police department found any traces of Beyonders, they would hand it over to the mandated punishers. Dunn finally understood the whole story. He looked at Klein with his deep grey eyes. What do you want? Ahem, Captain, don't be so sharp. Klein replied seriously. I want to use the mediumship ritual to communicate with Hood Eugene and find out why Enigmas is looking for him. I want to know if this is the direct cause of his madness. Dunn nodded slightly. Even if you didn't apply, I would have tried something similar after I confirmed that Hood Eugene had really gone mad. However, Daly told me that there's quite a bit of risk involved in this. Are you sure you're confident? Or, I can apply for assistance from the Beekland Diocese. It shouldn't be a problem to delay it for a few days. Klein's main motivation for becoming a Beyonder was to study mysticism and find a way to return home. Now that he had a chance to put it into practice and was confident, he naturally wasn't willing to give it up. Captain, I've already grasped the knowledge in this area, so I have a certain level of confidence. Of course, I need the Amatha extract, the Eye of the Spirit, and the Tranquility Medicine to assist me. Tranquility Medicine. Dunn ruminated over the name and confirmed Klein's professionalism. He remembered that Daly had mentioned that it was a rather rare but very useful medicine in the field of mediumship. After deliberating for more than 10 seconds, Dunn Smith leaned back in his chair and said, "Then write an application and go to Channy's Gate to collect the corresponding medicine." Then, write an application and go to Channy's Gate to collect the corresponding potion. I don't know if there are any finished potions. If there aren't, collect the corresponding ingredients and concoct them yourself. All right, Klein replied happily. However, he didn't stand up. Instead, he sat firmly on the chair. Seeing this, Dunn raised his hand to rub his temples and pondered carefully. From this afternoon onwards, it'll be my turn to monitor the asylum. We can't look for Hood Eugene directly. No one knows if there are other members of the psychological alchemy among the doctors, nurses, workers, and patients. No one knows if the psychological alchemy is secretly monitoring Hood Eugene. We have to be discreet and not expose the fact that Daxter Guderian has become our informant. We'll go at midnight and sneak in secretly. Yes, I'll stand guard by the side to prevent any accidents. That's for the best. If Hood Eugene is only faking his insanity, and I use a mediumship ritual on him, wouldn't that be equivalent to jumping into a zoo and dancing in front of a tiger? Klein was relieved. Yes, Captain. He stood up and turned to walk to the door. At that moment, he saw the title of the magazine in front of the captain from the corner of his eye. Donningsman tree sap from the southern continent's rainforest has an obvious effect on hair growth. Klein retracted his pitiful gaze and walked out of the captain's office. Suddenly, a funny thought flashed through his mind. Actually, Beyonders don't have to go through so much trouble. If old Neil was still around, he would most likely suggest designing a hair-growing ritualistic magic to pray to the goddess for help. As for whether he would end up growing hair all over his body and become a curly-haired baboon, that would be another question. And how would the goddess react? If it were me, I'd definitely say, Mother ***. This thought immediately tainted Klein's happiness with sadness, and the sadness was hilarious. He entered the clerk's office and sat in front of the Akerson Model 1346 typewriter. He typed the application. After Dunn Smith signed and stamped his seal, he took the application and went underground. He walked along the corridor illuminated by the gas lamps and walked towards Channy's Gate. It was only then that Klein thought of a problem. This would be the first time he entered that mysterious door. I wonder what it's like behind the door. He quickened his pace with a hint of anticipation. He came to the double, black metal door that made people look up to it. After handing the application to Seeker Tron, who was on duty today, for registration, Klein took back the document with an additional signature. He knocked on Channy's gate, only to find the echoes echoing in the distance and emptiness. After waiting for nearly a minute, he heard no footsteps, but he saw the double door with the 7 dark sacred emblems open heavily and creak. Channy's gate stopped after it was wide enough for one person to pass through. Klein used the light from the gas lamps on both sides of the corridor to see what was happening nearby. Behind the door stood an elder with deep wrinkles and sparse hair. He wore a black classic robe and held a lantern. The dim light from the candle shone through the glass, illuminating the elder's expressionless face. It made his light blue eyes look like they had been frozen for 1,000 years. "Document," he said in a hoarse voice. Klein had seen this elder before. Every evening, he and his companions would come out of Channy's gate, pass by the duty room, and turn towards St. Selena Cathedral. They were old nighthawks, volunteer keepers of the house. According to Klein's understanding, there were 5 such keepers. "This is my application." He handed the document in his hand to the elder in front of him. The keeper with a pair of light blue eyes raised the lantern and read it carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he retreated to the side and allowed Klein to pass through. Klein slowly walked into Channy's gate. Before he could take in his surroundings, he felt an indescribable coldness. This wasn't the harsh cold of winter, but a coldness that made one's spirituality tremble. Looking up, Klein saw the candlesticks on the wall. He saw silver candles with engravings on them, and the flames that burned had a ghostly blue luster. They did not waver at all. Creak. The keeper closed Channy's gate, and the surroundings instantly became extremely quiet. In front of Klein was a wide aisle paved with ancient stone slabs. There were stone doors on both sides of the aisle, labeled with the words material, potion, and information. At the end of the aisle, there was a flight of stairs that extended into the darkness, as though it led to an abyss. It should be connected to different sealing points for different sealed artifacts. It's said to be split into several levels. I wonder which level St. Selena's ashes are placed on. Just as Klein got used to the brightness behind the door, he suddenly felt something invisible in the air brush past his skin. It was a bone-chilling sensation. He shivered and couldn't help but activate his spirit vision. Then, he saw his surroundings. He saw that the entire area behind Channy's gate was filled with thin black lines. They swayed gently, sometimes clumped together, and at other times extended. They were densely packed, leaving no space. This is the power of the seal behind Channy's gate. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He reined in his thoughts and followed the keeper into a potion room behind a heavy stone door. Soon, he found the Amatha extract, Eye of the Spirit, and Tranquility Potion according to their initials. He had seen the first 2 before, but it was his first time coming into contact with the latter. Inside the translucent glass bottle, there was a ghostly blue liquid gently rippling. Just looking at it made him feel like he had returned to his mother's embrace. There was even a label on the bottle, stating the date of production and the fact that it was effective within half a year. Thankfully, it's still usable. Klein put away the 3 bottles of potion and left Channy's gate with the keeper. He escaped from the chilling feeling that reached deep into his soul, as well as the strange experience of being swept by black lines. When Channy's gate closed, he couldn't help but turn back to look. He mumbled to himself, staying in there for a long period of time will affect both one's body and soul, right? It's no wonder the keeper has to be a volunteer. In the wee hours of the morning, Klein locked his bedroom with a special method, pushed open the oriel window, and jumped down. The height of the 2nd floor posed no danger to him at all. He stood firmly without swaying. The carriage of the Nighthawks was already parked opposite him, waiting for him. Without any unnecessary communication, Klein quickly arrived at the Tingen City Mental Asylum in North Borough. Following the instructions, he circled to a corner of the wall without any streetlights and saw Dunn Smith waiting there. "Let's go in." Dunn nodded slightly. "I've confirmed that there's no one nearby." "All right." Klein quickly moved closer to her. "Enter." As a clown, entering the mental asylum. This always reminds me of a famous saying, "It's just like going home." He made a self-deprecating remark. Following that, he followed Dunn, and with the help of some protrusions on the wall, he nimbly and quickly flipped into the mental asylum. His movements were agile and his balance was outstanding. Dunn looked back and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The two of them crouched low and passed through the lawn and activity square from the shadows and secluded areas. They entered the mental asylum's 3-story building and arrived at Hood Eugene's room on the top floor. As Hood Eugene was aggressive after he went crazy, he was arranged to stay in a single room. The Nighthawks hadn't wasted their efforts in monitoring him during this period of time. They had long since made a copy of the key. KACHA. With the soft sound of the door opening, Dunn entered first. Klein looked past him and saw a person sitting on the bed. Hood Eugene's face was long and thin. His eye sockets were deep, and his light yellow hair was disheveled. He was using his grayish-blue eyes to look at the metal railings of the window, looking at the crimson moon outside. Klein closed the door and laughed. He asked casually, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Dunn was stunned for a moment. He immediately remembered that the other party was a Sequence 8 clown, so he maintained his silence and retreated to the corner of the wall. Hood Eugene turned his head around and looked at Klein. He smiled foolishly. Chapter 186. Waiting for the cake. That's an answer I didn't expect. No, if I can guess the answer of a mental patient, doesn't that mean I'm not far from it? The thought flashed through Klein's mind. He maintained his casual smile and asked as if he was chatting with a friend. "Who wants to give you the cake?" Hood Eugene's expression crumbled. His face became thinner and thinner as he wailed, "Don't worry." He wailed, "No, no cake, no cake. You stole my cake." His voice suddenly rose as he glared angrily at Klein with widened eyes. Before Klein could think of a reply, Hood Eugene barked and opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Then, he jumped off the bed with saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. He approached Klein and reached out with both hands, attempting to grab Klein's shoulders. Then, he dragged Klein in front of him and bit down hard. Although Klein panicked at the sudden attack, he reacted in time. He bent his knees and half-squatted. At the same time, he turned his body and raised his left arm. Poof! His elbow struck Hood Eugene's abdomen, causing the latter's eyes to roll back and more saliva to drip from his mouth. But Hood Eugene didn't stop. He went with the flow and opened his arms, intending to hug Klein tightly. Klein tilted his body and rolled to the side. He was so familiar with it that it was as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. He supported himself with his right hand and did a backflip. He planned to switch from defense to offense and pounce on his opponent to subdue him. At that moment, he saw Hood Eugene standing there dumbly. His eyes had lost focus and were empty and vacant. Klein was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at the corner of the wall and saw Dunn Smith, who was wearing a black windbreaker and a silk top hat of the same color. His hands were clenched and his head was lowered. Captain has dragged Hood Eugene into a dream. Klein came to a realization and stopped what he was doing. He took the opportunity to take out the silver ritual dagger that couldn't hurt anyone and used it to create a wall of spirituality to seal off the single patient ward. Then, Klein took out 3 candles mixed with mint and placed them on the windowsill in an inverted triangle. One symbolized the Evernite goddess, one symbolized the mother of concealment, and one represented himself. Not long after, he set up a simple altar and lit all the candles by rubbing them with his spirituality. Just as he was about to turn around to warn the captain, Dunn had already raised his head and chuckled. Hood Eugene's dream is a mess. There's no way to guide him. Before he finished speaking, Hood Eugene's eyes regained their vigor and were no longer empty. Then, the crazy psychiatrist leaned back slightly and yawned comfortably. For a moment, Klein did not know what to say, so he did not say anything and picked up the metal bottle containing the amatha extract. He dripped the transparent liquid extracted from the night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile into the flame of the candle that represented him, allowing the serene fragrance to spread to every corner of the room. Hood Eugene's tension, anger, and comfort all disappeared. He sat lazily on the bed and stared blankly at the crimson moon outside the window. His eyes lost focus once again and were at peace. Klein also felt the transcendent feeling of the dead of night. He put down the amatha extract and sat beside Hood Eugene, planning to find something to make him drop his final guard. Only then could he use the eye of the spirit potion to slowly make Hood Eugen's spirit enter a state of confusion. After all, I'm just an unprofessional spirit medium. He had thought of a solution beforehand and took out a deck of tarot cards from his pocket. There were only 22 cards in the deck, and the reason was that it was easy to carry around. It was a weapon that Klein had successfully applied for. Every card was embedded with pure silver or a metal wire that could harm undead creatures. The patterns were complicated and gorgeous, making Klein want to keep it as a collection and not use it against an enemy. Klein cut the cards with one hand and smiled at Hood Eugen. "Let's play cards." "Play cards." Hood Eugen retracted his gaze from the window and repeated the word in confusion. Klein did not reply. He stuffed the tarot cards into his hand with good intentions that could not be refused. Hood Eugen mimicked his actions from before, using one hand to cut the cards with great difficulty and successfully completing the task. This mental patient among the Beyonders slowly turned his attention to the card in his hand, which had excellent hardness and elasticity. He flipped the card on the surface. A man in tattered clothes had his hands tied up and was hung upside down. There was a faint halo above his head. The hanging man. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He took the opportunity to get up and hold the eye of the spirit potion. He dripped the amber liquid onto the candle flame. It was still the one that represented himself. The ethereal fragrance of alcohol wafted out, making one feel intoxicated just by smelling it. Hood Eugen's expression slowly became lax as his gaze lost focus. The tarot cards in his hand slid onto the bed one by one. But he remained seated and did not collapse. Klein relied on cogitation to resist the effects that made his body and soul feel light, floating, and confused. He took out another small metal bottle from his pocket, twisted the stopper, and poured the dark blue liquid into his mouth. Tranquility potion. The cold liquid flowed through his mouth, down his esophagus, and into his stomach. Klein instantly became abnormally clear-headed, no longer in a trance. He slowly exhaled and skillfully picked up the other essential oils and herbal powders, dripping them into the 2 candle flames that symbolized the Evernite goddess. In the thin fog, he took 2 steps back and solemnly chanted in Hermes, "I pray for the power of the Evernite. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings. I pray for you to allow me to communicate with Hood Eugen and the spirituality of the Beyonder beside me." As the incantations reverberated, Klein saw darkness spreading out from the candle flames that had been dyed with a gloomy luster. He did not dodge or resist, allowing the dark night to envelop him. In his abnormally lucid state, he felt that his spirit body had left the protection of his physical body and entered a void that felt like the depths of the universe. He was surrounded by boundless, soundless darkness, and the sky above his head was filled with indescribable transparent shadows of different shapes. They were pure brilliance of different colors that contained countless knowledge. Spirit world. Klein was no longer unfamiliar with it. Just as the thought appeared in his mind, he saw a hazy world enveloped by a glowing storm appear in front of him. Klein knew that this represented Hood Eugen's spirit, his body of heart and mind. Hence, he approached it and entered the storm that acted as a wall. In an instant, he saw countless beams of light hitting his body, and he heard the murmurs of hundreds of thousands of people discussing something in hushed voices. The murmurs were very chaotic and illogical. A moment ago, they were praising the elegance of women, and the next moment, they were describing the smoothness after using the toilet. A moment ago, they were crying, and the next moment, they were reveling. The crazy storm of thoughts bit at Klein's mind in an attempt to assimilate him, but Klein maintained absolute lucidity and rationality. He quickly flew towards the interior of Hood Eugen's mind world. Compared to the terrifying murmurs and roars before I entered the mysterious space above the grey fog, this is like a beautiful concert. Klein chuckled inwardly. Through the storm, he saw the muddle-headed, transparent, and blurry Hood Eugen. This sequence 7 psychiatrist maintained his appearance as if he was in the outside world, looking over with a blank expression. Klein stopped in front of him and asked softly, "Do you know Enigmas?" Hood Eugen replied in a daze. Hood Eugen answered in a daze, "That's right. Yes." The surrounding light and shadows changed accordingly, as if Hood Eugen had opened up and revealed the sea of his mind. Soon, The crisscrossing light and shadows depicted an ordinary-looking young man with black hair and brown eyes. He had a full forehead, wore round glasses, and wore a sarcastic smile. It was Enigmas, whom Klein had seen on the wanted poster. Klein nodded in satisfaction, calmed his emotions, and asked in an enticing tone, "Why did Enigmas come to you?" He said. Hood Eugen's voice gradually became softer. Suddenly, he changed into a magnetic voice and laughed slightly crazily. Hood Eugen, this is the worst of times, but it's also the best of times. As long as we can seize the opportunity, we can also become the controllers of the world, becoming true immortals. As long as you provide me with help, not only will I tell you how to control the potion's power and prevent you from losing control, I'll also promise you a bit of divinity in the future, an immortal divinity. You should be able to tell who's backing me. My promise is his promise, and in a certain sense, psychological alchemy is also related to him. Don't doubt it. Psychological alchemy isn't powerful enough at the moment. It can't provide you with enough help, unless you're willing to stay at your current level forever. Controlling the potion's power and preventing me from losing control. Why does it feel like I'm using the acting method to tempt others? Enigmas sure is ambitious. He's only a sequence 8, but he's already worrying about divinity. Just which hidden existence is backing him? This guy seems to be plotting something, and it's not just to swindle money. Or is swindling money just his hobby? Klein's thoughts ran wild as he listened. When he saw Hood Eugen stop, he hurriedly asked, "What kind of help does Enigmas want you to provide?" Hood Eugen didn't answer immediately. The entire mind world fell silent. Then, he laughed out loud and replied in a very confused manner. "Help, help, help. Ha ha ha, I provided help. I provided help. At that moment, his words came to an abrupt halt. His blurry spirit body began to bend. The surrounding light and shadows that symbolized the mind-sea rapidly changed, forming a sinister, terrifying, and dark altar. On the altar, there was a cross. There seemed to be something hanging upside down from the cross, and there was a pile of blurry objects at the bottom. The light and shadows squirmed, and the hanging object was about to become clear. The entire mind world suddenly shook as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Chapter 187. Countless glimmers came at him, and the chaotic murmurs of millions of people poured into his ears. However, Klein didn't care about any of this. The clown's ability told him that his spirit body was being engulfed by a rapidly expanding and spreading black shadow. The black shadow was a huge cross, and there seemed to be a person hanging upside down on it. Catcher. The chaotic and terrifying storm of thoughts turned outwards and became unified. Hood Eugen's spiritual world disintegrated inch by inch. Klein realized that he was flying at the highest speed he could reach during the experiment that day. His spirit body had become significantly stronger after temporarily absorbing some of the power from the mysterious space above the grey fog. Just as the black shadow of the cross was about to engulf him, he rushed out of the hazy world and sensed his own body. Skillfully descending, Hood Eugen's lanky face and messy yellow hair appeared in Klein's eyes. He also saw the 3 candles burning quietly on the windowsill. He broke free from his psychic state in time. In that instant, he saw black scales grow on Hood Eugen's face. His blank pupils turned vertical, and he became unusually cold and ruthless. Oh no! He's going to lose control. Klein's pupils constricted, but before he could react, he saw a figure in a knee-length black trench coat and a silk top hat of the same color walk in front of Hood Eugen. The figure raised the custom-made revolver in his hand and pressed it against Hood Eugen's head. Bang, 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 bang. Dunn Smith pulled the trigger 5 times. Hood Eugen's head swelled up like a watermelon falling to the ground from a high place. Red and white blood sprayed into every corner of the room. He had taken care of Hood Eugen before he completely lost control. Klein's face and body were covered in blood and dirt. He stared at Dunn Smith in a daze, feeling that his captain was very handsome at that moment. As long as he doesn't talk about his memory, Captain is very trustworthy, he praised him in his heart. What happened? Dunn put away his revolver and watched Hood Eugen's nearly headless body slowly fall to the ground. Just as Klein was about to organize his words, he saw the body turn into a pile of bloody flesh and the hospital gown that covered it in a few breaths. It seemed that even the most basic structure had been destroyed. Only a few complete items were left on Hood Eugene's body. One was a few dozen scales that shone with a faint black light, and the other was his heart that had been dyed light blue and had become crystal clear. The heart was flowing with dreamy colors, like a diamond being illuminated by the light. Sometimes it made people quiet, sometimes it made people mad, sometimes it made people tense, sometimes it made them chaotic, but other than that, there was nothing special about it. This should be a controllable item. Dunn put away the revolver, took out the black glove, and put it on his right hand. Then, he squatted down and picked up the crystalline heart. An item that can be controlled. According to what the captain previously said, this can be used as the main ingredient for the Sequence 7 psychiatrist formula. However, will this make it easier for Beyonders who advance because of this to lose control? Klein took out a handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains on his face and body. He also took back the specially made tarot cards and cleaned their surfaces. He looked at the ground and asked curiously, "What are these black scales?" This is a material that has been tainted with a certain amount of extraordinary power. It can be used to create items with long-lasting effects. For example, our demon hunting bullet's ability to harm undead and other monsters will be significantly reduced after 3 months, leaving only a little demon hunting characteristic of the material. If we use similar black scales as the material, the effect will last for a year or even 2 years, and the effect will be even better. Of course, due to the problem of the characteristic, these black scales are clearly not suitable to be used to make demon hunting bullets. Dunn explained as he took the paper from Klein. He wrapped the light blue heart and the black scales. It's like a part of a Beyonder species that can be used as a potion's main ingredient. Klein asked as an example. Dunn straightened his body and nodded slightly. Yes. If I lose control, I'll really become a monster. Klein sighed. While the room was still sealed by the wall of spirituality, he hurriedly recounted his encounter. When I was communicating with Hood Eugene's spirit, I saw a shadow similar to the true creator in his mind. However, it was different. It wasn't a giant tied up and hung upside down, nor was it the eye behind the curtain of shadows. It was similar to the one you saw in Hannas Vincent's dream, Captain. Hannas Vincent was a member of the Aurora Order. As Selena had peeked at his incantation and performed a complete magic mirror divination, he was investigated by the Nighthawks. And in his dream, Dunn Smith saw a scene that was close to the true creator, but it was different from the widely circulated image of the true creator. In the end, one was injured, and the other died mysteriously. As for what happened before, Klein had already expected it when Hood Eugene flipped over the tarot card, the Hanging Man. However, he didn't expect it to happen in such a manner. Of course, it was considered an indirect contact. It couldn't be compared to him directly peeking at the eternal blazing Sunday. The worst outcome was that he would be injured or slightly corrupted. Upon hearing Klein's description, Dunn's expression turned solemn. He furrowed his brows slightly and said in a low voice, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, a huge cross, black nails, and a naked, blood-stained man hanging upside down? I didn't see it too clearly. That's why I wasn't injured. I only noticed the huge cross and the figure that seemed to be hanging upside down, Klein answered tactfully. He was only focused on running back then. Dunn nodded as though he was in deep thought. Lenivas's visit to Hood Eugen has something to do with the true creator. It has something to do with the Aurora Order. Klein hurriedly described the conversation and the scenes he had seen during the spirit channeling. Finally, he said, that's right. Finally, he said. Lenivas used their acting method to tempt Hood Eugen. It's the so-called immortal godhood, but I can't understand why he would say that this is the worst of times, and also the best of times. Perhaps this is the unique speaking style of a swindler. The help Hood Eugen provided involves a sinister, dark altar. I suspect that Lenivas is plotting something terrifying. As he spoke, his heart stirred. Captain, do you remember the letter to Mr. Z? The letter from the Aurora Order member I killed. In the letter, he said that when the time is right, it seems to be some doomsday, he will sacrifice all the lambs in Tingen to the so-called Lord. Could this have something to do with Lenivus's plot? Could Lenivus be the Aurora Order's Mr. Z? Dunn Smith thought carefully and said, I don't think so. Lenivus can't be Mr. Z, otherwise, he wouldn't have set up a fake steel company to cheat others of their money while he was working on the Aurora Order's official business. This would make his main mission full of variables. If there were any accidents with the operation of the steel company, he would be exposed to the police and us. He would have no choice but to flee Tingen and stop his plan. Of course, if he were a complete lunatic, it would be normal for him to do anything illogical. But from the way he set up the scam and calmly took away the money, he isn't really a lunatic. That's why I don't think he's the Aurora Order's Mr. Z. Of course, it's very possible that he's involved in the matter mentioned in the letter, the matter of sacrificing all the lambs in Tingen to the so-called Lord. At this point, Dunn paused for a moment and paced back and forth. This matter might be rather serious. We have to reinvestigate Lenivus and try to find some clues. We'll clean up the scene and cover up the traces here. We'll let everyone know that Hood Eugen is dead, but we won't be able to figure out who killed him. This way, the psychological alchemy or other beyonders who pay attention to the asylum will jump out. They might know something. The Lenivus scam is either still in the hands of the police department, or it has already been transferred to the mandated punishers. We'll use the clues we obtained while investigating the Aurora Order as an excuse to intervene in this case. We'll work with the mandated punishers and the machinery hivemind to gather all of Tingen's forces and carefully investigate the people and items related to Lenivus. If necessary, we'll seek assistance from the Beekland Diocese and the Holy Cathedral. After saying that, Dunn turned his head and looked at Klein. He deliberated for a moment before saying, after some deliberation, he said, Is there anything you want to add? Captain, you've said everything. Klein shook his head solemnly. No. He seized the moment and used ritualistic magic to remove the necessary traces with the help of the simple altar that had yet to be cleaned up. This was to ensure that under normal circumstances, no one would be able to find out that he and the captain had killed Hood Eugen. Then, he put away the materials, extinguished the candles, removed the wall of spirituality, and left the ward silently with Dunn Smith. They climbed out of the asylum. Go back and rest. Dunn stood in a corner of the wall without any streetlights. He pressed down on his black silk top hat and said, Many things can only be carried out tomorrow. All right. Klein wasn't a sleepless who only slept 2 to 3 hours a day. He immediately bade farewell and left. He took the Nighthawk's exclusive carriage that was waiting nearby and returned to Daffodil Street. Before he entered the carriage, he looked back and saw that the captain was still standing in the darkness where even the moonlight was blocked. He seemed to be thinking about something quietly. The streets were deserted in the wee hours of the morning. The carriage sped along, sometimes going straight and sometimes making turns. Klein was pondering over the matter regarding Lenivus when he suddenly fell into a trance. He saw the colors in front of him suddenly become richer. The red became redder, and the black became darker. It was like an abstract oil painting. Everything around him slowed down, and the carriage seemed to have entered a strange world. Klein grabbed the flaring sun charm and pulled out his revolver. At that moment, a huge skeletal hand reached in through the carriage's window and threw a folded letter. As the hand retracted and disappeared, the scene that resembled an oil painting suddenly returned to normal. The carriage was still driving steadily on the street. Chapter 188. The might of a messenger shocked Klein for a full 5 seconds before he snapped back to his senses. He bent down and picked up the piece of paper. Even if Mr. Aztec is unable to use most of his Beyonder powers due to his amnesia, just sending this messenger should be enough to deal with a Sequence 7 or even a Sequence 6 Beyonder, right? His heart reflected his astonished and envious expression. He wasn't in a hurry to open the letter, but instead put it in his pocket, together with the slumber charm and other items. The carriage continued forward and arrived at Daffodil Street. When Klein walked out of the carriage, he subconsciously glanced at the carriage driver, Cesar. He saw a smile on his face, his eyes calm and relaxed, as though he hadn't noticed what had happened. After switching to his spirit vision to take another look, Klein nodded indiscernibly and returned to his door. He looked at the balcony and water pipes on the second floor and pondered for a few seconds. He decided to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and not attempt to climb up. As for the blood-stained clothes, he would bring them to the Blackthorn Security Company tomorrow. The police department would step in and hand them over to a specific laundry lady to deal with. This way, he could avoid scaring the maid, Bella, and his sister, Melissa. Before jumping out of the window on the second floor, Klein had secretly unlocked the front door. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, he took out the key and opened the door without making a sound. He nimbly entered. After closing and locking the door, he heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the second floor with light footsteps. Stopping in front of the locked bedroom, Klein calmly took out a tarot card and inserted it into the crack of the door. With a light flick, he easily dispelled the lock he had created using a special method. Following that, he pushed the door open, took off his clothes, and completely relaxed. Just like a thief. Klein smiled and shook his head. He calmly took out his revolver and stuffed it under his pillow. After finishing his work, he lit the gas lamp, took out a piece of paper, sat in front of the desk, and began reading it seriously. "I'm sorry for replying to you only now. I've been busy tracking down my past, and I've been having gatherings with my former teachers and classmates until late at night. After reading your letter, I finally understand what happened in the past 2 days. First, the police came to search every room in the hotel I'm staying in, and at night, someone secretly circled the place. Yes, I'm talking about people with Beyonder powers. So it's the Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings who often appears in novels and newspapers. He's infiltrated Beekland and caused quite a massacre. I remember that not only is he wanted by our Kingdom of Ruin, but he's also on the wanted list of the Fasak Empire, the Republic of Intis, and the Fana Potter Kingdoms. So, how much was the bounty?" This thought subconsciously surfaced in Klein's mind. He did not get an answer, because Aztec changed the topic. "I find the shepherd powers you described very familiar, as though I've seen or encountered it somewhere before, but I can't recall it. It should be an experience in one of my previous lives. Not being able to recall it makes me feel terrible and vexed. Mr. Aztec has a certain interest in the shepherd. This is an entry point to get his help. Yes, it's a bit of a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. It's inevitable. According to my deductions, Mr. Aztec has lived for more than 1,000 years, and is very likely a high-sequence Beyonder. Then, in his earliest life and his previous lives, he must have seen the Beyonder powers of many sequences, and he must have had a deep impression of some of the more special ones. In other words, not only does Shepherd give him a similar sense of familiarity, but the Unshadowed, Demon Hunter, Guardian, and other jobs should also be able to do the same. As long as a mystical item corresponds to a particular sequence's powers, Mr. Aztec would find it familiar and be interested. It's understandable. Klein was puzzled at first, but he soon came to a realization. He felt a lot more certain. He moved his gaze down and continued reading. "As for the sacrificial ritual that you asked about, I recalled some of it a long time ago. It seems to be because I have a very deep impression of it. Perhaps, in one of my lives, or in my earliest life, I was a priest. I have to warn you beforehand that you have to be extremely careful when using the sacrificial ritual. You cannot place your safety on the conscience of evil deities or certain hidden existences. They don't have such things. In addition, you need to have a strong ability to distinguish between the two, because evil gods and demons will create seemingly harmless identities for themselves. My opinion is that you can't offer sacrifices to existences that you don't know, or else your soul will become a sacrifice. In layman's terms, evil gods and devils will wear sock puppets and disguise themselves as identities that are easily trusted. Just like in online world, there might be a burly man squatting behind a seemingly cute girl's account. Even if you meet them offline and confirm their looks, you still have to be careful. It might even be a cross-dresser." Klein didn't ignore Mr. Aztec's warning just because it was a sacrifice to him. He nodded in agreement. After Aztec emphasized the things to take note of, he quickly explained the sacrificial ritual he knew. "First, set up the altar. Whichever deity or hidden existence you wish to sacrifice to, draw the corresponding symbol and use herbs and ores that belong to their domain. Of course, you can also make holy oil, balm, incense, and other items in advance. Symbol. Klein was taken aback for a moment. He realized that he, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, actually didn't know what the corresponding symbol was. With a thought, he quickly connected it to the complicated symbol behind the high-back chair at the end of the long bronze table. It was a complicated symbol formed from the pupil-less eye, which symbolized concealment, and the contorted lines that symbolized change. This should be my symbol. To be precise, it's my symbol above the gray fog. The domain is very simple. Concealment, change, good luck. But I can't be sure. I can only try. Yes, even if the symbol is wrong, under the premise that the honorific name is correct, the sacrificial target won't point to another existence. At most, it will cause the ritual to fail. I'm certain of this. Klein rubbed the surface of the paper in thought as he came up with a plan. His eyes regained focus as he read the rest of the passage. Secondly, you have to figure out if the sacrifice to the corresponding existence needs to be made at a specific time. Then, follow the normal ritual process until you finish chanting the honorific name and the prayer. You have to remember that you have to use Jotun, Dragonese, Elvish, or Ancient Hermes. Use their direct connection with the powers of nature to complete the communication with the corresponding existence. You can design the specific sentence yourself, but it has to include the key words, such as pray, watch, offer, kingdom, door, and open. Finally, you have to use materials with spirituality and combine them with the vibrations of the powers of nature caused by the incantation to build a preliminary passageway that connects to the corresponding existence's kingdom's door. If that person is interested, your sacrifice will be completed. This step isn't necessary. If you can make the corresponding existence very interested, then as soon as you finish chanting the incantation, he will automatically open the kingdom's door and build a stable passageway. However, this often means danger, because orthodox deities and relatively friendly secret existences rarely do so. Only evil gods and devils will respond directly for certain reasons. Materials with spirituality aren't cheap. I wonder if I can open a sacrificial passageway similar to the door of summoning just by chanting the incantation. I wonder if I can use some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, I'll head to the underground market to buy materials with spirituality. There's no need to use Beyonder ingredients, right? It'll be fine as long as they have a certain level of spirituality, right? Klein thought of the £300 in his anonymous account and the dozen pounds he had just saved up. Beyonder ingredients and materials with a certain level of spirituality weren't exactly the same. For example, Hood Eugen's heart was a Beyonder ingredient, while those black scales were materials with a certain level of spirituality. After reading Mr. Aztec's letter, Klein rubbed his fingers together and ignited a spiritual flame. He burned the paper to ashes and threw it into the trash can. It was already late at night, so he wasn't in a hurry to try it. He planned on making a plan first and finalizing the things he needed to take note of before putting it into practice. He had long been aware of his own problems. That was, when he had a contingency plan, he would act cautiously and rationally. However, once he encountered a situation that wasn't part of the contingency plan, such as a flash of inspiration, it was easy to only consider the good and ignore the bad. To put it simply, it's easy to court death when you're impulsive. Klein reached out to cover his face. The next day, Dunn Smith, who had communicated with the mandated punishers and the machinery hivemind, began assigning tasks. Klein also accepted the corresponding assignment to investigate some people who were related to Lenivus. However, according to his own opinion and the internal rules of the Nighthawks, he didn't need to be responsible for people he knew previously. Of course, his combat lessons in the afternoon continued, and Dunn didn't use him as the main investigator. Beekland, Hillston Borough, in a house with a stable and garden. Zillings, who had a unique wide chin and dark green eyes, looked at the unconscious man on the ground, took off his clothes, and put them on himself. Then, he leisurely walked to the mirror and watched the black glove on his left hand squirm as if it was digesting. He watched as many distorted lines appeared on the back of it. A few seconds later, Zillings saw his reflection in the mirror be covered with a faint light. His muscles, skin, and bones were all undergoing a strange change. Not long after, he turned into the man on the ground. Be it his height, appearance, or temperament, they were all identical. Chapter 189. He had a straight nose, sparse eyebrows, slightly drooping cheeks, and light blue eyes. Chilangos looked at himself in the mirror and scrutinized himself from head to toe. He was sure that he was no different from the unconscious man. After mimicking a few of the man's habitual movements, he bent down and dragged the man to the side, stuffing him into the wardrobe. Then, he reached out his right hand and snapped the man's neck. Chilangos took out a handkerchief, wiped his palms, and closed the closet door. He slowly walked back to the dressing mirror, put on a black double-breasted suit, and tied a bow tie. Then, he picked up a bottle of amber perfume and dripped a few drops on his wrist, then wiped it on different parts of his body. After combing his hair in front of the mirror, Zillings walked out of the room, closed the door behind him, and said to the butler waiting outside, "Do not let anyone enter my room. Don't let anyone enter my room. There are important items inside." "Yes, Baron Grimir." The mottled butler pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Your carriage and accompanying servants are waiting for you downstairs. The Duke of Negan's invitation is there as well." Zillings maintained the bearing of a baron and nodded slightly. Accompanied by the butler, he walked arrogantly to the staircase. Herr, a baron who is burdened with so much debt that he can't even afford to hire ordinary security personnel actually maintains a butler, a valet, 2 attendants, 2 first-rate maids, 4 second-rate maids, 2 laundry maids, a carriage driver, a horse feeder, a gardener, a chef, and a chef's assistant. To these foolish nobles, dignity is more important than anything else. I have no choice but to waste time learning their strange pronunciation of certain words and so-called aristocratic accent. Zillings thought coldly and disdainfully. Beekland, Sherwood Borough, in a cramped apartment. Zio de Richa sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at Force Wall, who was reading a novel under the light from the window. How despairing. Zillings didn't leave any clues behind. "We can't figure out what he's trying to do in Beekland." They followed their plan and called the police, secretly sending a letter to the police station, describing in detail the strange situation at the crime scene and the suspect Zillings. The police department's response was within their expectations. To be cautious, they handed the matter over to the mandated Punisher team. After a day of preparation, the news of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings infiltrating Beekland spread to all the law enforcement teams. Zio and Force also left the place they rented and went into hiding to conduct a covert investigation. They didn't wish to be brought back to the police station to assist in the investigation. Be it the mandated Punishers, the Nighthawks, or the members of the machinery. They viewed beyond us who didn't belong to the authorities with hostility, and viewed them as potential criminals. Therefore, not only were Zio and Force evading the possibility of Zillings pursuing them, they were also evading the law enforcers. If it were that easy for us to figure out his motives, Zillings would have long been buried in a cemetery. "The tombstone would definitely be covered in lush weeds," Force replied unhurriedly. "What we need to do is to wait patiently. As long as this intense investigation continues, Zillings will definitely make a mistake. I have to say that a mystical item that can change a person's appearance is really enviable." Zio hugged her knees and looked out the window. "I'm just worried that Zillings will take action in a short period of time and escape Beekland before anyone can react. If that happens, I don't know when I'll be able to advance to Sequence 8, much less Sequence 6 or 5. She paused for a few seconds and muttered in a daze, "I don't even know when I'll be able to take back what belongs to our family. I haven't seen my brother for almost a year." Force gave a comforting smile. "When you fulfill your wish, please allow me to write your experiences into a story. It'll definitely be very exciting and interesting." "Well, actually, I believe that with Miss Audrey's generosity, even if this matter ends like this, she'll still give us a generous reward. After all, we've been busy for so long. After all, we've made Zillings take the initiative to appear." "I hope so. Sigh, why can't I have a fortuitous encounter?" Zio scratched her shoulder-length blonde hair. Force frowned slightly. In the Beyonder world, fortuitous encounters are often accompanied by danger. To this day, I still don't know what the ravings that appear during the full moon represent, or if it will cause any negative changes. Fortuitous encounters without danger do exist, but they're very, very rare. It's really difficult for your wish to be fulfilled, unless we can obtain the blessings of an orthodox deity, or the attention of a friendly hidden existence. However, it's very difficult for us to tell if it's an evil god or devil in disguise. Zio straightened her back and drew a crimson moon on her chest. May the goddess bless me. In the Duke of Negan's mansion in Beekland's Empress Borough, a grand ball was being held. It was split into two sections. One was the dance hall, which was located on the ground floor. It was paved with gorgeous stone slabs carved with complicated patterns. In the corner, there was an excellent band belonging to the Duke. Going up the hall's stairs was a circular corridor on the second floor. The guests held their wine glasses and stood in front of the railing, looking down at the dance below. It was similar to watching a fencing event from the stands. From time to time, a gentleman would walk in front of a lady or a madam and invite them to dance. If they received permission, both parties would walk down the stairs while holding hands and enter the hall. On the other side of the corridor that wasn't close to the hall, there were doors after doors. Behind them were rooms for guests. However, behind one of the doors was a corridor. On both sides were different plaster statues that belonged to the ancestors of the Negan family. At the end of the corridor, one could see the other section of the ball. It was also a hall with long tables and all sorts of delicacies and wine. Another band belonging to the Duke was playing melodious and relaxing music for the guests. In this hall, the guests gathered in groups of 3 to 5, either sitting or standing as they discussed various matters. Those who wished to temporarily escape the hustle and bustle would enter the balconies attached to the hall to look at the scenery in the garden and the crimson moon in the sky. Audrey Hall, who had just finished the opening dance, was originally standing on the second floor of the hall. She stared blankly at the huge crystal chandelier hanging down from the ceiling and the candles on it. However, when she realized that many people were itching to come over and invite her for a dance, she cleverly left and stepped onto the corridor that led to the dining hall. How boring, but I can't not participate. Sigh, can't they just let me observe in silence? I have to say, some people have really rich expressions when they dance. It reminds me of courting animals. Audrey looked down at her toes and began to pace in boredom. At this moment, she saw a figure approaching from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly slowed down and straightened her back, instantly transforming back into the elegant and quiet Miss Hall. "Hello, Baron Grimmier." Audrey greeted him with a perfect smile and etiquette. Baron Grimmier, who had sparse eyebrows and light blue eyes, smiled and bowed. "Hello, Miss Hall. You are the brightest and most dazzling jewel of this ball." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Baron Grimmier walked towards the hall while Audrey continued to approach the dining hall. After taking a few steps, she suddenly frowned. Her green eyes were filled with puzzlement. Baron Grimmier is a little different from usual. In the past, whenever he saw a beautiful lady or madam of a higher status than him, he would shift his gaze to the side, not daring to look at them directly. Then, he would constantly steal glances. But today, he appears very confident. Also, the smell of his perfume isn't right. In the past, when he attended all sorts of gatherings, his body would always emit the last note of amber. It's pure and light, not ostentatious but noble. That is to say, he would spray the perfume a few hours in advance, allowing the front and middle notes to evaporate before the banquet. But just now, the fragrance on his body was the middle note of amber, dense and elegant. Audrey's footsteps became slower and slower. As a spectator who had completely digested the potion, her sensitivity to details was not something other Beyonders could compare with. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, and her bright green eyes froze. Could it be Zillings in disguise? Creeping hunger has the ability to change a person's appearance. The more Audrey thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. Her heart was in her mouth as she felt nervous and flustered. If it's really Rear Admiral Hurricane, what does he want to do? It's a pity that I can't bring Susie to this ball. Otherwise, I could let her secretly observe Baron Grimmier. No, I have to warn father. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey quickened her pace and entered the dining hall. She found Earl of Hall, who was conversing with the cabinet's chief secretary and others. She outlined an impeccable smile, walked over, and held Earl of Hall's arm. She said to the others, "Gentlemen, May I borrow Earl of Hall for a few minutes? Beautiful lady, that is your right, the gentleman replied in a friendly manner. Audrey pulled Earl of Hall to the nearest balcony and found a secluded corner. She said to her plump father, "Father, I have something to tell you." Earl of Hall originally had a doting smile on his face, but when he saw his daughter's serious expression, he turned serious as well. "What is it?" "I met Baron Grimmier just now, but he's different from before in certain details. For example, the scent of his perfume is in the middle of amber. It used to be at the end, such as..." Audrey spoke of the differences she had observed. This could be explained by his sensitivity and attentiveness. After describing what had just happened, she deliberated and added, "I heard Viscount Glaint mention that Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has the ability to change into another person's appearance. Isn't he in Beekland recently?" Earl of Hall listened quietly, and his expression became unusually solemn. But he quickly smiled and comforted his slightly flustered daughter. "I'll take care of it. Go find your mother and stay with her. She's in the lounge in this hall." "Okay." Audrey nodded obediently. On the way to the lounge, she looked back at her father and saw Earl of Hall conversing softly with a noble. His expression was rather solemn. Audrey's heart involuntarily tensed up again. She felt that she had to do something to prevent her father, mother, and brother from getting hurt. After surveying her surroundings, she changed directions and left the dining hall. She entered a corridor and found the tiny prayer room in the Duke of Negan's house with familiarity. She pushed the door open and locked it behind her. Looking at the symbol of the Lord of Storms in front of her, she subconsciously found a secluded and dark corner. Audrey sat down and leaned forward. She clasped her hands together in a praying gesture and pressed them against her forehead. Then, she chanted softly in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Chapter 190. Tingen City, Daffodil Street. Klein was discussing with his brother, Barnson, and sister, Melissa, about the latest popular plays. He sincerely invited them to watch them at the theatre next Sunday night. "I think the newspapers have said enough. The Return of the Count is definitely a play worth watching live. It has already been performed dozens of times in Beekland, and every single one of them was sold out. I don't think we should miss this opportunity." The lack of entertainment made Klein unwilling to give up. After all, he was someone who followed the trends and watched plays in his previous life. "Of course, if it wasn't to maintain my image, I'd rather go to a tavern to play billiards. Renting a place to play tennis isn't bad either. I can consider that. It's a leisure activity for the middle class. With my current physique, as long as I don't encounter other beyonders, I can easily handle most opponents. Forget it, I can only think about it for now. I'll investigate the people and things related to Lenivus in the morning, and I'll practice combat in the afternoon. I'll check some of the houses with red chimneys before returning home in the evening. I'm really a busy man." Klein thought, trying to find joy in his misery. Seeing that Barnson was already tempted, Melissa was still a little hesitant. He smiled and added, "It's said that the most popular supporting character in The Return of the Count is a genius mechanic. All right, no matter what, we have to go to the theatre to watch a play." Melissa pursed her lips and nodded reluctantly, but her eyes were much brighter than before. Klein was about to respond when he suddenly heard a low buzz in his ears. He felt dizzy for a few seconds. "Someone is praying to me." He put his right hand behind his back and chuckled. "Then I'll wait patiently for the opening of the ticket booking day. All right, I'll go back to my bedroom and write a report. We have to dive into the sea of knowledge too. I hope we don't drown in it." Barnson gave a self-deprecating laugh and returned to the dining room with Melissa. Klein went up to the second floor, locked the bedroom door, and sealed the entire room with a wall of spirituality. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited an incantation, and went above the grey fog. In the towering palace that looked like a giant's residence, his figure suddenly appeared at the head of the long bronze table. A crimson star that was constantly shrinking and expanding was reflected in his eyes. Klein raised his right hand, spread his spirituality, and touched the star that symbolized justice. With a boom, he saw a distorted and blurry scene. He saw Miss Justice wearing a beige regal dress, sitting on a chair in a dark corner. Her hands were clasped together against her buried forehead. At the same time, a slightly tender and tense sweet female voice overlapped with each other, echoing in the air. "The fool who doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your gaze, I pray that you will listen. I met someone who looked like the Zillings at the ball hosted by the Duke of Negan. He disguised himself as Baron Grimere, and his motives are unknown. From certain details, I discovered that Baron Grimere is different from the past. This made me recall the beyonder power of Zilling's mystical item that allows a person to change their appearance." Klein listened attentively and analyzed carefully. Finally, he understood what Miss Justice had described. Zillings had used the special power of creeping hunger to sneak into the Duke of Negan's ball, but he didn't expect that a certain noble lady was a spectator who remembered Baron Grimere's past characteristics. Thus, he was unknowingly exposed. "What is this fellow trying to do? And what should I do? I've been experimenting with sacrificial rituals that don't use spiritual materials for the past 2 days. I discovered that I can create something similar to the Door of Summoning, but I can't open it. I'm thinking of finding some time to head to the underground market to buy some materials with spirituality for a second experiment." Miss Justice definitely wouldn't bring any spiritual materials with her when attending the ball. Klein pondered for more than 10 seconds and began to respond to Justice's prayer. In the small prayer room of the Duke of Negan residence, Audrey repeatedly prayed a few times before finally stopping. She straightened her clothes and walked quickly to the door. She knew that she couldn't disappear for too long, or else her father and mother would worry and misjudge the situation, resulting in an incorrect response. Standing behind the door, Audrey took a deep breath. With a perturbed and uneasy heart, she reached out her right hand, which was wearing a white veil glove, and unlocked the door. After leaving the small prayer room, she walked along the corridor back to the dining hall. Seeing the guests approaching with wine glasses and plates, her vision suddenly blurred as she realized that she was surrounded by an illusory fog. In the middle of the thick grayish-white fog was an ancient, high-back chair. Sitting on the chair was a mysterious existence whose appearance and figure couldn't be seen clearly. It was a mysterious existence that looked down on everything. "Mr. Fool," Audrey nearly blurted out in surprise. Following that, she heard a familiar deep voice. "I got it." The voice was still echoing, but the grey fog had already disappeared. In front of Audrey was still the long table with food and alcohol. It was still the lively scene of people toasting each other. The perturbed and uneasy feeling in her heart suddenly disappeared. She subconsciously straightened her back, looked around calmly, and walked into the dining hall with light footsteps. She then walked towards the lounge. Above the grey fog, in the towering palace. After responding to Miss Justice, Klein began to consider how to convey the matter to the hanging man. "It's definitely not possible for me to repeat it myself. It would be inappropriate. How can a mysterious existence personally act as a messenger?" He deliberated for dozens of seconds before he suddenly had an idea. He conjured the scene and voice of Miss Justice's prayer, turning it into a movie scene that was covered in mosaic. With a tap of his hand, Klein projected the scene that was repeatedly replayed onto the crimson star that symbolized the hanging man, Beekland, Sherwood Borough, Holy Wind Cathedral. In a simple and unadorned room, the hanging man, Alger Wilson, was studying the investigation reports from the past few days, trying to find any traces of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Diagonally above his right hand was a stack of paper filled with distorted symbols. Just as Alger leaned back and rubbed his eyes, he suddenly realized that the scene before him had turned illusory. It was a thick grayish-white fog. In the depths of the endless fog, there was a high-back chair that seemed to exist forever. Sitting on the high-back chair was a faint figure. "Mr. Fool." Just as this thought surfaced in Alger's mind, he saw a blurry figure in a regal dress appear in the hazy grayish-white fog. She maintained her praying posture as she kept narrating. "I met someone suspected to be Zillings at the ball held by the Duke of Negan. He disguised himself as Baron Grimere, and his motives are unknown. I noticed from certain details that Baron Grimir is different from before. This made me recall the beyonder power of Zillings's mystical item that can change a person's appearance. Alger was first alarmed before revealing a look of pleasant surprise. He pressed his hand to his chest and lowered his head. "Praise be to you, Mr. Fool." Before he could finish his sentence, everything he had seen and heard vanished, as though it had never appeared. Staring at the desk with Roselle's diary and investigation report, Alger's pupils constricted. He once again felt the power of the Fool. This was the Holy Wind Cathedral, the former headquarters of the Church of the Storm. Although it was more than 1,000 years ago, it didn't stop the believers from treating it as one of their holy lands. However, Mr. Fool still silently descended and gave a response. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Alger picked up his items and turned to leave. He was going to look for one of the cardinals of the Church of the Storm, the Archbishop of the Diocese of Beekland, Spelsinger of God Ace Snake. To Alger Wilson, killing Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings with his own hands was the best development. But if he couldn't do it, being able to confirm his death was also acceptable. After passing Miss Justice's description to the hanging man, Klein left the mysterious space above the grey fog and returned to his bedroom. He wasn't in a hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality. Instead, he sat in front of his desk, unfolded a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and began writing. According to the urgent intelligence I received, Zillings used the powers of a shepherd to disguise himself as Baron Grimir and sneak into the Duke of Negan's ball. His motives are temporarily unknown. Klein wasn't worried that Mr. Aztec would suspect him. He was wondering how someone in Tingen City could quickly find out about what had happened in Beekland because there were telegrams in this world. "I'm not sure if this will interest you, but I think it's necessary to let you know." Klein quickly ended and folded the letter. Then, he rummaged for the ancient copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, puffed up his cheeks, and blew hard. The huge, terrifying, and illusory skeleton messenger appeared once again. It remained standing there, not minding that its head had burrowed into the roof. Klein resisted the urge to use his clown powers. He didn't turn the letter into a flying dagger, and he obediently threw it to the messenger. He blew the copper whistle again, ending the summoning. Klein composed himself and went through the matter in his mind again. What he could do now was only what he had done, although Klein could also use the summoning ritual to bring the flaring sun charm to Beekland. It was too dangerous. Zillings was a sequence 6 wind-blessed, and he had the mystical item, Creeping Hunger. Secondly, it was too troublesome. He had to first get the flaring sun charm above the grey fog. Thirdly, it would easily ruin his image, so he rationally gave up on the idea. Actually, it's not a big problem. The Duke of Negan is the most powerful noble outside of the royal family. He's the big shot behind the Conservative Party. There's definitely no lack of high-ranking officials among the people attending the ball today. I'm the first to refuse to believe that there isn't a powerful beyonder protecting him. Zillings is the second. Well, if it wasn't for this factor, there's no need for him to disguise himself. Since Miss Justice has already discovered it ahead of time, allowing the nobles to be prepared, the matter won't become too serious and spiral out of control. I wonder how fast Mr. Aztec's messenger is. If he can use the spirit world to travel, there's still hope of him making it in time for the main course. If it's as slow as Maram Daly's messenger, then I can only guess the truth from the news. Klein nodded indiscernibly and threw the matter to the back of his mind. There was nothing more he could do anyway. Chapter 191. In the ballroom of the Duke of Negan's mansion. Zillings, who was disguised as Baron Grimir, held a glass of blood-red Ormir wine as he leisurely stood behind the railing of the corridor on the second floor, admiring the men and women on the dance floor, as well as the gorgeously dressed ladies and madams. But his eyes didn't contain any lust. They were as calm as the surface of a frozen lake. Occasionally, he would glance at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, or at the Duke of Negan, who was chasing after the beautiful figures with his eyes a few steps away. The Duke was dressed in a well-ironed Navy Admiral's uniform, with red ribbons on his shoulders connected to numerous medals of honor. He liked to dress like this on formal occasions to commemorate his decades of glorious military career. However, his waist was already bloated, and his body was filled with fat. His sharp and astute grayish-blue eyes were only left with turbidity and lust. But due to his good maintenance, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, mouth, and forehead were rather shallow, and his black hair was still lush. This was Pallas Negan, the current Duke of Negan, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, the elder brother of Prime Minister Agezid, and one of the few richest and most powerful people in the Kingdom of Ruin. At the same time, he was also the target of Zillings's secret infiltration into Beekland. Assassinating such an important figure really makes me tremble with excitement. Zillings retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. He was willing to accept this commission, not only because the price offered by the other party was attractive enough, but also because he loved to take risks and challenge difficult things. If I succeed in the assassination, my reputation will spread throughout the northern and southern continent, surpassing that of the Four Kings. Furthermore, I will receive a card, one of the cards created by Roselle the Great that contains the secrets of the god. Zillings suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked down at his left hand. Creeping hunger had already turned transparent. It was impossible for anyone to tell that Baron Grimmier was wearing a glove just by touching it with the naked eye. This really is a magical item. If not for it, I wouldn't have been able to become one of the pirate admirals at Sequence 6. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Zillings suddenly felt a sense of pity. After so many years as a pirate, he had seen and come into contact with many beyond us, including the members of the Aurora Order who enjoyed adventuring at the ends of the Sonya Sea. Therefore, he knew that compared to a real shepherd, Creeping Hunger was still lacking in many aspects. First of all, switching states was too slow, requiring at least a second. As for a real shepherd, it could change in an instant. Secondly, the controlled soul could only use 1 to 3 powers from when it was alive. As for how many and which ones it was completely up to luck. It was fixed after the first grazing. As for a real shepherd, he could choose 3 of them. He didn't need to roll dice like he did at a gambling table. Finally, Creeping Hunger could only graze 5 souls at the same time, while a real shepherd could have up to 7. Of course, both had the same limitations. They could only control 1 soul at a time, and they could only use the corresponding Beyonder powers of the soul and their own Beyonder powers. And if they wanted to use a new soul to replace an existing soul, the process was irreversible. There was no chance of regret. After 7 to 8 years of adjustments, Zillings finally settled on 5 souls. Their powers complemented each other, making their master appear rather terrifying. And it was because of the constant adjustments and experiments over the years that there were rumors among the pirates that Rear Admiral Hurricane was omnipotent and capable of anything. Amidst the passionate dance music, Chilangos rehearsed his next move in his mind. In the end, he sighed regretfully in his heart. Finally, he sighed regretfully, "It's a pity that I haven't found that traveler in the past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about anything tonight." If he could capture the woman suspected to be a traveler, Zillings definitely wouldn't hesitate to feed one of the 5 grazed souls to Creeping Hunger. To him, the powers of this sequence pathway were very useful. Zillings glanced at the huge crystal chandelier that hung down from the ceiling and decided not to wait any longer. The soul he currently controlled only had one ability, the ability to change his appearance and figure. It didn't have the ability to fight other Beyonders, but as this Beyonder power was very useful in many things, Zillings couldn't bear to replace it. The good thing was that no matter which soul he controlled, Zillings could use his wind-blessed Beyonder powers at the same time. Finally, he pretended to chase after the graceful figure of a certain noble lady, allowing his gaze to sweep past the Duke of Negan and the men around him. The Duke of Negan is a devout believer of the Lord of Storms, and is a key figure in the Church of the Storm's influence on the kingdom's situation. He definitely has the protection of Beyondus from the Church of the Storm. And although the Negan family isn't an ancient family that has existed for more than 1,000 years, be it wealth or power, they're ranked at the top of the kingdom. They definitely seek the sequence potion formula in secret and seek the allegiance of Beyondus. Zillings's thoughts surged as he eliminated the gentlemen belonging to the nobles and officials. He locked onto a man who was always beside the Duke of Negan. The man wore a black tuxedo, had brown hair, and blue eyes. He was almost expressionless as he vigilantly watched his surroundings. Zillings nodded indiscernibly and pressed his right hand forward slightly. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept across the dance floor, blowing out the candles on the crystal chandelier. Just as the light and darkness intersected, just as everyone's attention was drawn to it, a few thin wind blades, under the cover of the strong wind, struck the metal chain that hung the crystal chandelier, striking the same spot. Creak! Amidst the jarring, shattering sound, the huge crystal chandelier fell straight onto the dance floor, smashing into the ground with a loud clang. Screams rang out one after another, and many guests were injured by the flying shards, letting out cries of extreme fear. Taking advantage of the darkness and chaos in the hall, the glove on Zillings's left hand squirmed and changed, condensing a golden surface. His expression was filled with dignity, and his gaze pierced through the darkness as he stared at the man beside the Duke of Negan. Suddenly, Zillings's eyes lit up like two bolts of lightning. The Beyonder in charge of protecting the Duke of Negan immediately let out a tragic cry as he fell to the ground, clutching his head. He kept rolling and struggling. With a swoosh, Zillings's figure tore through the darkness and rushed towards the Duke of Negan. However, the target reflected in his dark and deep eyes wasn't the slightest bit flustered and was instead filled with confidence. The Duke of Negan's tall and fat body stood rooted to the ground, looking down at the attacking assassin. He raised his right hand, pushed it forward, and spoke in ancient Hermes in a deep voice. He said in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." Silently, Zillings came to a sudden halt. His surroundings seemed to be filled with transparent walls or flowing with an extremely viscous liquid. This made him look like an insect in amber, or a prisoner in a prison cell. The leader of the conservative faction of nobles, the hereditary Duke, Pallas Negan, was actually a Beyonder, a rather powerful one at that. The Duke of Negan spoke in a deep voice again as he waved his right hand. Whip. Pa. Pa. Zillings seemed to have been struck by an invisible whip. His clothes were torn, his flesh split open, and his bones were exposed. Right on the heels of that, the Duke of Negan leaned forward, clenched his right fist, and said solemnly, "Death. Pa." He waved his arm, and his entire body left after images as he slammed into Zillings's body. His fist accurately struck the target's head in an unavoidable manner. Crack. Zillings's head shattered, but everything around him shattered as well. The Duke of Negan remained standing in the same spot. It was just a dream. At some point in time, this pirate admiral had switched his powers and entered the state of a nightmare. And unlike a normal nightmare, he could still move after dragging someone into a dream. Zillings's figure silently appeared behind the Duke of Negan, his dark and cold eyes locked onto him. His right fist was wrapped in a whirling gale as it stabbed at his target's back like a sharp blade. Whoosh! Amidst the raging wind, Zillings's right fist penetrated the Duke of Negan's body and penetrated his heart. However, the Duke of Negan's figure rapidly faded and became transparent, like a summoned spirit. This nearly invisible shadow rippled and dissipated. The Duke of Negan appeared in front of the double doors on the other side of the corridor, a scrutinizing smile on his face. Another Beyonder. They made preparations ahead of time. Ambushing me? How is that possible? A thought flashed through Zillings's mind. Although he was unwilling to accept this reality, he still calmly responded. The glove on his left hand squirmed, revealing fine dark golden scales. His pupils turned faint and vertical. Immediately following that, an invisible wave swept out in all directions. The gentlemen and ladies simultaneously fell into an uncontrollable fear. They left their hiding places and ran around aimlessly. The scene became abnormally chaotic. This made the Beyonders not dare to act rashly, afraid that they would hurt their family and friends. Seizing this opportunity, Zillings ran at high speed with a hurricane swirling around him, smashing through the door of a lounge and the oriel window. With a clang, he lunged out of the house, and with the help of the wind, he flew quite a distance and flew out of the Duke of Negan's mansion. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Zillings immediately ran towards the forest opposite. It was a municipal park, he had already explored the surrounding terrain. As long as he got rid of his pursuers, he could change his appearance and blend in with the more than 5 million people of Beekland. This was also the reason why he dared to take on such a difficult mission. After a while, a strong wind blew towards the Duke of Negan's mansion. The cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the archbishop of the Diocese of Beekland, the spellsinger of God, Ace Snake, flew over with a few mandated punishers. He didn't have time to inform the other Beyonders. Alger was one of the people who arrived with Archbishop Ace, but he was in a very bad mood, because he saw the broken window and his colleagues who had just chased out of the house. Chapter 192. Passing through the forest and crossing the artificial lake, Zillings managed to shake off his pursuers with the blessings of the wind. He surveyed his surroundings, intending to pretend that he was escaping by diving into the Tussock River before turning around and running into Beekland's economic center, Hillston Borough. At that moment, his vision suddenly blurred as he saw the various colors in the darkness become abnormally rich. The green trees turned greener, the bright red fruits turned redder, and the dark water turned darker. Everything was like a canvas that had been splashed with paint. And in the sky where the crimson moon was blotted out, there were countless transparent shadows of indescribable shapes. There were bright lustres of different colors that contained mysterious knowledge. Zillings realized that he had stopped and was floating in midair. Beneath his feet was the constantly rising dark water surface, and beneath the water surface were pale-skinned palms that were grabbing outwards. Oh no! Zillings knew that he had been ambushed. And the ambusher definitely wasn't weak. A gigantic humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him. This monster was 4 meters tall, and its eye sockets burned with pitch-black flames. The white bones were illusory and hazy. Zillings stared at his enemy without any emotion as the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. At the same time, the glove on his left hand emitted a resplendent light, as though it was made of pure gold. Zillings leaned back and spread out his arms, as though he was embracing the sun. A pure, blazing light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping the gigantic skeleton. The entire oil-like world trembled violently as the pale palms beneath the dark water surface evaporated one after another. This was the Beyonder power of a priest of light. This was a sequence 5 Beyonder power of the sun pathway. This was the nemesis of the undead. The resplendent pillar of light dissipated, and the pitch-black flames in the gigantic skeleton's eye sockets were instantly extinguished. Then, it turned transparent and dissipated into the air. Before Zillings could use the Priest of Light powers to shatter the oil-like world again, his expression froze. He saw another huge skeleton on his left. It was almost 4 meters tall, and its eye sockets were burning with black flames. It was exactly the same as the monster from before. Then, the same skeletal monsters appeared one after another around Zillings. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 100 of them. Over 100 pairs of eyes burning with black flames cast their gazes at the target at the same time. Below him, the dark water rose higher and higher, almost touching the soles of Zillings's feet. Pale, illusory palms grew out one after another and waved around, trying to grasp at the life-saving straw. Spread out and chase after them. Try to surround them. Ace Snake, the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, gave an order and rose into the air amidst the sudden hurricane, flying in the direction where Zillings had fled. Duke of Negan and the others didn't join the ranks of the mandated punishers. Maintaining their status, they stood by the window and watched from the balcony. Only then did the ordinary nobles, who were running around in panic, slowly calm down. Due to the darkness and the incessant shouts, they didn't know what exactly had happened. All they knew was that the Duke might have encountered an assassin. Alger Wilson gritted his teeth and ran out of Duke of Negan's mansion. He circled around the municipal park opposite and rushed to Hillston Borough. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he wasn't willing to miss it. Suddenly, he heard a voice carried over by the wind. There's no need to chase after them. There's no need to chase after them. It's Cardinal Snake's voice. Alger ran a few more steps before he stopped and turned to look at the sky in confusion. He saw Archbishop Snake, who was wearing a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm, hovering above the woods and artificial lake, staring diagonally down. Alger frowned. Without the time to think about the reason, he ran at high speed towards the cardinal. As he got closer, he could see more clearly with the help of his seafarer Beyonder powers. The squarish face of the spellsinger of God was expressionless, but his posture indicated his seriousness. The white hair that peeked out from under his black bonnet fluttered in the wind, accentuating his abnormally stern silver eyes. Alger retracted his gaze and ran out of the woods. The cold surface of the lake that shimmered with crimson moonlight suddenly appeared in his eyes, and a tall figure appeared near the shore. This figure had a unique wide chin, and his brown hair was tied into an ancient warrior's bun. His dark green eyes were cold and empty. Zillings. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Alger was first stunned, then he was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't believe his eyes, suspecting that the darkness had caused him to hallucinate. Before he could react further, he suddenly saw Zillings's face rapidly rot, to the point where yellowish-green pus flowed out, and his flesh and blood fell off piece by piece. Pa. All that was left of Zillings's face was white bones, and his two empty eyeballs fell out of their sockets, smashing onto the ground by the lake. With a cracking sound, Zillings completely fell apart. His clothes were spread over him, blocking the rotting flesh and white bones, as well as the shimmering light. In less than 20 seconds, one of the 7 pirate admirals, Zillings, had died in a bizarre manner in front of Alger. This horrifying scene was deeply imprinted in Alger's mind, making him suspect that he was having a terrifying nightmare. What happened? Didn't Zillings successfully escape? Why did he die so strangely and simply here? What did he encounter to lose his life in such a short period of time? His a sequence 6 Windblessed, the owner of Creeping Hunger. Who did it? Why did they kill Zillings? Just as Alger couldn't help but have countless thoughts flash through his mind, he heard the magnetic voice of Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake. Did you tell anyone else about this information? Does anyone else know about this information? Alger instantly regained his composure, looked at Zillings's corpse, and explained in a prepared manner, I just received the information and reported it to you. As soon as I received the information, I reported it to you, Archbishop. At this point, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If Ace Snake hadn't gone for a stroll by the Tussock River, making me spend quite a bit of time looking for him, Zillings might not have been able to escape Duke of Negan's mansion. Of course, he didn't dare voice such grievances in front of a high-sequence beyonder. All he could do was respectfully and humbly continue describing. He could only respectfully and humbly continue describing. The personnel who received the information directly were even sacrificed, and those who were in transit did not open the letter. I can confirm this. But I can't be sure if the source of the information was leaked. Since we know of it, it's possible for others to know as well. As Alger spoke, he began guessing who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. The person or organization that commissioned Zillings to assassinate Duke of Negan? But since Zillings has successfully escaped, and there's no possibility of him leaking anything, there's no reason to kill him. If it were me, I'd let Zillings lie in ambush, and when everyone thinks that he has escaped from Beekland, I'd carry out another assassination. Besides, Zillings has always trusted himself. He wouldn't tell anyone about the assassination plan ahead of time. Duke of Negan has recently been holding gatherings for the few bills in September, so there's no need to worry about the lack of opportunities. Apart from Zillings himself, no one can be sure when and where he will take action. Unless it's a prophet. The possibility is very low. Another faction? Impossible. Miss Justice discovered the problem on the spot and used the method of praying to Mr. Fool to transmit the information. Other than us, it's impossible for any other organization to receive the news at the same time, Mr. Fool. Alger was alarmed as he thought of a possibility. The one who did it was Mr. Fool's bless. He happened to be in Beekland, so he happened to help. The more Alger thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was close to the truth. Only the members and subordinates of Tarot would know the information immediately. Only a blessed of the Fool taking action would make people feel that the matter was strange and lacked a motive. As his imagination ran wild, Archbishop Snake fell silent for a moment before saying to the other mandated punishers who had rushed over, Zillings is dead. Chilangos is dead. A high-sequence beyonder killed him, or he used a sealed artifact of the same grade. However, this is rather dangerous, and the possibility isn't high. After preliminary observation, I believe it's a high-sequence beyonder of the death pathway, perhaps a member of the charismatic order, but it's not the one I know. It could also be a member of another secret organization. The motive is unknown. The charismatic order originated in the southern continent, and it was said that it was a secret organization established by some descendants of Death in an attempt to resurrect Death. After the southern continent was invaded and colonized, they were nearly destroyed, but they tenaciously survived and developed into the various countries of the northern continent. High-sequence Beyonder. Yes, only a high-sequence Beyonder can kill Zillings in such a short period of time. A blessed under Mr. Fool is already a high-sequence Beyonder. That's a demigod. Alger looked at the pile of rotten flesh and bones again. He was in a very detached state, as if he had lost all his emotions. He was staring blankly at everything in a daze. If one day, I betray Mr. Fool. He suddenly had such a thought. Immediately, the horrifying scene of Zillings rapidly rotting appeared in his mind. Alger couldn't help but shiver and lower his head. At the same time, he relaxed. Since I can't escape or resist, I can only choose loyalty. Phew. With Zillings dead, no one can threaten me with that secret anymore. He exhaled and completely calmed down. In the Duke of Negan's mansion, Audrey Hall, who was accompanying her mother and the noble ladies to discuss the assassination, saw her father, who had a beautiful mustache, appear at the door. She found a reason to leave the lounge and went to the balcony of the hall. "Father, what's the matter?" Audrey looked at Earl of Hall with her emerald eyes. She had inherited the color of her eyes from her mother, not her father. Earl of Hall chuckled. "The matter has been resolved, my child. You don't have to worry anymore." Did you tell anyone else that Baron Gramere was an impersonator?" "No." Audrey shook her head firmly. "I only told an existence that was close to a deity," she added silently in her heart. She thought for a moment and described the matter in detail. "After telling you, I went to the washroom first and then went to Mother's. You can ask her." "Okay." Earl of Hall nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Instead, he mentioned, "Zillings is dead. He was killed." "Who?" Audrey was surprised and excited. "I don't know. We can't even guess why the murderer wanted to kill Zillings. It's really incomprehensible." Earl of Hall paused and said, "It might be a person, or it might be an organization, a secret and powerful organization." Chapter 193. Audrey's eyes darted around as her thoughts wandered. She immediately analyzed many things. Mr. the Hanging Man once described that Zillings is a lone wolf who doesn't trust anyone. Only he knows of his plans. Apart from me who discovered it ahead of time, there shouldn't be anyone who knew that he would assassinate me tonight. I only told Father and Mr. Fool that Baron Gramere is suspected to be Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's disguise. Although the Duke of Negan's mansion has a telegraph line that can transmit information in a timely manner to find help, there's no need to hide it. Father's confusion means that the powerhouse who killed Zillings isn't within their expectations. In summary, the person who killed Zillings is almost certain to be one of Mr. Fool's dependent. Furthermore, only our Tarot's special mode can create a strange situation with an unknown motive. Zillings is a sequence 6 wind-blessed, and he also has the mystical item, Creeping Hunger. To be able to kill him quickly and without leaving any traces, only a high-sequence Beyonder known as a demigod could do, right? Or could it be that he used a sealed artifact that's rumored to be extremely dangerous? Regardless of the possibility, it's enough to show that Mr. Fool's dependents are abnormally powerful, as expected of Mr. Fool. Regardless, I've provided a clue. Mr. the Hanging Man has to fulfill his promise and give me the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. This should be the first official operation of our tarot, right? One of the 7 pirate admirals, Zillings, died as a result. Seeing his daughter in deep thought with some excitement, Earl Hall, who was also a handsome man in his youth, coughed lightly and warned her sternly, "Audrey, I know you're very interested in mysticism. Audrey, I know you're very interested in mysticism, and I usually indulge you, but you absolutely cannot be involved in this matter. You can't even ask about it. You will be led by the Queen at the end of the year and officially introduced to social occasions. As an adult, you should clearly remember that a terrifying Beyonder or a secret, powerful organization is often equivalent to danger. Do you understand?" "I know, Daddy," Audrey replied in a sweet voice. "I was just a little curious." "You can't even be curious. Earl Hall couldn't help but smile helplessly after emphasizing this sentence. En. Audrey nodded obediently. Anyway, I know the whole thing better than you do. She made a face in her heart. Earl of Hall thought for a moment and smiled warmly. No matter what, you are the hero tonight and the savior of the Duke of Negan. At least half of Zillings's death is due to you, and the same goes for the bounty. Of course, if no one admits to killing Zillings, claims responsibility for this matter, and takes the initiative to claim the bounty, then the remaining half will belong to you. In total, it will be £10,000. Yes, the bounty set up by the Republic of Intis, the Fasak Empire, and other countries and organizations can also be claimed. After conversion, it should be £20,000. The Duke of Negan just promised to give you his holiday manor in Desi Bay. It includes a large rubber forest, and I don't know the exact amount of income, but it's definitely not low. He spent £8,000 to buy it back then, and he even built a house and bought improved crops. With a fortune of £300,000, Audrey could be considered wealthy, but a bounty that was close to or even exceeding £40,000 was still a huge sum of income for her. Many aristocratic ladies' dowries couldn't even reach this amount. In August, in a marriage alliance between an aristocrat and a merchant, Miss Mary Aldberry, the daughter of a millionaire, only had a dowry of £80,000. I've never considered the bounty, Audrey muttered from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, she thought of something. If she were to claim the bounty and let her name spread, then the hanging man would easily be able to determine who justice was. That won't do. As a member of the Tarot, I have to remain mysterious. Audrey looked at her father and organized her words. Father, I'm a little scared. Why? What happened? Earl of Hall asked with concern. If it is made known that I discovered Zillings pretending to be Baron Grimir, I'm afraid that his subordinates will seek revenge on me. I'm afraid that the person who instigated him to assassinate the Duke of Negan will target me. Audrey tried her best to make herself look pitiful, weak, and helpless. I'll hire someone to protect you, Earl of Hall replied before nodding slightly. But there's really no need for you to take on this risk. Besides, the person who killed Zillings took away creeping hunger. Of course, to a high-sequence beyonder, this isn't a sufficiently convincing motive. I'll inform the Duke of Negan to hide this matter and get him to find someone else to claim the bounty. He'll then privately compensate you later. At this point, Earl of Hall said with a beaming smile, as expected of my daughter. As expected of my daughter. You earned £40,000 so easily. That's more than a tenth of your current wealth. The £300,000 was something he had divided out in advance. It was his daughter's property, and when she got married, he would add another portion. Am I as good as you used to be, father? Audrey asked in delight. Earl of Hall shook his head and laughed. Much better than me. My first profit from business was only £60. Audrey immediately became abnormally happy. A bounty of £40,000, her father's praise, the sense of accomplishment of causing Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's death and completing an impressive task, the pride of being a member of the Tarot, and the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland that she would obtain from the hanging man later made her not only feel double the joy, but triple, quadruple, or even quintuple it. I really want to report it to Mr. Fool immediately and get his confirmation. No, that won't do. A mysterious powerhouse with unknown motives killed Zillings. Now, there must be someone secretly observing me and searching for clues. I can't show any signs of abnormality. Pooey. There's nothing abnormal about me to begin with. As long as I don't attempt to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name, if it's really done by Mr. Fool's adorer, he definitely knows the outcome and doesn't need me to report it. Do I need to share the bounty with that adorer? No, no matter what method I use to pay £20,000, it'll definitely attract attention. I can't take the risk. Besides, it's always been the hanging man asking Mr. Fool for help, so he should be the one paying. Yes, he claimed to have many of Roselle's diaries. I'll try my best to gather more diaries and thank Mr. Fool for responding to my prayers. He definitely won't be interested in vulgar money. Audrey quickly decided on what to do next. In the Duke of Negan's mansion, in a private study, the fat and tall Duke sat in a high-back chair behind the table, smoking a cigar as he looked at Spelsinger of Godall Snake and the kingdom's prime minister, Agezid Negan, and the others opposite him. From the feedback we received, it's currently impossible to determine which high-sequence Beyonder did this. Agezid had just rushed back from the king's place. Archbishop Snake nodded as well. We've also used Beyonder means to confirm that it's not one of the high-sequence Beyonders we're familiar with, nor one of the charismatic order. There's enough reason to believe that it's a mysterious powerhouse we're not aware of. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that he used a dangerous sealed artifact. Duke of Negan held his cigar and said, perhaps it's not just a high-sequence Beyonder. Maybe he's not just a high-sequence Beyonder. There might be a secret organization behind him, one that we don't understand well enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to ambush Chilangos so accurately. Maybe one of the participants at tonight's ball is one of them. His younger brother, Prime Minister Agezid, said solemnly, regardless of the possibility, we have to be careful. Regardless of which possibility it is, we have to be careful. We have to figure out the identity of the high-sequence Beyonder as soon as possible. We have to figure out his motive for coming to Backland. We have to figure out if he's only here to kill Chilangos, and why he wants to kill Chilangos. A high-sequence Beyonder wandering around Beakland that wasn't under their control was enough to attract the attention of the kingdom's government and the three churches. Although Sequence 4 and 3 Beyonders might not be able to withstand the bombardment of the warship's cannons, there was no need for them to face it head-on. They had too many strange abilities. Therefore, this was an existence even more dangerous than an ironclad warship. Just from the title of demigod, it was obvious. Spelsinger of God Ace Snake immediately stood up and said, I'll make the arrangements immediately. I'll also contact the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam. His Majesty will also get the military and intelligence agencies to cooperate, Prime Minister Agezid promised. In a hotel in the North Borough of Beakland. The bronze-skinned Aztec, who had a mole by his ear, sat under a gas lamp, staring at a glove placed in front of him. The glove was very thin, as though it was made of human skin. It was as though it could transform back into a hand as long as it was filled with flesh and blood. After watching for a while, Aztec suddenly revealed a pained and contorted expression as he muttered to himself, that's right. He whispered to himself, I think I've worked with them before. Klein didn't sleep well the entire night because he hadn't received any reports from Justice and the Hanging Man, nor had he received a reply from Mr. Aztec. He was constantly worried about the outcome of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's matter. He must have caused quite a stir, preventing Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man from contacting me rashly. But why hasn't Mr. Aztec replied? He wasn't involved, or did something happen? He was injured by Zillings. Klein covered his mouth and yawned as he boarded the trackless public carriage to Zootland Street. Extra. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has been killed in Beakland. Extra. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has been killed in Beakland. Just as the carriage was about to set off, Klein suddenly heard the paperboy's voice. This was also an invention of Roselle the Great. After a moment of surprise, Klein hurriedly took out a penny and passed it out the window to buy a copy of the Tingen Morning Post. Many passengers made the same choice. When he opened the newspaper, Klein immediately saw the headlines, The Great Pirate Zillings has been killed in Beakland by the Duke's bodyguards. Zillings is dead. Mr. Aztec did it. Klein fell into deep thought as he lampooned himself. Chapter 194. The news regarding Zillings wasn't long. It only stated the time, location, person, and outcome. As the saying goes, the shorter the content, the bigger the matter. What happened in the capital, Beakland, at 8 or 9 last night was revealed in Tingen City's newspaper this morning. This world's information exchange speed isn't too slow. This is all thanks to Roselle the Great's outstanding contributions. Yes, it must have been the nobles and members of Parliament who attended the ball who leaked the news to reporters they were on good terms with. Some of the reporters then sent the sensational news back to their respective newspaper headquarters in other counties and cities via telegram. Morning newspapers are usually set up at night, printed in the middle of the night, and distributed in the morning. It's just in time for urgent adjustments to be made and published in time. Just based on this news, The Tianjin Morning Post can sell at least 1,000 more copies today, and this is only considering the city's urban area. Klein's thoughts wandered as he calmed down. Since Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings is dead, it means that even if Mr. Aztec was injured, it wouldn't be too serious. If it was more serious, he would definitely have been captured by the mandated Punishers or the Duke of Negan's Beyonder bodyguards. And in such an emergency situation, Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man would definitely find every opportunity to report to me. The fact that the latter didn't happen is enough to prove that the situation is under control. Yes, if Mr. Aztec doesn't reply to my letter before midnight, or if Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man don't pray to me, I'll blow the copper whistle again to summon a messenger and send a letter of inquiry. Relaxing, Klein shifted his attention away from the newspaper and looked around the public carriage. Most of the people who could afford to take such transportation were literate. Influenced by the extra, many people had bought the Tianjin Morning Post. Now, a few people who knew them were discussing in hushed voices. A long, long time ago, the Pirate King and his admirals were already harming the sea routes. Apart from retreating when facing the fleets of various countries, they didn't think much of armed merchant ships. Although Zillings was listed as one of the 7 pirate admirals less than 10 years ago, he was the first pirate to be killed by the government. Frankly speaking, I'm very curious. What was he doing in Beekland? When pirates leave the sea, death is a foreseeable thing. I hope there will be more detailed reports in the future. Lord Storm, I want to know which of the Duke of Negan's bodyguards killed Zillings. His bounty is £10,000. £10,000. If I had £10,000, I would resign immediately and buy 2 or 3 small to medium-sized plantations. I would invest in some colonial companies and railway companies and enjoy a fixed income every year. This is only the kingdom's bounty. Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, as well as some business organizations have placed a bounty on Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. I desperately wish for a newspaper to list all the bounty amounts. £10,000? Klein was dazed for a moment. Even with his current salary, which could be considered generous, he would have to stop eating and drinking for nearly 20 years to save up that much money. If only I knew. Forget it, there's nothing I can do. It's impossible for me to claim the bounty. He folded the newspaper dejectedly and looked out of the carriage window. At this point, he finally confirmed that the matter regarding Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings had come to an end. All that was left was to tie up the loose ends, such as the batch of Roselle's diary that the hanging man would pay. Beekland, Sherwood Borough. Force Wall, who was wearing a veil, and Zio de Richa were walking along the street towards the nearest Varvat Bank branch. Money always disappears without us realizing it. Force sighed. Zio nodded in agreement. That's right. Fortunately, the book, Stormwind Mountain Villa, is rather popular. There are still royalties coming into my account. Otherwise, I would have to find a clinic or hospital and become a doctor again. Force sighed in satisfaction and worry. Zio was silent for a few seconds. She carefully asked, "Will the investigation of Zillings affect your identity as an author? After all, we might be targeted by the mandated Punishers or the Nighthawks." "No, you're the only one who will be targeted." Force chuckled. "You were the one who sent someone to the police station. You were the one who sent the letter. You're also the one who is rather famous in the gang circles and on certain streets in East Borough. As for me, Force Wall, I've always been a popular best-selling author." Zio was stunned for a moment. "So, you've been accompanying me all this time?" Force flicked her hair and chuckled. "Don't you find this an interesting experience?" This experience has given me quite a bit of inspiration for my writing. My next novel will be about a sudden murder case that leads to all sorts of stories." Zio was momentarily at a loss for words. All she could do was continue walking forward. She accidentally forgot to turn and was pulled back by Force. At that moment, they heard the paperboys shout, "Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings has been killed in Beekland." "Ah! What?" Zio and Force looked at each other in bewilderment. When the paperboy came closer and repeated it a few times, they suddenly came to their senses. "What? Zillings is dead?" Force couldn't believe her ears. "He's actually dead. How did he suddenly die?" Zio, who was hiding from the possible pursuit of the ferocious pirate, was shocked and dumbfounded. Shouldn't this be a normal procedure? First, they would find clues and confirm Zillings's goal. Then, they would gather powerhouses and ambush him. Finally, the pirate would be killed. In the end, Zillings died before the first step was completed. He died so simply. Force and Zio looked at each other like two marble statues. After nearly a minute, Zio rushed to the paper bee and bought a copy of this morning's Tussock Times. This was one of the 3 newspapers with the largest circulation in the Ruin Kingdom. Oh! Zillings is indeed dead. He was killed by the Duke of Negan's bodyguard. Goddess, the Duke of Negan's bodyguard is. Zio automatically silenced herself and didn't say the powerful Beyonder at the end. Force looked at her friend with pity. You actually completely believed the description in the newspaper. Alright, perhaps someone else discovered Zillings's goal ahead of time. The mandated Punishers, Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and the Military Special Department worked together to complete a successful ambush. Zio suddenly froze and exhaled. We don't have to worry about anything anymore. We can return to our normal lives, but we have to try our best to avoid the police station from before. She glanced at Force and asked nervously and worriedly, "How much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us? Under such circumstances, how much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us? I know that a few £100 isn't a lot to her, but we didn't really complete the task. No, at least we made Zillings take the initiative to appear. The reason why he was in such a hurry to act and fell into the ambush is definitely because of us." Force comforted her. With Miss Audrey's generosity, even if she doesn't give you everything, she will at least give you half. I hope that's the case. Zio took a deep breath and muttered in anticipation. I wonder who will claim the £10,000 bounty. How enviable. If I had that amount of money, I would have long reached sequence 7 or 6. Yet, I've missed opportunities time and time again. Force also felt wistful. Finally, she warned, Zio, let's not look for Miss Audrey for the time being. Let's wait for her to contact us. There are too many details we don't know about Zillings's death. Rashly looking for Miss Audrey might put us in danger. Zio first nodded before saying in surprise, How do you know I want to go to Queen's now? Take a guess. Force was amused. After a busy morning, Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company and reported to Dunn Smith. Captain, the people I'm in charge of investigating related to Enigmas are all fine. They're all innocent victims. They're not involved in any supernatural matters. Dunn placed his elbows on the desk and said, Then stop for the time being. Then stop for the time being. Wait for the others to finish their work before focusing on the suspects. We can't put all our manpower on this matter. We have to prevent other unexpected incidents. All right. Klein was about to stand up and enjoy his lunch when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Please come in, Dunn said in a mellow voice. With a turn of the knob, the door opened. Roshan peeked her head out. Captain, someone is here to commission a mission. Commissioned mission. This is directed at the Blackthorn Security Company, not the Nighthawks. So, who came to us by accident? Klein muttered to himself in enlightenment. Dunn thought for a moment. You can go and listen, but if it's too troublesome, you can just reject it. He straightened his shirt, vest, and watch chain before he walked out of the office. He passed through the partition and approached the sofa area in the reception hall. Klein and Roshan followed him curiously. 2 ladies were sitting on the sofa. They were both wearing black bonnets and long black dresses. One of them had a plump figure and fair skin. Her face was covered by a fine black veil hanging from her hat, and her appearance was vaguely discernible. Looking at her, Klein suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Just as he was thinking back, he heard another thinner lady say, The mission we want to entrust is to follow and monitor Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes. Madame Sharon. Klein suddenly remembered where the sense of familiarity came from. The lady who did not speak was Maynard's wife, the daughter of the leader of the new party. She couldn't accept her husband's death and didn't want to accept the police department's conclusion, so she privately asked the security company to reinvestigate. Chapter 195. Madam Sharon? Dunn obviously knew Baron Coe's widow, Tingen's most famous socialite. Maynard's wife turned her head to look at the thin lady who accompanied her to the Blackthorn Security Company. She didn't say a word. The thin lady, who was also wearing a black dress and black hat, deliberated for a moment before saying, "Yes, Madam Sharon. She's the wife of the deceased Baron of the Coe family." She. After stuttering for a few seconds, the thin lady suddenly blurted out angrily, "She's a whore." Upon hearing the foul language, Klein suddenly recalled the filthy film he had seen, as well as Madame Sharon's seemingly timid but actually calm demeanor. This made him believe in the relevant rumors, and he pitied the deceased Baron. It's not that Madame Sharon can't remarry, but this kind of promiscuous behavior. Sigh, there's probably a patch of grass in front of the old Baron's grave. Dunn's expression didn't change. He sat on the sofa opposite her and said in a mellow voice, "But this has nothing to do with whether she's a criminal or not. You and I both know that Madame Sharon is very influential in Tingen. Following her and monitoring her could easily lead to unsolvable problems and terrible consequences." "She's a criminal," the thin lady said angrily. "She caused my brother's death, but her lovers put a lot of pressure on the police department. They had no choice but to conclude that my brother suddenly died from drinking too much and having too much sex. They're all criminals. Those." Klein pitied the old Baron for a second and figured out the thin lady's identity. She was Maynard's sister. That's right, such a scandal would definitely not be brought along with a maid. It's better to be a family member. He nodded in enlightenment. Madame Maynard patted the back of the thin lady's hand and added in a low and cold voice, "She's a criminal. If you suffer any losses because of this, I'll help you settle it and make up for your losses." This tone, as expected of the daughter of the leader of the new party. "If not for the fact that the police department is very confident in the results of my mediumship, I'm afraid they would have succumbed to her pressure," Klein lampooned. Dunn was silent for more than 10 seconds before he said, "All right. I have another question. You seem to be very confident that we'll be able to find something?" The thin lady nodded. "The tobacco merchant, Viceroy, introduced us to you. He praised you as the cream of the crop in this industry, capable of accomplishing tasks that others cannot." Tobacco merchant Viceroy. Who is this? Klein instinctively looked at the captain and found that Dunn Smith's eyes were also filled with confusion. "I'm so stupid. Why would I expect Captain to remember something like this? After all, I don't even remember it myself." He sighed to himself. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the two elite mercenaries, the thin lady added another sentence. "You've saved his kidnapped son. So it's him. That kidnapping case allowed me to discover clues to the Antigonus family's notebook." Klein was enlightened. Dunn also nodded slightly. "I understand." Seeing this, the thin lady stated her conditions. "Follow and monitor that bitch for 2 weeks. Even if you can't find any evidence of her crimes, record who visited her house and whose house she visited. We'll pay £50 for it. And if you can find any evidence of her crimes, or clues, we'll pay you an additional £200. That's a huge commission." Klein suddenly recalled that he had only used £7 to get Detective Henry to gather so much information on the house with the red chimney. For a moment, he felt a little ashamed. Dunn thought for a moment and said, "No problem. No problem, we can sign the contract now. You'll need to pay £20 in advance. Captain, we've been short on manpower recently. There's the big Enigmas case." Klein didn't expect Dunn Smith to agree to this mission, even though he was rather tempted. Madame Maynard nodded slightly. "No problem. I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me." Dunn smiled without saying a word. He turned to Roshan. "Go and draft a contract." After the contract was signed and the deposit was accepted, Dunn watched Madame Maynard and the thin lady leave the Blackthorn Security Company. He turned to look at Klein and said, "I'll leave this mission to you. I'll leave this mission to you." Huh. Klein was at a loss. Dunn smiled. "Don't you want to learn how to track and monitor people? This is a good opportunity for practice. It just so happens that the part of the Enigmas case that you're in charge of is over." "All right." Klein didn't decline. As soon as he agreed, his thoughts began to spin. According to the rules, half of the mission reward has to be handed over to Mrs. Oriana and the team's treasury. The rest will be split equally among the team members. And this time, it seems that I am the only one who will take over this mission. Regardless of whether the investigation was successful or not, he would receive a minimum income of £25, and he would still receive his salary. If he could really find some clues, he would receive a whole £125. Captain is so wise. Dunn glanced at him. Look for Leonard and Fry in the morning to learn how to track and monitor people. Put the combat lessons in the afternoon on hold for the week. I think you should have grasped it by now. I'll send someone to inform Gawain. Look for Leonard and Fry to learn how to track and monitor people. Why does it feel a little unreliable? Klein was stunned. In his mind, the only method Leonard would use was to play the Faina Potter zither, recite beautiful poems, seduce Madame Sharon into bed, and then track and monitor her from a close distance. Fry's temperament was very special. He was cold and gloomy. No matter where he was, he would be watched. How could someone with such an image be tracked and monitored? As his thoughts raced, Klein answered seriously, "All right. All right." Dunn nodded slightly and walked towards the partition. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, turned around, and hesitated. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you remember that tobacco merchant? What's with the kidnapping case?" "So, Captain, you didn't remember anything just now. You don't understand anything. How can you act so calm and confident?" Klein covered his face with his hand. According to Leonard's guidance, Klein wasn't in a hurry to track Madame Sharon, even though he knew that she lived on Ulsner Street in the East Borough. Without understanding the target's movement patterns, it's easy to cause problems by following her rashly. Furthermore, it's difficult for a single person to monitor everything, unless you don't eat, drink, sleep, or go home. These were Leonard's exact words. Hence, Klein followed his instructions and headed to the Hound Tavern. He found a gang leader and spent £5 to get his men to monitor Madame Sharon and record her daily movements. Luckily, this can be reimbursed. Why does it feel like it's being subcontracted? On Friday afternoon, Klein received the investigation report provided by the gang leader. Calling it an investigation report was obviously an insult to professional private detectives. None of the gang leader's men could read, so they used pictures and symbols as a substitute. Then, their semi-illiterate boss, who had only attended Sunday school for a year, organized and explained the information. Klein's head throbbed as he read, and it took him a long time to finish reading. According to the surveillance, Madame Sharon hasn't been going out much recently, and there aren't many guests. It's probably because of the death of Member of Parliament Maynard. Those gang members are quite capable. They actually managed to get in touch with Madame Sharon's maid. Well, she's going to attend the Conservative Party's banquet tonight. She might be home late, or she might not be home at all. This is an opportunity to put it into practice. Klein quickly made up his mind. He planned to sneak into Madame Sharon's house and search it secretly. With the end of the Lenivas case, the suspension of combat classes, and the end of the Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings incident, Klein only had two things to do. One was to investigate the house with the red chimney, and the other was to track and monitor Madame Sharon. Hence, he was relatively free. 2 days ago, he had received Mr. Aztec's reply. There was only one sentence in the letter: "I've obtained creeping hunger, and I've recalled some things." This allowed Klein to confirm that Mr. Aztec was the one who killed Chilangos. He finally confirmed that the teacher who had lost his memory and had a long lifespan was a high-sequence beyonder. However, he didn't dare to ask what Mr. Aztec had recalled with the help of creeping hunger, because Aztec obviously didn't want to say. If he was willing to share, he would have described it directly in the letter. In his reply, other than greeting, Klein only reminded Mr. Aztec that creeping hunger craved for the flesh and soul of the living, so he had to find a safe way to seal it. In addition, Justice and the hanging man still hadn't prayed to him, but Klein wasn't worried anymore. He understood that the two members were worried about the possibility of surveillance, so they didn't dare to recite the honorific's name rashly. At night on Ulsner Street, the gas lamps illuminated the smooth road, and the crimson moon hung high in the sky. Klein, who had sneaked out, used the clown's balance and agility to silently climb over the walls of Madame Sharon's house. He passed through the garden and came to the side of the house. He climbed the water pipe and slowly made his way to the balcony on the second floor. To Klein, who had never succeeded in climbing trees when he was young, this was considered another way of making history. Taking out a tarot card from the pocket of his black trench coat, Klein inserted it into the gap of the balcony door, and with a gentle pull, he opened the latch. The servants are very careless. They actually didn't add an additional lock. Otherwise, I would have to try climbing through the window. Klein muttered silently as he dashed into the house. Based on the information provided by the gang leader, he easily found Madame Sharon's bedroom, twisted the knob, and snuck in. As he carefully closed the door, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. It reminded him of a woman's fragrance that could make one's blood boil. Klein was momentarily dazed, and he even felt a slight reaction from his body. He immediately used meditation to calm himself down and complained to himself, "You're right." Chapter 196. After a few seconds, Klein activated his spirit vision and looked around the room. Under the crimson moonlight, Madame Sharon's bedroom was luxuriously decorated. There was a thick carpet, a spacious space, a blanket made of velvet, a table with all sorts of skincare products and cosmetics, and jewels that shimmered with different luster. In the cloakroom that was half open, there were thin clothes and suspender stockings that were casually thrown on the rocking chair, as well as many ornaments that were embedded with gold threads. All of these entered Klein's eyes. The most eye-catching thing in the entire room was an unfinished oil painting. It was a naked Madame Sharon herself. Her brown hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her brown eyes were like the eyes of a deer in the forest. They were pure and moist, but her arched eyebrows, tall nose, and coquettish lips gave her the charm of a mature woman. The two were mixed together in a contradictory manner, but they exuded a shocking charm. Looking down her neck, Klein only took a glance. He didn't take a closer look. He wasn't pretending to be serious. He had even seen her dirty photos, so why would he be afraid of little bunnies? His attention was attracted by the paints, plates, paintbrushes, and a silver-plated full-body mirror beside the oil painting. Such a combination, such placement, and such a relationship made him have a strange thought. The artist of this oil painting was Madame Sharon herself, and not some artist she had hooked up with. A charming and pure girl with an alluring appearance, an outstanding figure, and a charming and innocent girl taking off her clothes and looking at herself in the mirror while describing her beauty. Such a scene feels weird. Isn't Madame Sharon too narcissistic? Klein mumbled silently. He retracted his gaze and began searching for possible evidence of a crime. According to Leonard and Fry's teachings, he wore black gloves the entire time. Every time he searched, he had to remember the original appearance so that he could recover it later. For a seer, this wasn't difficult at all. If he forgot, he could easily recall it using dream divination. Of course, before he left tonight, he had divined for himself. There was no danger, and it would be rather smooth. This is what a qualified charlatan should do. Even if I'm already a clown. Klein mocked himself. He spent nearly 20 minutes searching Madame Sharon's bedroom, but he didn't find anything worth paying attention to, nor did he see any spirituality glow. Finally, he stopped in front of the safe in the corner of the room. It was iron gray and 1 meter tall. It was thick and heavy, giving off the feeling that it was extremely sturdy. It seemed that even explosives would not be able to break it. It really has the characteristics of the Age of Steam. There must be an extremely complicated mechanical combination inside. Klein tried to open the lock, but he failed shamefully. He pushed the matter of the safe to the back of his mind. He took off his left glove and the topaz pendant on his wrist. He gripped the silver chain and allowed the spirit pendulum to fall. Klein got rid of the heat brought by the fragrance in the room and entered a meditative state. His eyes darkened as he muttered to himself, "There's a secret room or a hidden compartment in this room. There's a secret room or a hidden compartment in this room." After 7 times, the color of Klein's eyes returned to normal. He looked at the topaz pendant and saw that it was spinning counterclockwise. This is a negative. Klein nodded indiscernibly and left Madame Sharon's bedroom. Following the previous procedure, he quietly searched the study, living room, solarium, and other places, but he did not find any valuable clues. The reason why he did not use the dowsing rod searching method was that he had no idea what he was looking for. He took out a silver vine-patterned pocket watch and opened it to confirm the time. Then, he walked back to Madame Sharon's bedroom. Carefully closing the wooden door, Klein took out the ritual silver dagger. It surged with spirituality and fused with the power of nature, sealing the entire room. He wanted to summon himself. He wanted to use his spirit body to enter the heavy safe and check the items inside. "I don't need to know how to pick locks," Klein mumbled in Mandarin. Since he was praying to himself, the entire procedure could be simplified. There was no need to be too particular. Therefore, Klein took out a candle mixed with sandalwood and lit it with spirituality. That was how he set up the altar. I summon in my name the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The incantation reverberated in Madame Sharon's bedroom. Klein's spirituality surged out and merged with the candle flame to form a greyish-white, palm-sized screen of light. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise, passed through the howling, and entered above the grey fog. Looking at the door of summoning behind the high-back chair at the ancient long table, Klein was about to respond when he suddenly froze. "Since I'm already here, I might as well do a divination to see if I can find any clues. Here, other than eliminating the interference, my powers are still strengthened. Also, the environment I'm in makes the divination equivalent to using Madame Sharon's belongings." He sat down and conjured a piece of goatskin and a fountain pen in front of him. What should I divine? Klein fell into deep thought. Is there a problem with Madame Sharon? No, everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has a problem. Was Madame Sharon involved in a crime? That's not strict enough. As a socialite, she mingled in political circles. It's normal for her to be involved in dirty and unverifiable matters. Also, what defines a crime? Is it the law of the Kingdom of Ruin, the Republic of Intis, or my own free testimony? As his thoughts churned, Klein didn't want to waste any more time. After all, his body was still in the real world. Therefore, he decided to confirm the relevant divination he had done previously. He picked up the fountain pen. Without needing to write, a divination statement appeared on the goatskin in front of him. John Maynard's death was influenced by beyonder factors. This was the divination that Klein had done when he went to Maynard's house to help the police do spirit channeling. The answer back then was negative. Holding the silver chain, the topaz pendant almost touched the words on the goatskin. Klein half closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement. John Maynard's death was influenced by beyonder factors. John Maynard's death was influenced by beyonder factors. After repeating it a total of 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. His pupils suddenly constricted. The topaz pendant was spinning clockwise, and the clockwise rotation meant that it was positive. Maynard's death was influenced by beyonder factors. Klein stared at the pendulum that was slowly calming down. His heart was in turmoil. Back then, my divination was affected by someone. It was disrupted. Madame Sharon is a beyonder, a rather powerful beyonder. Or did she have the help of such a person who plotted Maynard's death? To get rid of this strong contender for the mayor's position, to get rid of the new party's future House of Commons Member of Parliament. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein wrote a new divination statement. Madame Sharon is a beyonder. He repeated it 7 times, and it was still the pendulum. With the help of his current environment and the information he had on Madame Sharon, Klein completed the divination and saw the answer. The answer was that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. The answer was positive. Madame Sharon is a beyonder. Klein's heart tightened. Without further delay, he responded to his own summoning and pushed open the mysterious door. After the confusion and dizziness, he saw Madame Sharon's bedroom and himself. Klein floated and flew to the heavy safe. He reached out his right hand and carefully put it in. Since Madame Sharon was a beyonder, he had to be wary of any traps she had set up in the safe. And in his spirit body state, which was mixed with some of the mysterious space's power and most of his spirituality, Klein didn't need to do any divination. He could get a hint just by approaching danger. Most divination relied on his astral projection to travel the spirit world to obtain revelations. Simply put, it came from his own spirituality. A nearly transparent palm passed through the thick metal door. Klein didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. After scanning the entire place, he suddenly pounced forward, his entire spirit body burrowing into the safe. He saw that the safe was divided into 3 layers. The first layer was filled with standard gold bars, thick banknotes, and even more valuable jewelry. The second layer was filled with documents that lacked covers. Klein puffed up his cheeks and blew a few times, but he didn't manage to open them and see the contents. I'll try again with Mr. Aztec's copper whistle. Klein had previously experimented with it. When he used his spirit body to envelop the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle, the 2 items could pass through obstacles and become half-real, half-illusory existences. The bottom layer of the safe was rather strange. There was only a black and white photo. The photo was of a handsome young man. Madame Sharon's former lover. They were forcefully separated, and Madame Sharon had no choice but to marry the old baron. Thus, she began to fall into depravity, sleeping with one man after another. But deep in her heart, there was still a pure land. Every night, when it's quiet, she would take out this photo and rub it with tears streaming down her face. Klein instantly imagined a sorrowful and tragic romantic drama. However, the more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was amiss. The young man in the photo seemed to, possibly, resemble Madame Sharon, Madame Sharon's younger brother. She's a beyonder. F***ck, could she also be from the Demonis pathway? Just like instigator Trissy, an idea suddenly flashed through Klein's mind, giving him a shock. Why did Trissy stay in Tingen previously? Was it because she had a companion here? Klein carefully observed the photo and found that the young man resembled Madame Sharon more and more. His nearly transparent face made a grimace. He felt that he couldn't face the filth from before. Calming himself down, Klein searched the surroundings of the safe to see if there was anything else hidden. Although he couldn't pick up any paper, the feeling of passing through objects and air was different. Items of different densities also felt different. As he searched, Klein suddenly froze. He found an empty space on the side of the safe near the wall. It was a mezzanine. After confirming that there was no danger, Klein crawled in. His vision reflected ointments, incense, herbal powder, and other items. He also saw a statue of a deity carved out of white bones. The statue was the size of a palm, and it vaguely depicted a beautiful woman. Her hair was very long, extending all the way to her ankles. Each strand was clear and thick like a venomous snake. At the top of each strand of hair was a carved eye. They were either closed or open, densely packed together. Klein jumped in fright. He smelled something sinister and hurriedly retreated from the mezzanine. He finally understood why his divination of the secret chamber and the hidden compartment had failed. Chapter 197. Klein exited the heavy safe and only calmed down when he realized that there was nothing wrong with it. That white bone statue is very sinister. Although it's not dangerous, it makes me feel uneasy. Could it be the so-called primordial Demonis? The evil deity that's on par with the hidden sage, dark side of the universe, and the true creator? Klein recalled his conjecture about Madame Sharon and immediately understood which existence the white bone statue could represent. Just as he was thinking, his spirituality suddenly stirred, and he had a bad feeling. Klein quickly flew to the window with complicated patterns and looked at the road outside the house. He saw a carriage quickly and steadily driving towards the main entrance under the illumination of the gas lamps. Madame Sharon is back. His heart stirred, and he figured out the source of his premonition of danger. Considering that Trissy had only become a woman after becoming a Sequence 8 instigator and was likely a Sequence 7, and that Madame Sharon had been active in Tingen's upper-class social circle for many years and was likely stronger than Trissy, Klein didn't dare to take the risk with the flaring sun charm and Aztec's copper whistle. Rationally, he decided to retreat. This was because there was a limit to the number of sealed artifacts he could use. Furthermore, he didn't know how long it would take to trick the mutated sun sacred emblem out again. It wasn't a critical juncture, nor was there no other way. Klein didn't want to waste it. Furthermore, he would be faced with the problem of how to explain himself afterwards. He couldn't possibly tell Dunn that a kind-hearted powerhouse happened to pass by and helped him, right? As for why he didn't use Aztec's copper whistle, it was because Klein wasn't sure if the summoned messenger had combat strength. What if it only looked fierce and only knew how to deliver letters? The things I found just now are enough for a Nighthawk team to be mobilized. Why should I fight Madame Sharon alone? I could have beaten her up as a group. Klein emphasized in his heart and ended the summoning. He whooshed back above the grey fog and enveloped himself with spirituality before returning to his body in the real world. He quickly extinguished the candle and removed the wall of spirituality. He dashed out of Madame Sharon's bedroom and returned the way he came. However, there was no time to restore the latch to the balcony door. He slid down the water pipe and climbed out of the garden from the wall opposite to the main entrance. Klein sneaked all the way to the next block before taking an expensive night rental carriage to Zoutland Street. Madame Sharon slowly returned to the second floor in her black dress. She dismissed the maidservant and opened the door to her bedroom. Her pure and watery eyes suddenly froze, reflecting strands of nearly transparent, barely visible filaments. They did not have the luster of spirituality and were like the hair of a diseased human. If one did not know of the existence of these things in advance or had very special eyes, no one would be able to discover them. At this moment, those thin threads were all broken and fell to the ground. Madame Sharon squinted her eyes and looked at the heavy grey safe. 36 Zoutland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn, who was leisurely reading the newspaper with his legs crossed, looked at Klein, who had appeared at the door of his office, with an odd expression. He sighed silently. "Weren't you going to try infiltrating Madame Sharon's house tonight to conduct a preliminary search? Did you discover a problem?" Klein nodded solemnly. "Yes. I suspect that Madame Sharon is a member of the Demonist sect." "A member of the Demonist sect?" Dunn put down the newspaper and mulled over the phrase. He asked solemnly, "What did you discover?" Klein did not sit down. He leaned forward and placed his hands on the edge of the desk. "I first saw a picture of a young man, but he looked very similar to Madame Sharon. If he were to change into female clothing, put on makeup, beautify, and Photoshop, he would look like Madame Sharon." Klein could not help but lampoon inwardly. Similar to instigator Trissy? Dunn's grey eyes flickered as he came to a realization. They had previously determined that Trissy was a member of the Demonist sect. Yes. Klein nodded with mixed feelings. He changed the topic and said, "Later, I used divination skills and found a white bone sculpture in Madame Sharon's safe in my dream. It was a beautiful woman, but her hair reached her ankles. Each strand was as thick as a venomous snake, and there were eyes at the top. It was rather strange. Captain, isn't this the image of the primordial Demonis?" Due to the lack of security clearance, he had very little information on the Demonist sect. Dunn thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. "This is the image of the primordial Demonis. We have to take action immediately and restrain Madame Sharon." Klein immediately agreed. "Yes, if Madame Sharon is a mid-sequence beyonder of the Demonist sect, I don't think she wouldn't have noticed that someone had infiltrated her bedroom." At this moment, he suddenly had a doubt and blurted out, "What's wrong?" He blurted out, "Captain, why don't the 7 Orthodox deities have concrete images and only use symbols to represent them? But the evil deities I've come into contact with all have humanoid appearances. The true creator is like that, and so is the primordial Demonis. Is this one of the differences between Orthodox deities and evil deities? Why is there such a difference?" Klein silently added another question, but he wisely didn't say it out loud. "This is the difference between Orthodox deities and evil deities." Dunn gave an affirmative answer, then he got up and walked to the coat rack. "We can't delay any longer. I'm worried that Madame Sharon will escape." At this point, Dunn paused. "Call Kenley. The 3 of us will take action. We can apply for a sealed artifact. Madame Sharon might not only be a sequence 7. "Captain, that's wise of you." Klein answered without hesitation, "That's right." "All right. Then," he asked curiously, "Captain, which sealed artifact do you want to use?" "Captain, Which sealed artifact do you want to use? Dunn recalled and deliberated for more than 10 seconds. 3-0217, as there weren't many sealed artifacts behind Channy's gate in Tingen City, Klein quickly remembered what the captain wanted to apply for. Number 0217. Name, Spirit Medium's Mirror. Danger level 3. There's a certain level of danger. Use with caution. Only operations involving 3 or more people can apply. Security clearance level, official Nighthawks and above. Sealing method, placed in darkness without light. Description: the back of this mirror is coated with mercury. There are 3 small cracks on the front. When the first investigator looked at the mirror, he saw a long-haired, crying woman. Then, he saw the woman climb out of the mirror. According to many experiments, the image reflected in the mirror is different most of the time. Even if the same person looks at it repeatedly, they will encounter different things. The danger levels are different, but the person looking at the mirror is always prioritized. Among them, the most dangerous situation is seeing yourself. If no one looks at this mirror, under the premise of light, it will automatically produce an image every 3 hours. It doesn't have the characteristics of being alive. Appendix: this mirror originally belonged to a spirit medium. It was a very ordinary mirror, until one day, this spirit medium strangely committed suicide while looking at it. Indeed, behind Tingen City's Channy's Gate, there aren't many sealed artifacts that can be used for battles between Beyonders. 3-0217 is a good choice. Klein didn't say anything else. He immediately ran to the Nighthawks recreation room and shouted for sleepless Kenley. Tonight, Royal would be on duty at Channy's Gate, while Leonard would rest. Seeker Tron would patrol Raphael Cemetery and other places. The new members would only arrive on Sunday, so Dunn could only choose between Fry and Kenley. Considering that Madame Sharon belonged to the Demonist sect and didn't have much to do with the dead, he chose the latter. After a few minutes, Dunn returned from underground with a mirror wrapped in a thick black cloth in his hand. To be honest, if I didn't know beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to tell that it's a mirror. There's no part of it that's exposed. Klein and the short Kenley went forward. You'll be in charge of using sealed artifact 30217. Dunn handed the mirror to Kenley. Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly realized that he was a Sequence 8 Beyonder, and he had the ability to fight head-on. He couldn't just hide in the corner and provide support. Man, I'm a little nervous. He touched the slumber charm and other items in his pocket to make sure that he was prepared. The only problem is that I didn't bring my cane to make it easier to climb. Yes, I can borrow Kenley's. He has a mirror and a pistol. That's enough. As Klein was deep in thought, the 3 of them went downstairs and took a rental carriage to Alsna Street. Along the way, Kenley glanced at sealed artifact 30217 in his hand and said with a taut expression, "That's right." He said with a slightly tense expression, "This is my first time participating in such a dangerous operation. Under normal circumstances, Nighthawks wouldn't use sealed artifacts when dealing with Beyonder matters. Previously, when they went to Morse Town to resolve the supernatural incident, they had applied for the mutated sun sacred emblem to prevent any accidents from happening. As it was too far away, the rescue wouldn't be able to make it in time. But this time, the target was almost certain to be a mid-sequence Beyonder. "Don't worry. Perhaps Madame Sharon has already escaped," Klein said with a smile. Frankly speaking, he wasn't any less nervous than Kenley. Dunn rolled his grey eyes and looked at him helplessly. "Let's try our best not to let Madame Sharon escape." 20 minutes later, the 3 Nighthawks arrived at Alsna Street. They saw the garden and Madame Sharon's house in the darkness. They were quietly lying there as if nothing had happened. Klein took out the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and quickly did a divination. "There's danger inside. There's danger inside." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise. The amplitude and speed were medium. This meant that there was danger inside. It wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. Chapter 198. There's danger, but it's not high or low. This means that Madame Sharon is still in the house and hasn't escaped. Klein was stunned for a moment before he understood the reason. He had used the method of summoning himself to transform into a rather strange spirit body to search the safe and the inner compartment. He hadn't forcefully opened the lock, nor had he triggered any hidden mechanisms or other items. Therefore, it was normal for Madame Sharon to not realize that her secret had been discovered. She would only think that a thief had broken into her house, or that a private detective had been entrusted to infiltrate the house and investigate without any results. Under such circumstances, it was logical for her to not be vigilant enough and continue staying at home. She would lose her cool at the slightest situation and react excessively. She wasn't like the Madame Sharon that Klein knew. She was a social butterfly who could calmly pretend to be afraid and pitiful. She was a member of the Demonist sect who had hidden her identity as a Beyonder for many years. If the telephone had been invented, Madame Sharon would definitely have called a particular lover to whine and complain about the security in Tingen City. She would have even hinted at Madame Maynard. Klein imagined a scene and told Dunn and Kenley about the results of his divination. This is the deduction that is closest to reality. Dunn pressed down on his half-top hat and looked at Madame Sharon's two-story building with his grey eyes. Let's not rush in. Why? Kenley, who was holding sealed artifact 30217, subconsciously asked. He was filled with fear towards the spirit medium mirror in his hand, afraid that something would happen to the sealed artifact. Dunn put on his black gloves and glanced at Klein. Do you still remember the matter of capturing instigator Trissy? Yes. Klein thought for a few seconds and said, she seemed to have sensed our approach in advance and reacted in time, successfully escaping. I still remember that when I answered the captain's question, I suggested using firepower to cover the area. That was the safest and most reliable method, but I can't use it this time because there are still many innocent servants in Madame Sharon's house. If I inform them in advance and get them to evacuate in time, they will definitely alarm Madame Sharon. And according to Leonard, Trissy can turn invisible, so I have to assume that Madame Sharon possesses similar Beyonder powers. Klein made many connections. Dunn looked up at the crimson moon in the sky. Very good, your answer is very good. Your intuition in this situation is quite sharp. I'll try to drag her into a dream from afar. If I succeed, you and Kenley will go in and subdue her. You can decide whether to kill her or not. If you can't control her, get rid of her. Your safety is the most important thing. Captain, whenever a critical moment approaches, your thoughts are always so clear. I was waiting for you to say that. Klein praised in his heart. Over the past 2 months, he had more or less figured out the characteristics of their Beyonder powers from his conversations with Dunn, Leonard, Fry, and the others. As a nightmare, Dunn Smith could freely enter the dreams of every sleeper in Tingen City at home or in the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein didn't ask about the exact method as it involved the secrets of each sequence. As for the ability to drag someone into a dream, there was a limit to its range. It usually only appeared in a direct confrontation. However, Klein had heard from the captain that such a Beyonder power didn't have to be used face-to-face. Within 100 meters, it could be used to a certain extent. However, it required time and a process that couldn't be completed in one go. It was like coaxing a child to sleep. At that moment, Dunn wanted to drag Madame Sharon into a dream from afar and complete the initial control, creating the best situation for Klein and Kenley. All right. Kenley agreed with the captain's plan. Without further ado, Dunn found a corner and leaned against it. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and buried his head. His black windbreaker and half-top hat seemed to blend into the night. In a luxurious and gorgeous bedroom, Madame Sharon lay on a comfortable rocking chair. She was naked, completely exposing her fair and outstanding figure to the air. She would occasionally turn her head to look at the full-body mirror, admiring her alluring reflection. As she looked, her face blushed, and her eyes looked like they were about to tear up. There was a strange sense of affection in her dazed expression. On the table beside her was the white bone statue. Her long hair that was as thick as a snake seemed to become gentle in the warm light and pink atmosphere. Gradually, Madame Sharon looked at the full-body mirror less and less frequently. Her head nodded, and her eyelids drooped. As time passed, Klein suddenly thought of something. How is the captain going to inform me and Kenley in time after dragging Madame Sharon into a dream? As long as I leave the nightmare state, Madame Sharon will wake up and be alerted that something has happened. I wonder if the captain can give us hand signals while dreaming? Klein looked at Kenley, who was pacing back and forth restlessly. He wanted to discuss this matter with him to divert his attention. At that moment, his mind suddenly went blank. He saw a huge crimson moon and Captain Dunn Smith, who was wearing a black windbreaker. He also saw the dumbfounded and short Kenley. Klein suddenly realized that he was dreaming. I've been dragged into a dream by the captain. So that's how I can inform him. He wanted to cover his face, but he could only maintain his dazed state. He said in a daze, "Captain?" Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Madame Sharon has entered a dream. Madame Sharon has entered the dream. You can take action now." After saying that, he emphasized another sentence. "Remember, you have to be careful. You can't be reckless. I'd rather miss it than take the risk." As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of Klein shattered inch by inch. His vision once again reflected Dunn Smith, who was leaning against the wall with his head buried and his fists clenched. On the other side, Kenley, who had stopped pacing, opened his eyes. The two of them looked at each other, nodded at each other, and entered into their mission state at the same time. Although this was Kenley's first time encountering a rather dangerous mission, he was more experienced than Klein. He had participated in many official operations, so he quickly adjusted himself and became calm and sharp. Of course, this also had to do with the addition of the night to the sleepless. This was also one of the reasons why Dunn sent Kenley instead of Fry. "Let's go." As a sequence 8, Klein took the lead and gestured to his teammates to follow him. Kenley didn't object. He held the mirror wrapped in thick black cloth tightly, lightened his footsteps, and began to follow. Klein led him to the spot where he had climbed over the wall. He extended his hands and grabbed onto the cracks and protrusions. In a few moments, he had climbed to the top of the wall. He maintained his exaggerated balance, turned around, bent down, and reached out to catch the shaman's mirror that Kenley had thrown at him. The moment he touched it, Klein's spiritual perception tightened. It was as if what was behind the black cloth wasn't a mirror, but a door that led to a dangerous and bizarre world. Indeed, every mystical item that needs to be sealed has a sinister side to it. Klein sighed inwardly as he watched Kenley climb up using all four limbs. To make it easier for him to move, Kenley placed his cane beside Dunn, and Klein didn't dwell on it. They passed through the garden and came to the side of the house. Just like before, he followed the water pipe and climbed to the balcony on the second floor. Then, he almost instinctively hung his legs, and his body hung upside down as he caught sealed artifact 302711 once again. Kenley looked at it in surprise, then nodded in understanding. At this moment, Klein was shocked. He exerted strength from his back, and with a push of his left hand, he easily flipped back up. What happened just now? Why was I able to do that? It felt like instinct. Could this be the ability of a clown? He recalled what had just happened and felt that he had better displayed the characteristics of a clown in practice. When Kenley climbed up easily as well, Klein returned the spirit medium mirror to him and pulled open the unlocked balcony door. Kenley carefully untied the black cloth wrapped around sealed artifact 302711 and let the mirror face down on the floor tiles. One of the rules of using the spirit medium mirror was not to aim at oneself or one's teammates. After stuffing the black cloth and pulling out his revolver, Kenley followed behind Klein. They walked quietly through the corridor and arrived in front of Madame Sharon's bedroom door. Klein adjusted the revolver, activated his spirit vision, and reached for the doorknob with his left hand. He remembered that the outcome of the divination was that there was danger, so he didn't dare to be careless. The reason why he didn't do another quick divination on the spot was because he knew that the sinister statue of the primordial demoness was in the room. At such a close distance, he would definitely be disturbed. Without the grey fog, he wouldn't be able to get a clear and accurate answer. And with Kenley beside him, he couldn't enter the mysterious space. The door opened silently, and Klein and Kenley saw the warm glow of the gas lamp. Then, they saw Madame Sharon on the reclining chair and her alluring body. Madame Sharon wasn't asleep. She was leaning on the chair with a faint smile on her lips as she looked at the two unexpected guests. Subconsciously, Kenley flipped his palm and shone the spirit medium mirror at Madame Sharon. Klein was stunned for a moment before he blurted out, "No." He remembered very clearly that on the other side of the recliner, there should have been a full-body mirror, but now, he did not see it. In the blink of an eye, the spirit medium's mirror had locked onto Madame Sharon. However, Madame Sharon blurred and turned into a full-body mirror. Kenley saw himself in the mirror, as well as sealed artifact 30271. He saw that it was reflecting him. A figure appeared in the spirit medium's mirror. It was the expressionless, cold, and silent Kenley himself. Meanwhile, Klein's hands and feet tightened at the same time, as if they were entangled by countless invisible threads. Her beautiful silhouette was outlined inch by the full-length mirror, and Madame Sharon, who was draped in a nightgown, appeared. She glanced at them and chuckled. "If it wasn't for the statue being beside me, I would be sleeping and waiting for you to kiss me awake." At that moment, Klein suddenly spoke in a deep voice, saying a word in ancient Hermes. Crimson. His left hand, which had been in his pocket at some point in time, moved nimbly and easily pushed out the slumber charm. Chapter 199. The silver charm suddenly turned cold, like a crystal formed from layers of snowflakes. Klein shivered, and his mind cleared up. His fear and panic seemed to be temporarily frozen. He quickly injected his spirituality into the charm, then used his finger to push the thin silver piece out of his pocket and let it fall by his feet. Dark red flames appeared in midair, and the faint but continuous sounds of explosions reverberated. A tranquil and deep feeling spread and enveloped half of the bedroom. It enveloped Madame Sharon and sleepless Kenley, as well as Klein himself. The slumber charm was an item that didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Under normal circumstances, it needed to be thrown at the enemy. That way, the person in question would only be affected by the aftershocks and wouldn't be unable to resist the temptation of falling asleep. But now, Klein's arm was bound by countless invisible threads. He couldn't throw the charm, so he could only use his own slumber in exchange for Madame Sharon's slumber, but he had already considered and prepared for such a situation. This was because it involved his uniqueness, which was different from most mid-sequence and low-sequence beyonders. In that instant, Klein's eyelids drooped, and he fell into an abnormal sleep. He entered a dream. Madame Sharon and the dazed Kenley also slowed down and paused. In this abnormal state, Klein quickly found himself in the dream. He rationally knew that he was in a deep sleep. He was able to stay awake when it came to forceful dream invasions and hypnotic effect. It was the same when he encountered Dunn's nightmare powers, and it was the same when he was channeled by Daly. Kacha. Klein forcefully broke out of the dream and woke up. He felt the countless threads binding his arms, legs, and body relax slightly. They were no longer tight. Madame Sharon, who was beside the full-body mirror, looked lost, as if she was about to break free from the effects of the slumber charm, but she hadn't really woken up yet. Kenley collapsed to the ground. The spirit medium's mirror was nearby, and his revolver was bounced to the side of the door. Chance. Klein seized the opportunity when the threads relaxed and extended his left palm. He snapped his fingers and lit up a light blue spirituality flame. He then used it to burn the countless threads in front of him. At the same time, he raised the revolver in his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 silver demon hunting bullets flew out of the barrel and toward Madame Sharon. Klein didn't confirm the outcome. He bent his knees, exerted strength from his back, and rolled towards Kenley, using this opportunity to break the threads that were wrapped around him. The main reason he fired the shot just now was to inform the captain outside that something had happened inside. He wanted to tell Dunn Smith that something had happened inside and that he was in a state of battle. He also wanted him to come to the rescue as soon as possible. Of course, if he could hit Madame Sharon directly, that would be the best outcome, the best development. However, Klein didn't believe that a Beyonder who might be a Sequence 7 or even a Sequence 6 would be that easy to deal with. With a leap, wisps of light blue flames ignited in the air. They were the thin threads that had been ignited. In this dreamy scene, 2 silver demon hunting bullets accurately hit Madame Sharon's body. Catcher, catcher. Madame Sharon was wearing a translucent nightgown. Her faintly discernible body collapsed like the crimson moon in the lake. The full-body mirror beside her cracked, and most of it turned into shards the size of a thumbnail. A small number of shards remained on the mirror frame. All of them resembled palms, oddly shaped palms. Substitute. The Beyonder power of the Demonis sequence. Klein glanced at it from the corner of his eye. He had already rolled to Kenley's side. As the threads had been torn by his actions, the light blue flames in the air didn't spread over. At that moment, Madame Sharon disappeared. The sleeping Kenley stretched out his hands and strangled his own neck. Spittle flowed out of his mouth, and his tongue stuck out. He refused to let go. However, Klein's spirit vision didn't detect anything strange nearby. He suddenly thought of a description in the information on sealed artifact 3-0271. The most dangerous situation was to see himself. Could it be that Kenley saw sealed artifact 3-0271 reflecting himself through the full-body mirror? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without thinking, he took out a silver charm. It was triangular in shape. It was a requiem charm. Crimson. Klein said the words in ancient Hermes as he injected his spirituality into it and threw out the charm. Then, he pressed down with his left hand and touched the spirit medium's mirror. He had used the corner of his eye to confirm that the sealed artifact was facing down and wouldn't reflect himself. The triangular silver charm burned with icy blue flames, and a gentle and peaceful darkness engulfed Kenley, including Klein himself. His anxiety dissipated, and Kenley's strangling suddenly slowed down. Klein no longer felt like he was on the battlefield. Instead, he felt like he was standing in front of an oriel window at home, looking down at the quiet street in the middle of the night. His body and mind were at peace. This was the change that Klein had hoped for. At that moment, he entered an extremely peaceful state. It was as if he was the only person left in the world, and nothing else existed. With the help of this feeling, an instinctive thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Madame Sharon is going to attack my right waist. This was the precognitive ability of a clown in battle. Without hesitation, Klein grabbed the spirit medium's mirror and rolled to the left. As soon as he moved, a dagger burning with black flames silently stabbed towards where he had just been, stabbing towards the right side of his waist. Madame Sharon's figure was outlined once again. As he rolled, Klein suddenly raised the spirit medium's mirror and shone it at Madame Sharon. Apart from rescuing his companions, the main reason he had approached Kenley was to pick up the sealed artifact. Otherwise, he didn't think that he would have been able to hold out against Madame Sharon until the captain came to his aid. The flaring sun charm could be used against Beyonders, but it wasn't as effective as bullying undead spirits. Furthermore, the other party wouldn't just stand there and let him use the charm. If it really didn't work, Klein could only take the risk and use the Aztec copper whistle. Explanations could wait until his life was saved. However, the development was better than Klein had expected. Madame Sharon chose to assassinate him and didn't interrupt his attempts to use the requiem charm or hold down the spirit medium's mirror. Hence, Klein instantly came up with a simple plan. He didn't dodge the aftermath of the requiem charm and used it to increase the clown's precognitive ability. Then, he would seize the opportunity to dodge the attack and use the spirit medium's mirror to reflect the enemy. Madame Sharon, who was wearing a translucent nightgown, missed her attack. Just as she was about to chase after her agile opponent, she suddenly saw a mirror with 3 small cracks. The water in the mirror rippled, and a woman's figure appeared. Her hair was black and thick, and it draped down to cover her face. Klein shook his left hand, and the spirit medium's mirror slid forward tens of centimeters along the carpet, its face facing upwards. A pale hand reached out from the mirror, and the woman in a white bedsheet-like dress crawled out of the mirror and pounced at Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's expression turned slightly gloomy. Her brown, innocent eyes were tainted with a layer of darkness. She was surrounded by 7 black flames. With a whoosh, a black flame flew out and hit the woman in the white dress, whose face was covered by her long hair. Whoosh! The woman began to burn, and she let out a painful moan before quickly vanishing. Whoosh! 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 The black flames were like bullets as they shot towards Klein. Klein's pupils constricted as he hurriedly rolled, not daring to stop for even a moment. However, his tumbling movements gradually became sluggish. This was because the thin, almost invisible threads had once again entangled him, slowing him down and affecting his movements. This was the nemesis of a clown's combat ability. A black flame brushed past Klein's face and landed on Madame Sharon's huge bed. However, it didn't burn, as though it could only affect things with life or spirituality. Before Klein could rejoice that he had dodged the attack, a premonition flashed through his mind. Thus, he suddenly pulled his spine and changed from a forward roll to a side roll. A transparent ice spear suddenly appeared and stabbed into the carpet, stabbing into the spot that Klein had originally planned for. The white frost spread and affected Klein, whose movements were affected by the threads. He suddenly shivered, and his body stiffened. Although he could still move, his movements were rather sluggish. Seeing Madame Sharon's new black flames swirling around her and a transparent ice spear forming in her hand, Klein didn't hesitate anymore. He reached into his pocket and grabbed Aztec's copper whistle. Ho, ho, ho. At that moment, Kenley broke free from the effects of requiem and slumber. He crawled up and looked at Madame Sharon with a hollow gaze. His face seemed to be shrouded in a shadow, silent and eerie. Thud. 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 Kenley pounced towards Madame Sharon, who was closest to him. Madame Sharon narrowed her eyes and shot out the black flames around her at Kenley. Poof. 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 The black flames disappeared like snowflakes. They didn't cause any effect. Klein was stunned at first, then he raised his right hand and fired at Madame Sharon's current position. Bang! Madame Sharon dodged in advance and threw out the ice spear, but it only pierced Kenley's clothes. It didn't penetrate the target's skin, so it didn't freeze him. Bang! Klein fired again. Madame Sharon dashed to the side of the broken full-body mirror and picked up a palm-sized fragment. She continued to move around nimbly, dodging the bullets. She used the irregular fragment to shine at Kenley, who was pouncing at her again, causing his figure to be reflected in the mirror. Then, as Madame Sharon dodged, she swiped at the mirror with her palm covered in black flames. At that moment, Klein had run out of bullets. He had no choice but to throw the revolver, letting the shell fall onto the carpet along with the revolver. Just as he rolled to pick up Kenley's revolver, he suddenly heard his teammates scream. Kenley stopped, bent over, and began vomiting. He spat out bile, a bright red heart, and his lungs and stomach that were burning with black flames.